To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310. The CFRN Emini Futures Cast is now on Stitcher. Listen to us on your iPhone, Android phones, BlackBerry, and WebOS phones. Stitcher is smart radio for your phone. Find it in your app store or at Stitcher.com. Stitcher Smart Radio, the smarter way to listen to radio.
Are you ready, Steve? Andy? Yeah! Bert? Well, all right, fellas. Let's go!
You're listening to CFRN, the Christian Financial Radio Network.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Audible. Get a free audiobook download at www.audibletrial.com/CFRN. Over 85,000 titles. Choose from mystery, romance, religion, science, technology, business, New York Times bestsellers, even children's books. You name it, Audible has it. With 85,000 titles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect audiobook for yourself or to give as a gift, and it's absolutely free. Just point your browser to audibletrial.com/CFRN. That's audibletrial.com/CFRN. And become a part of the audiobook revolution by downloading your free audiobook today. audibletrial.com/CFRN.
Hey, trader, want to get rich quick? Well, good luck with that. If, on the other hand, you actually want to learn how to trade, the place to be is www.cfrn.net. Tune in Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern for our daily devotional, and then spend the next 3 hours learning how it's done from professional traders who actually trade for a living. That's www.cfrn.net. Every trading day from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome back to the CFRN E-Mini Futures Cast. This is the daily broadcast of Indeterminate Length, where we discuss all things E-Mini, along with some really big ideas on the finer points of trading gold, bonds, crude, sugar, the euro, and even T-bills. Joining us today from our studios in Boston, Mr. Michael Bork. From our trading desk in Chicago, Mr. Burton Schlichter. And from our studios in Las Vegas, Nevada, Mr. David Williams. Now, to get things started, let's go to our host and founder in Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America's largest city park. Here's Dwayne.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. Today is Wednesday, 19th day of August, 2015. Let's take a quick look at the numbers. We'll start with the U.S. markets. Get ready for some red. That's if we get some numbers. Let me reload here. Wasn't that something?
Ain't that special?
Well, my page that always loads for me just to give me a synopsis of the numbers somehow went on hiatus. What's up with that? There we go. Now we're cooking. Alright, U.S. markets. Here we go. These are cash markets, by the way. The Dow is down 200 points. S&P is down 22. Haven't mentioned this in a long time, but there's always that 10-to-1 correlation between the S&P and the Dow. The perfect sync would be if the S&P is down 22, then the Dow would be down 220. So it's always off by just a little bit, but you watch it day after day after day. It's almost always the case. If the Dow were down 100, the S&P would be down 10, give or take. All right, Dow down 200, S&P down 22, NASDAQ down 57, and the Russell down 18. Now, those two, they have no correlation with nothing or nobody. They totally march to the beat of their own drummer, and they're all red. That's the main point I'm trying to make here. If we go to crude oil, that is red also. We had crude inventory numbers out today, so apparently there's plenty of crude oil in the world, and there always has been. But anyway, we're down 1.77, $1.77. Gold, once again, a green spot or bright spot on our charts, up $11.30. And yes, our alert got you in on that move if you are a client or partner. In the Asian markets, a little mixed. Nikkei down 331. That's Japan. Shanghai, the Chinese markets, the one we've had so much concern about, up 46, but the other Chinese market, the Hang Seng, well, that's down 307. And in Europe, red, red, and red. DAX is down 233, FTSE is down 122, and the CAC 40 is down 87. Okay? So those are the numbers. Now, today's Wednesday, and so this afternoon we get the Fed minutes, or Fed meeting minutes. In other words, they have the meeting, and then they tell us what they said, and then 2 weeks later they tell us what they really said. In other words, we get the actual, printout. When they're having their meeting, I guess there's this lady, probably looks a little like her mother, or, she could be young, you never know. And she's got one of these stenographer machines. Then again, they may do it in a much more modern fashion. This is the 2010s, so who knows. But anyway, today we'll get an exact printout, readout of what they really said behind those closed doors. Oil is at a 6.5-year low right now. 6.5-year low. Man, when gas was back up at $4 a gallon here in Phoenix, they were literally giving away Hummers. You could just, it was like, take my Hummer, please. And I was tempted to buy one, although I said long ago somewhere in a pulpit that I would never drive a Hummer because, I don't know, I was an angry young man. I've been an angry young man most of my life. Except I'm just not so young anymore. I guess now I'm an angry man of a certain age. Hey, but I love you. Let's go look at the market. S&P 500 E-mini futures. Okay. Now, this was the Sunday night Globex Open. So, that's really all we need to be concerned about at the moment. These are last week's weekly trading zones, but I'm going to take them off today because I want to show you what our partners have had at their disposal since Monday morning before the market opened. Come back here. I'm trying to stretch this out so you'll be able to see it real good. Alright. Let's snap to here. Let's see. Well, it got all messed up. Alright, Monday's radio show trade. That went well. Maybe I bring this over here. See, every time you... Well, you don't need to know that. That's TMI. These guys need to go over here. think we get to change those as well. I have to check. S&P 500 E-mini futures. Okay, so the Monday radio show trade. Consider being long above 20.95 or short below 89. We got that on the short below 89. Okay. I can just drag this down here. That would be more appropriate. Normally I do this. Done. That's what we call that. Now, yesterday we said consider being short or long above 2105, which did not happen, and we said consider being short below 2090. We also said that if we broke 2090, that although the radio trades are typically just an opportunity for you to take your 2 points out of the market, we said we feel very confident that if we break 2090, that we'll go to 2085. And so when we broke 2090 in that hour, we went down, and you can see that the swing low of this candle is exactly 2085 to the tick. Now, why was I so confident about that 85 number? Well, because I'm going to put the zones up today. I use some weeks I wait till Thursday. I'm going to go ahead and do it today. That is a weekly trading zone, and so I felt confident if we got below 90 that we would see 85. So that's a 5-point move. Now that was while those of you in the radio audience could be fairly confident that there would be 2 points in there. I mean, if you go back through time and we record each radio show, our radio trades, they have a pretty good percentage of hitting their mark. So we're not perfect by any stretch, but this is a pretty good record. I think last week we did go 5 for 5. In fact, one day we even put out 2. We did one at the beginning of the show and one at the end, and so I guess we were 6 for 6 on a 5-day week. So, not bragging, I'm just saying and I do it simply reading the chart, okay? Of course, I know where the weekly trading zones are, because that's the first thing we want you to learn when you come aboard, is we want to start working with you and teaching you how to read the chart. Because once you get an understanding of what the chart is telling you, and then you lay our indicators on top of that, and you've started to understand and grasp our methodology, well, then the information that those indicators are giving you on top of what the chart is telling you, man, it makes it really pop, and you go, oh, well, okay, and off you go. And so not only did we take out that 84.85, now remember, these are still last week's zones. I haven't changed them yet, but I'm going to do it during today's radio broadcast, all right? Oh, and by the way, today is Wednesday, so my co-host today is none other than Jim White-Bar-Cox. He'll be with us to go over how things have gone for him over the past week since we last spoke to him regarding his white bar trade. When we spoke to him last Wednesday, I believe it was, he'd had a rough day. He came right out and said it, and that really resonated with a lot of folks. I got a lot of positive feedback because we had someone who was willing to come on the show and just be honest and say, whoa, had a rough day. Well, Michael and I have been doing that for a long time. When we have a rough day in the live trading room, well, we just show you we had a rough day. We tell you and we show you. And that's what Jim did last week. He told you and then he showed us. And someone in the chat room, I'm trying to think of who it was. It was one of our lady traders, Karen. She said, man, that's so refreshing, to have somebody just come on and tell you the truth. Because you know what that does is that helps you, the trader who might be struggling a little bit, it helps you believe that you actually can do this. To hear that someone else who has had some tremendous success and scaled great heights, that they stumble a little and struggle a little, that just adds this incredible touch of realism. Michael and I, of course, because, we're the man, you take what we say with a grain of salt. But when one of the quote-unquote foot soldiers, right? One of the partners, when they make a statement, man, that really grabs your attention and really makes an impression on you. So I just have a lot of respect for Jim for being who he is. Just very straightforward, straight shooting, no BS. Here's the deal. And so we'll be talking to him at 1:30 today. Now, once we bounced off of this 85 number, we went back up to tag last week's zone 91.92. There's actually a zone sitting there at 92.93, which you'll see appear here momentarily. And then we started to drop. And we dropped down to 84.85. Okay, well, that's the one we already talked about. After 84.85, we dropped to 75.76, and we can see what happened here at the 75.76 zone is once we hit 74.75, we overshot the zone by a tick. We turned right around and we bounced all the way up to 81.50. Okay, now, this will look a lot different once I actually put the numbers up there, but I'm just giving you a little bit of a heads up. What I want you to know right now is that the next zone below us, okay, is 64.65. Now, we've already gotten down to 66.50. Right now, we're at 69.25. So from 66.50 to 65, that's a 1.5. That's not a trade I would typically give you because this has already shown itself to be good support. But I'm not surprised that the first time around it ran into some resistance. So here's what I am going to do. Since the zone is at 26, what I'm going to say is to consider being short below 2068. If, okay, now we need to do this. We need to put an arrow above this candle so that we are reminded, okay, this candle already touched 2068. This candle has not. It's currently at 2069.25. It's gone as low as 68.75. But what we're looking for is 68 to, oh wait, do I want it to be at 68? Because the zone is 64.65. Sure, why not? I could play it safe and go 67. Let's go 68. Let's just do it. Let's take a walk on the wild side. Join me. So on this candle here, we'll look for a move from 68. And if it takes the other candle as well to get there, down to our zone at 65. Well, I'll tell you what. Every radio trade is designed to help you get your 2 points for the day. If in fact, like this trade, okay, where we were looking to give you your 2 points, but we did tell you it could go to 85, the zone. This is designed to give you your 2 points, but it could, okay, it could go all the way down to the zone at 65. How about that? All right. So, all right, we're going to go to Michael now for a recap of everything that happened in the live trading room today. The good, the bad, and the ones we missed. After that, we'll be back to me for our good word for the day. After that, we'll take a look at some of the Concierge Trade Alerts from overnight. And after that, we'll go talk to David at the top of the hour from Page Trader for his forecasts from the edge. And then from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. Eastern, we will talk to Jim White Bar Cox, see what he's got to share with us on the White Bar trades. And so those of you that are partners and are trading the White Bar and you've got questions, be sure to have your questions ready, because he'll come in, he'll talk for a little bit, and then he'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. And of course, we'll be very happy to answer them. Now, a reminder, tonight is the Partners Workshop. This is every Wednesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. When you take a free trial, the only thing you don't get is access to the 1,000+ video hour library, mostly because it's in the members area. You don't get access to the daily performance tracker app, and you don't get to go to the partners meeting. However, with a mouse click, you can fix that. If you want to have access to the performance tracker, if you want to get into that video library, if you want to be in the partners meeting tonight, if you want to get the weekly trading zones emailed to you every Monday morning before the market opens, okay? Now, remember, I'm going to show you in a minute how this looks, and just think about, wow, the partners had this before the markets open. It's pretty powerful. And we're in our, let's see, 5.5 years. We started in December 14th of 2009. So 9 and 6 is 50. I guess, yeah, we're at 5.5. We're at 5.5 years, coming up on 6 years that we've been publishing the zones, and they do the same thing, week after week after week after week. It's just a real dependable backdrop for your trading. I've had partners say that, you know, love the camaraderie there in the trading room and in the workshops, and you know, the indicator set's cool, but I've got my own thing I do, and I just use your zones, those weekly trading zones, as a backdrop to my trading, and that helps me to reach my daily goal every day. And so, you know, however you can use them, as long as you can put them to good use, then I'm a happy camper. So with all that said, I guess it's time now to go to Mike.
Okay.
If you're ready to take it away.
I am.
And I'm going to, now I've got the stream up and running, or at least I do. I have the stream up and running, but it only captures the big monitor. So once I've got to get you up here. Oh, I know how I do it. First I grab this like this, and I pull it here. Ah, miracle. Now you are on the stream. Okay. And so okay, I've got my other monitor that I can go through and mark up the Concierge Trade Alerts. So that's a beautiful thing. All right, I'm going to hit, I can see your spreadsheet. I'm going to hit mute. Take it away.
All right, here I go. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today is Wednesday, the 19th day of August, 2015. See, today in the live trading room, we had difficulty getting our goal for the day. It took us 106 minutes. 106. It's because we started out with a loss on soybeans. Then we had small wins on the Russell and gold, and then we had a loss on the euro. Anyway, we made 8 ticks profit on soybeans, 1 tick on the Russell, 2 ticks on crude oil. We lost 3 on gold, and we lost 6 on the euro. It took us 106 minutes and 17 trades to get to $110 a contract. And we took a total of 22 trades today. All right, so where does that leave us right now? On the month, we are up $2,270 a contract. It's $2,270 on the month. That is over 13 trading days, averaging $174 a day. John, Kurt, yes it is, and John, no trade today during the breakout. Okay. All right, so 2270 is where we are on the month, and if you apply any dollar commission to every trade we've taken, you'd be up a net of 734, and if you had a $5 commission, you'd have a net of 1310. Okay. Our yearly total right now through $36,805. That's over 153 trading days, averaging $240 a day. Okay, $240 a day. Now, if you have not taken our free trial yet, well, then you just need to go here to CFRN.net, register for a free trial, put in your name, put in your email, click register for a free trial. When you do that, you'll be sent a confirmation link. You must click on the confirmation link, okay? If you don't click that link, we don't know you registered. All right. Now, if anybody wants to view our spreadsheet, it's available to everyone. You just click View Live Trading Room Results, and then View Our Spreadsheet. Click there. Okay. And you can see we've had a lot of green lately, but the last week was kind of tough. We're getting in that summertime trading sort of stuff, I think. So now let's just go over the trades. On the ES, I believe I pointed out one trade this morning, right here. One trade, short right there, and that one went down nicely. And the ES is still going down. Yeah. All right. So I am going to minimize this. The ES, well, I had more trades here. I had another trade right here, a short trade there, a short trade there. We didn't have a lower swing, so no more short trades. A long trade right there, and that was it. That was it on the ES. Okay. All right. Now with gold. Our first trade on gold was right in here. We got one tick profit on that one. Then took off right here. I don't know what happened right there at 944, but something did. Sent gold running. The next trade was right in here. We got 2 ticks profit on that, putting us at +3. Then we had 10 ticks profit on this, putting us at +13. And we stopped out here, putting us at 5. Missed this nice long trade right there. And then we stopped out there, putting us at -3. And that was it. That was it on the gold. The gold just flattens right out at 1130. Flattens right out. So we're -5 on gold. Okay. Now on the Russell, we were back and forth and back and forth and back and forth all day. I'm trying to get it so you can actually see it. All right. Our first trade in here on the Russell was right here. We had a break even on that one. Okay. The second one was right in here. We had +7 on this. Sure, there was probably a trade right in here on this move down. You can't see it all that well, but I'm sure there was. From +7, we got 5 ticks profit here, putting us at +12. Then we stopped out here, putting us back down to +4. Got 5 ticks profit there, putting us back up to +9. And we stopped out there, putting us back down to +1. A break even, +8, putting us back up to +9. Missed a trade there, and we stopped out here, putting us back down to +1. So I said we were back and forth on the Russell today. During the break, let's see, there was a short trade right here during the break, and a long trade right there, a short trade right there, a long trade right there, and then it went up into the zone, and that was it. Okay, so there was more opportunity during the break, but we ended with just one tick on the Russell today. Just one little tick on the Russell. Now on crude oil. Let's do this with the crude. Okay, on crude, we just had a couple of trades today. In here we had the inventories come out. Right, the inventory numbers came out in here at 10:30. And I said to sell 42.20, but they didn't come out for a while. I mean, it didn't hit 42.20 until over here somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, I had taken the order off. Right in here, we finally shorted crude. We got 1 tick profit on that one, missed that one, and got 1 tick profit on that one. That was all we did with crude today. We missed a trade there, missed a trade there, missed a trade here. And that was it. That's all she wrote. Okay, on crude we were +2 today. Soybeans. Our first trade of the day was right here on the soybeans. We stopped out -8 ticks. All right, we missed this one right here. That would have been a nice trade to get. We missed that one, but we grabbed the next one right over here, and we took 12 ticks profit on the next one, putting us at +4. Okay, the last trade we took in soybeans was right here. We got +4 on that one as well. Okay. Let's see, right here, we didn't short, we could have shorted right there during the break if we were watching. And picked up a few more ticks right there, probably 4 or 5. And could have gone long right here too. That would have stopped out right there off the BBC. Okay. That was it on the soybeans. Now the euro. Our first trade on the euro was right in here. Stopped out on that, -8 ticks. Then the euro ran in the direction we thought it was going to go, and we jumped in on the follow-up trade right here. Right, we took 4 ticks profit on that follow-up trade, and I was looking for it to get through 69 up to 70, because I wanted it to. That's what I was looking for, and as you can see, it eventually got through it over here, but it didn't stay up there. Looks like we have some topping action going on right here. Okay. And that was it on the euro. All right, so recap. We were +8 on soybeans, +1 on the Russell, +2 on crude oil, -3 on gold, and -6 on the euro. It took us 106 minutes and 17 trades to get to $110 a contract, and we took a total of 22 trades today. 22 trades. On the month, we're up $22.70, averaging out to $174 a day. And on the year, we are up $36,805 per contract. That is 153 days, averaging out to $240 a day. All right. Now, if you have not taken a free trial with us, then you just need to go here to CFRN.net. In the right-hand column, put in your name, put in your email, click register for a free trial. When you do that, you'll be sent a confirmation link. You must click on the confirmation link, okay? If you don't click the confirmation link, you are not going to get a free trial. I know, John. We're halfway through August right now. Wow. All right. So with that, guys, I am going to send it back out to Phoenix, Arizona. If Phoenix is on the line.
Yeah. Okay. Right here.
Good.
Got a whole lot of stuff marked up during that short break.
Good.
Nothing, frankly. Big fat nothing.
Okay.
But that's okay, because I'll just mark it up in real time as I talk to the good people.
Okay.
In Handyville. Handyville. That's my old company. In CFRN land. Alright. So now I gotta remember. Okay, now I gotta. Okay, so you already showed them how to take a free trial.
I did do that.
And you've already emailed everybody that's on the free trial the information they need to be in the partners meeting tonight.
I did that yesterday.
Yeah,
I'll do it again today, though. Yep, I'll do it again today, though, too.
Yeah, so if you get it twice, guys, just know it's because we're trying to make sure that everybody gets it, because, boy, these spam filters are very zealous. I had one question. Oh, could you explain how the Big Bean numbers are intended to work? I won't be able to attend, but we'll view at a later date. Okay, that's from Chris. And yes, Chris, I will talk about that tonight in the meeting. Now let me get my screen back on the right page. Back on the good foot, as they say. That would be over here. And then I click that. Pretty glad I figured out how to do that. And now I just need to do that. And I've even learned how to do that. This is getting pretty seamless.
Sweet.
Okay. And here we have it. Yesterday we had no trigger in the S&P 500 because that's how it goes sometimes. Now, the previous day, Friday, we had a 14-point drop on the south side. We had some smaller drops that allowed you to get your points for the day, and then we had the big 14-point drop, and then we had a large move to the upside into the close that allowed you to pick up as much as 6 points, or to simply get your points for the day. Oh no, that would have been Monday, the 16th. Pardon me. That was Sunday night and Monday. Friday on the S&P, we had a stop out, break even kind of day. It was just a rough day. Monday was really good. Yesterday we didn't get a trigger. Things were kind of quiet. But yesterday was a little different story. S&P short below 2080. Okay. So see, I was getting even below that zone at 84.85 when I sent this alert out, because with the, I try to be very careful and cautious with what I give you as a radio trade. I always want to do the very best that I can on that. Market's running the other way right now, away from the trade that I gave you at the beginning of the show, which was to be short below 68. The lowest we've gotten is 68.50, and that's okay, because we're going to run into the underside of this zone, 75.76. Now, if it breaks back above the zone at 75.76 and starts to head higher, well, then we'll just drop alongside onto that trade. See, we don't have to predict what the market's going to do. It's like Mark Douglas says in his book, you don't have to know what's going to happen next in the market to make money. You don't. It's a true story. So anyway, the alert last night said to consider being short below 2080. That's what went out in the email, alert 2080. And this morning, in the initial hour when we broke, we got down to 74.75. So there's a 5-point move, and we overshot that zone a little bit, and then we popped right back up to test the important price, important area, and on the second drop we got all the way down to 66.50. So that would be 13.5 points if I did my math right. 66 would be 14 points, so 66.50 would be 13.5. Is that right, Math Man?
Sounds good.
Sound good to you? All right.
Sounds good to me.
Okay. All right. Well, that's just the S&P, but we had more markets, like bonds. We triggered both sides on bonds. I'm going to go over all that with you in just a second. But first, let's go to our good word for the day. It's about complaining. You complain, I complain, we all complain, and then we say, but what's the use of complaining? Nobody cares. Or, why complain? It ain't gonna fix nothing. Well, that's true. That's good wisdom we're giving ourselves when we say that. So, here's an idea. Let's go on a complaining fast. Let's see how long we can go without actually complaining. And I encourage you to get a little notebook or something. And now you got to be honest with yourself, and you've got to catch yourself. But just see how long you can go without complaining. In James, the book of James 5:9, it says, "Do not complain." James 5:9, do not complain. Now James they call it the spanking book. He's pretty strict, He doesn't mess around. Whatever you keep doing becomes a habit. Now that's good or bad. That applies to every area of your life. If you put enough cigarettes in your mouth, pretty soon you'll have a habit. anything, you go get enough chocolate milkshakes up at the QT, because they just opened that new ice cream bar inside. It'll become a habit, okay? A habit you need to break real quick before it's out of control, because you wake up thinking about that chocolate milkshake. So don't do it. Anyway, whatever you do or keep doing becomes a habit. That's why James says, do not complain, otherwise you'll become known as the complainer, right? The town complainer. Author John Gordon says, a complaining fast won't just make everyone around you happier, but you will experience more peace, joy, success, and positive relationships. So instead of complaining when things go wrong, number one, practice gratitude. Giving thanks for 3 blessings every day energizes you and makes you feel happier. It's impossible to be grateful and negative at the same time. Number 2, encourage others. Instead of complaining about what people do wrong, focus on what they're doing right for a change. And instead of criticize or complain, encourage people who are afraid. Help those who are weak. Be patient with everyone. That's 1 Thessalonians 5:14. It's okay to criticize people's weaknesses as long as you balance it with 3 times more praise. Number 3, focus on your success. Start a success journal. Every night before you go to bed, write down something great about your day. It could be an uplifting conversation or an accomplishment that you're proud of. There's truth to the old saying, nothing succeeds like success. When you focus on success, you set the stage for more to follow. Learn to let go. Instead of obsessing about what you can't change, focus on what you can influence. When you stop trying to control everything and every place in your life, and you put it in God's hands, things have a way of working out. When we just surrender, God, I have no control over this situation. This boss, this relationship, this financial issue, God, I'm not in a position to change it, and I understand that. I'll do whatever I can. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. But honestly, I need a miracle here, and I only have you to depend on. I know that sometimes I feel like I can depend on my boss or my job or my employees or my spouse, and in fact sometimes I can. But ultimately there's one I have to turn to, one who, when I run out of all other options, when all those others cannot help me solve this problem or this situation, this thing I'm complaining about, if I'll just turn it over to you, I have peace, I have rest, I have comfort, knowing that you will work things out for my good, because I love you and because I'm called according to your purpose. I mean, that's what your word says. And so I have to buy it all or none. And that's the way it goes. You either buy it or you don't. You believe it or you don't. You live by its standards or you don't. Yes, I understand there is Old Testament passages with 600 laws that, bless God, because of the New Testament, we don't have to struggle to follow those 600 laws anymore. We don't have to break a bowl when it gets a crack in it, because we now have Well, one, we have cheap bowls, we could just replace it. But two, we have disinfectant. We can clean it and make sure no bacteria grows in that crack. See, back then, they didn't understand bacteria. They didn't know why they had to throw that bowl out. They just complained. Oh, man, bowl got a crack, got to throw it out. Bowls are expensive. God think money falls off trees, right? Shekels, whatever. No, he was just trying to protect them. So when things happen in our life, when we have to throw out a cracked bowl and it makes no sense, and we're complaining about it, how about, God, I don't know what it is you're protecting me from right now, but thank you. Because I know you're a good God and all good gifts come from you. And so while it pains me right now to do this, if you're calling me to do it, I'm going to do it. Because I know that you can see over the hill, around the corner, and I trust you. I trust you with my life, with my family. I even trust you with my money. That's why I'm so anxious to give when I go to church on Sunday. I can't get that money in his hands fast enough because I know with that 10%, he can move mountains. It's not that he needs my money. What he needs is my trust. What he needs is my faith in him. And, sometimes my actions may not show it as much as I would like them to, but I can sure make doggone positive that when it comes to tithing, and it can be a rough week. Maybe I had a tough week. And you know what? I try to stay steady in that area because, I don't take a salary. We're what you call entrepreneurs. Won't be long before we have our own show on CNBC, like West Texas Investors Club. What a great show! If you guys haven't seen that, it's a hoot, man. It's Shark Tank in West Texas in a barn, and the contestants sit on a milk can. It's a hoot. So anyway, and they drink beer while they're listening to these people plea for money. And these two of the guys are billionaires, and the other guy's just their buddy. Actually, he's their mentor. So I don't know, maybe he's got some money too. Anyway, back to complaining. We got to stop. Stop complaining and start being thankful. Have an attitude of gratitude. Learn to let go. Instead of obsessing about what you can't change, focus on what you can influence. When you stop trying to control everything and place your life in God's hands, things have a way of working out. Use the power of prayer. Paul says in Ephesians 6:18, pray on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. Paul says pray without ceasing. Now that doesn't mean, oh God, give me this, give me that, give me. No. Pray without ceasing is a meditative type of thing. And you will develop your own prayer language. You will develop that. See, there's always something spinning on that tape upstairs. We're always thinking, if we're awake, we're thinking about something. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes it's negative. Far too often, we get that negative track spinning. And Paul's suggestion is, hey, why not let it be a song to God, a song of praise, a song of gratitude, appreciation, thankfulness. Things around you may not look so good. The situation may seem dire. Well, there's one who can intervene on your behalf. He's one who can arrive at that meeting before you and speak to the heart or the mind of that person that's going to make that decision regarding you. And guess what? If the decision is not what you hoped or expected it to be, then you have to still be willing to trust that God is moving on your behalf. And you need to have a complaint? No. God let me down? No. Praise God. God knows what's best for me. Here I was about to try and do so and so, and he just stopped it dead in its tracks. He slammed that door shut. Okay? And let me look around and see which door he's going to fling open. And when he flings it open, don't go, oh no, not that door. I don't want to do that. Well, hey man, if it's the will of God for your life, just do it. You'll find that in short order, it'll be like, well, why didn't I think of this? Or pretty soon you might even start to take credit for it, about how clever you were. Now, careful. We can go from complaining 1 minute, through the power of God, we find ourselves thinking too highly of ourselves. So let's strive for some balance, okay? Now, closing this up. Prayer reduces stress, it boosts positive energy, and it promotes health. Ask any medical doctor, unless he's weird. They all agree on this now. They all agree about prayer. Now, different people pray to different, got different prayers, all right? I'm not going to go down there and split that hair. But go online and does the medical profession think prayer is good for you? You're going to find page after page after page of yes, 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 yes. And then some kook will say something stupid. But yeah, I meant that in a Christian way. Christian stupid, right? All right. When you're under pressure, this is the close right here. When you're under pressure, instead of complaining, plug into God's power and recharge your batteries. And that's our good word for the day. Okay? Fair enough. All right, back to the charts. Let me see if there's any questions in the chat box. I haven't even opened that thing up yet. Should we see the market values? All I see is an ES page. Should we see the market values? Oh, no, Larry, you asked that right at the beginning. Okay. Let's see if there's any questions here. Yes, John. I second that. John was said here on Jim's candor last Wednesday. Dennis, you're welcome. Where does the time go? I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy like that. Okay, so we've already talked about the S&P. We dropped down to 74.75. In that first hour that we took out the alert at 2080. And then ultimately we dropped, I think we agreed it was 13.5 points. Okay, we did the deal. Then we came back to test the important price, important area. And then we really did the deal. Okay? I don't know how many hundreds, I think it's probably over 1,000 times that you've heard me say important prices, important areas are almost always tested. Right? It's true. Otherwise I couldn't keep saying it. I don't think. Alright. That was the S&P. Let's look at bonds. Now bonds did the double whammy. What's that? Alright, I'll show you. On bonds, we said consider being long above 158.02 or short below 157.21. Okay? So let's try to move through these real quick. I'm just going to go alert 158.02. Okay, and then on the short side, 158.02, 157.21. So it depends upon what time of day you came and sat down to trade. Okay, if you caught this first move to the upside, went to 158.06. Okay, now that's 4 ticks, right? 4 ticks times 31.25 per tick. That's $125 per contract. If you're trading the 2420 blueprint, we're looking for $100 per contract per day. So That little move there was sufficient to do that. Now this next move okay, we would have to go and look on a smaller time frame, but here's what happened. I'm just going to go out on a limb and we'll check it later, right? Price closed here on this green candle. It opened here, this candle. At one point, this was a big green candle, okay? And it went all the way up to 158.10. So that's 8 ticks or double your daily goal. Then it reversed, and as it came back below where it opened, it turned red. I know this is very basic for many of you, but I'm just trying to make sure everybody understands. And so we put in a swing low at 157.19. No, that's not right. 156.30. 156.30. So what does that mean? Well, if we went another 9 ticks, let's see, 57.21 to 56.21. 30 was the low. All right. So there's 32 ticks to a point, and so 21, 2. So we had a 24 tick drop. That's what we had down here. 24 tick drop. Now, are you supposed to get all that? Well, if you know how to do that, I would love to sit in on your next class. Okay? We know how to trail a stop and get taken out with some profit. Okay? But getting you out at the exact spot bottom low, I can't. I'll just be honest. Swing high up here was 158.24. So we had a 24 tick drop, and in the same day we had a 22 tick rally. Okay, 22 tick rally. All right, and then gold. Okay, gold. I mean crude. Crude was a. Oh, we got to go to Vegas. We'll have to finish this up as we talk to Jim or after we talk to Jim. But we got to go to Vegas right now so we can stay on schedule. Now, last night I sent out alerts, and I just want to be real honest about this. I sent out the crude alert for September, GCLU5. Okay, long above 42.55, short below 42.10. Now, so let me just put this chart on GCLU for a minute. I mean, there was some volume. You could have traded it. One of our partners tried to alert me, hey Dwayne, I think you. And so I sent out a text message to Michael and Bert, which they had already, I guess, gone to bed. They missed it. And so I'm not blaming anybody, but except myself for not being aware of it. Short below 42.10. So if you got short in September crude at 42.10, well, you did good. 42.10. Is that right? Yeah. Oh, come now. So from 42.10 all the way down to a swing low at 40.60. So that's it's $500 per contract. Again, you're not going to get out at the exact bottom. Now, Michael said that this morning in the live trading room that he told people to go ahead and just trade it for the October, use the same numbers. So I wasn't there when that happened, but I'll switch it over just to see what it looks like, and then we'll go to Vegas. So if you got short in the October contract at 42.10, the swing low was 41.15. So from 42.10 to 41.10, that's $1,000 per contract. From 42.10, if we get down to 41.10, that's $1,000 per contract. That's a nice move. And we had a heck of a move to the upside yesterday, too. I don't have time to calculate it out right now, but the alert was to be long above 42.25. And we got, oh, but see, I'm on the, that's not right. I got to go back to the GCLU. Because that's what this was about, GCLU. Okay, so 42.25, we got all the way up to 42.90. So that's 65. So we had a 65 tick rally. Well, that was, and most of it came in that 1 hour. Again, do you catch it all? Please teach me how. Okay. All I know how to do is be in it and trail a stop. Okay. If you got something better, seriously, I will take your class. All right, let's go to Vegas. When Jim comes on, we'll go through the rest, or we'll talk with Jim. But before we end this radio program today, we will make it a point to cover each and every one of the Concierge Trade Alerts. And what else? Oh, as we're talking with David, I'm going to get these weekly trading zones switched out to the proper ones. So, we got to pause real briefly for station identification. We'll be right back with David from pagetrader.com.
You're listening to CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living. To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310.
We don't need you now, be on your way. I thank the Lord for love like ours that grows ever stronger. And I always will be true. I know you feel that same way too. Oh, I love you.
Good morning, Dwayne.
Good morning, David. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here. Interesting day so far in the markets, and probably quite a bit to talk about.
Yeah. Now, this thing was coming down, and we were looking to get short below 2068 if the opportunity presented. It got down to 2068.50 right here. Now, it had already breached that here, but we were looking for perhaps a continuation. And this thing turned right around and is headed in the other direction.
Yeah. It's been wild.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how you doing?
Good. I'm doing good, and keeping an eye on all this as we're talking here. It's I've say this many times during the summer, but it's been an amazing summer of very volatile and very tradable market movement. It's just fantastic. So it's not always the case. For people that are coming to the markets new, there is a seasonality to the markets, to their volatility and so on. And the summertime is generally pretty quiet. But it has not been pretty quiet this summer, nor was it last summer. This will be our second summer in a row, and I would expect that after the summer completes, we will have very volatile fourth quarter of this year, and then we lead into the presidential year. I think we just have great markets probably all the way through 2016. From this point forward, that's what I'm thinking, because even the summertime leading up to the November elections is probably going to be busy.
Yeah.
I certainly hope it is.
I mean, it would be highly unusual to see the markets go quiet into what is, historically a volatile time in the markets. And we're coming, I saw somebody post something the other day about, it was quiet today, the summer doldrums or something, and I'm like,
no, there's no summer doldrums.
that's what I was thinking. I said, there was a couple days on a couple markets where we didn't trigger, but boy, that doesn't qualify as summer doldrums because we've just had the last 5 weeks in bonds. I think it's 6 weeks now. We've just had splendiferous activity. and
It's
in,
been
and
very
in
good.
many markets. So I'm very, very happy, very content with what we got going on. And now we're just about done with summer. I mean, my kids actually have already been back in school now for, gosh, a couple, 3 weeks. I remember when I was a kid, you went, summer vacation was June, July, August, period. No fooling around. That's just how it was. June, July, August. And then, like the 1st of September, you went back to school. You stayed in school until the Christmas, New Year's break, where you got 2 weeks off. Then you got I think a week off for spring break. And then the rest of the time you stayed in school. And then come June, July, August, you were off again for 3 months. Nowadays, they've stretched, the summer is very short, and they get all these, they get like a winter holiday, and every time I turn around, they're either out of school or they have a half day. I don't know. I just feel like my taxpayer dollars are being misused, David. Should I talk to you about this, or?
No, you should vote for Donald Trump for president. That's what you should do.
A pork. Oh yeah, who was it wrote that yesterday? They said we were out talking about the pork chops on a stick that they were all eating at the Iowa State Fair, and somebody typed in, it was a takeoff on the campaign promise of years ago, a chicken in every pot. Which president was that?
That was like Hoover or
yeah, I think it was
something like a long, long time ago.
So, but he had said pork chop in every can. So, okay. I think he meant a pork chop on every stick, perhaps. But canned pork chops, I don't know. I've never had that. It sounds like a delicacy, no doubt. So, do you honestly think that this man, do you think the GOP will allow him to run?
Well, I don't know that the GOP can stop him from running.
Well, I mean, he's already said he'll run independent, but I'm saying, do you think they will elect him to, I mean, they have the power to, they get to choose who's going to be the, don't they? I mean,
well, I mean, the guy's voted in, and number one, and he is the front runner by popular demand right now. Okay.
So if they were to pick anybody other than the guy who's the most popular in the polls, then everybody would cry foul, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think that would probably be the case. I mean, in the case of Hillary Clinton, who has this, for her, unfortunate set of conditions because she wanted to protect her privacy while working for the government, and did this whole server thing so that people couldn't check up on what she said and stuff. I mean, this is such a bad thing for somebody who's trying to run for the president of the United States to have this wrapped around her neck. Not that I feel sorry for her individually. She did this to herself. This is something that she did because she felt that she could get away with it and so on. But in her case, her party could say, we're starting to get disenchanted with all these troubles, and we're going to put this other person in play. I mean, that certainly can happen. And Hillary does have the majority of the vote right now with the popular vote, on her side, according to polls. So, I really don't know. All I know is that Donald Trump is an American. I know that. I mean, that's just a basic starting.
There's no birth. We're not going to have a birther issue here. Okay.
We're not going to have a birther issue. I know he's an American. I trust Donald Trump. I don't know all of what's going through his mind, and I would trust other people that are running on the Republican ticket as well. But I do trust Donald Trump in the sense that I feel like I know where he's coming from. I generally know he's not a madman. He knows what he's doing. He certainly knows how to deal with people that are taking advantage of the United States. And the United States is in decline. The United States has many issues that if they're not taken care of, good Lord, if we had another 8 years of what we just had, I mean, you could literally see America at a point where I don't know why there's apparently somewhat half the population wants to see America, in a completely different way than it has ever been, meaning that we let everybody who wants to come here, illegal or not. We allow everybody to drain the system, legally
Dave,
or
can you
not.
keep going for just a couple minutes? I'll be right back.
I can go on for years, and that's what I've been doing.
All right,
but I will be.
Thank you.
And if we keep doing all of these things, we all know what all the discourse is on all this stuff. What about all that is not coming through to people that's going to damage the United States of America? The money doesn't come from nowhere, off of trees. It literally has to be earned by taxpayers. The government gets taxpayer money, and then it distributes it as it sees fit. And if we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to get past 24 trillion at some point in debt. Our debt is growing. We all know the whole story. But if we had another 8 years of this kind of administration, God only knows where the United States of America would be at the end of that period. And of course, when those policies turn out to be the worst kinds of things for America, of course they're going to blame everyone but themselves for America's decline. They're going to be pointing their fingers and still believing that their policy was a great policy, even though it resulted in bad things happening. So before that happens, we need to get someone in there that is an American, that doesn't hold a sympathetic view towards others who actually want to hurt America. And this administration, apparently, by their own actions, seems to do that. Even their own party is very suspicious of this Iran deal. What is the deal? We give them everything they want and we get nothing. If you tell me that I have 24 days and probably more like 50 to get ready for you to inspect something, that's equivalent to you saying, hide everything so when we come there, we don't find it. I mean, I don't trust the President of the United States. I'm sorry. I don't. I don't know where he's coming from. I don't know why he thinks the way he does, except to say that he's trying to make changes that are hurtful to the United States of America. He believes they're not, but the evidence is not on his side. And I do trust other people, including Donald Trump, but I do trust other people on the Republican ticket, and even several on the Democratic side. People have not signed up for that yet, but there are Democrats that are clear thinkers. They're certainly not nuts. They're not far left loons and so on. But at some point, this whole thing has to stop. And I think what a lot of people are responding to in Donald Trump is the brusque way that he is dealing with and calling out. He's essentially, it's finally the emperor has no clothes is being called. What no one else is willing to say, he is willing to say. In a completely politically charged climate where your tone is more important than the fact that people are being killed, but your tone is more important than that, he's coming out and saying, listen, if you're an illegal alien, you can't be here. You got to do it right. We have borders. We have a country. We're just going to give it all away for nothing. He's willing to say things that many people are not willing to say. Certainly people in politics are not willing to say. And I think much of what the response of Donald Trump's response from the crowd, America, is that they're so happy to hear something that isn't this complete nonsense scripted thing that they can back out of no matter what they say later, or Hillary Clinton's coffee house where every single person in the coffee shop is a stooge to make it look like they're all, wonderful people just loving what she's saying. I mean, everything is a show, and it isn't that way with Donald Trump. And part of the reason it isn't is because he speaks exactly what he thinks. And I think a lot of the public is responding to the fact that they're so tired of getting this pablum and this stage performance that we get from this administration, ducking, dodging, weaving, never taking responsibility, never asserting real leadership, that here comes somebody along. And in many ways, Donald Trump is what Barack Obama was to the public when Barack Obama emerged into the public, he had come out of nowhere. Now, Donald Trump didn't come out of nowhere, but what has come out of nowhere is this groundswell of support for him that's surprising both the Republicans and the Democrats. And they're responding to the fact that the last president, who came out of nowhere and had the great charisma and the great soaring speeches and rhetoric, that they're tired of that being the only reality, and that everything else goes the other way. And I think the distrust factor and so on. I would like to trust my president. I would like to be able to get up in the morning and say, I know what this guy is about. I know what he's doing. I know what his motives are. I can't say that about our whole administration, what the hell they're up to. But it isn't good, and it hasn't resulted in good. So I like Donald Trump because of that. And I think I'm responding very much the same way that much of the public is, which is that he says what he means, and he's calling the emperor has no clothes. He's the first guy to stand up, other than Rudy Giuliani, who did so about 6 months ago. But Trump has stood up and said the emperor has no clothes. These things have to happen, otherwise the country goes down the tubes. At some point we have to take care of the country. Individuals have to be put aside so that for the better of the country. And some of those individuals need to be put aside because they're taking advantage of a system. And I thought he said something very interesting the other night, that the business, now this is a highly political subject. I don't want to anger people over this, but I'm going to say it because it needs to be said one way or the other. But he brought up an interesting point. When people from Mexico, as an example, who we all love Mexican people, at least I do. I mean, I've got nothing against Mexicans at all.
Great food, great beer.
The mother of my daughter is Mexican. I hope that it says so. My daughter is a mix of Norwegian, Mexican, and English. And when they get ready to have a child and then quickly rush over to America to have the child in America, which makes it an automatic U.S. citizen, that is actually an abuse of the system. And I'm glad that he said that, because it is an abuse of the system. And I don't know how that gets fixed and what happens with that, and I don't even know that I need that to not happen. I just know that it is an abuse, that if you're living in Mexico and you quickly rush over here in the last 3 days of your pregnancy to have your child here, that's an abuse of the system to milk the system that we have, to take more of the money and so on of the proceeds of the United States of America to do that. I want them to be here, but I want them to be here legally. If you're going to discount that law, then when you find me doing something illegal at the bank, I want you to discount that law as well. When you find me doing something that's wrong, or Ted over there or Dwayne over here, I want you to discount that law the same way that it's either laws or no laws. If we're going to change it so they can come in, I'd feel much better if they finally, it was voted on and we said, you know what, we just got open borders. You can just bring people in and they can do whatever they want. That's fair enough. If that's the law, I'd be very happy with that. What's disturbing to most people is that it isn't the law. That isn't the law. What is the law is that they can't come over illegally. And this has been going on all the way for longer than Barack Obama. This has been a big subject for a long time. And it's growing to bigger and bigger numbers. And it gets to a point where people have to say, well, there's 12 million of them here now. There's nothing we can do about that. Well, if we keep not doing something about it, you'll be saying that about 25 million people. And then 30 million and 50 million. The whole country is 310 million. So at some point, something has to be done about this. So anyway, now, do I think he can be president of the United States? Do I think he can be voted in? I don't know. I really don't. I hope he could be, because I really would be very happy to have him, even if he did some things that I was not so happy about. I at least know where he's coming from. I know he's an American. I know he's a capitalist. I know he doesn't believe in making lousy deals to apologize for America's exceptionalism to people who got butt hurt over that. Too bad. Rise to the occasion. That's just too bad that America's great. You just better get over that. But this administration wants America to not be so great. They're a little kind of embarrassed about American exceptionalism. They don't really like that. It hurts people. No, it doesn't. It inspires people, you idiots.
Yeah,
it inspires people. What do you mean hurts people? Where does that come from?
There is an article, David. I know we don't have much time, but I really would like to. I'd almost like to do a standalone podcast one afternoon. I would send you a copy of this article, and then we would discuss it. Maybe one day after the markets close or
Sure.
something. It's a 15-page article out of the New York Times. Jihad and Girl Power: How ISIS Lured 3 London Teenagers. Now, this is. I just want to read one little snippet here, if I can find it real quick. These are the good girls. These are the girls who are very smart, who get straight A's, who are being prepped for college, and I mean they come from typically well-to-do families, and this details the story of 3 girls that left England, and it takes you through step by step how they went over to be a part of this whole ISIS movement. Gosh, the one thing that really stuck out. Let me just see here. So far, an estimated 4,000 Westerners have traveled to Syria and Iraq. More than 550 of them women and girls. Now, these women and girls that come from the West, they get treated with respect. They aren't abused and raped the way the unbelieving infidels are over there where ISIS is. These are like trophy women that they use to as like cheerleaders for their troops, and the soldiers get promised wives and that kind of thing. So you follow what I'm saying? But how these girls get...
Yes.
I'm just trying to find... Remember back in the 60s, the girls that wanted to rebel against their parents, they would, wear mini skirts and smoke pot?
Sure. Or another example are the women who surrounded themselves with Charles Manson and did his bidding and even went out and killed people to be a part of that group and so on. It happens. These, people... Listen, human beings are complicated pieces of machinery. Our motives are made up of many different levels and so on. If people are really insightful into their own actions and so on, and people have many different reasons, but they're basic, but they're covered up with a lot of other stuff, but they're down there, and people have many different reasons for doing what they do. And perhaps ISIS, in their recruiting of women, which they're doing on American internet and
Yes.
American,
Come right
Twitter
into the girls'
and so
bedroom.
on.
Yeah. Now,
Yep.
I found this one little piece. They were smart, popular girls from a world in which teenage rebellion is expressed through a radical religiosity that questions everything around them. In this world, the counterculture is conservative. Islam is punk rock. Now, let's turn the hands of time back a little bit. Remember our teenagers, what was the Sex Pistols, what was that guy and the girl that were like the poster punks for the whole punk rock? Sid Vicious and his girlfriend, I think they both died from overdose or shot each other, or I don't know, it was tragic. Sid Vicious and some girl, but anyway, so we had the hippie generation, that was rebellion, and then we had the punk rock generation, that was rebellion. So what's happening here in this case, I'm going to read it again. They were smart, popular girls from a world in which teenage rebellion is expressed through a radical religiosity that questions everything around them. In this world, the counterculture is conservative. Islam is punk rock. The headscarf is liberating. Beards are sexy. Ask young Muslim women in their neighborhood what kind of guys are popular at school these days, and they start raving about The brothers who pray. Girls used to want someone who is good looking. Nowadays, girls want Muslims who are practicing. It's a new thing over the last couple of years. A lot of girls want that. Even some of the non-practicing Muslim girls want that. They want the brothers who, those are the cool kids, those are the big men on campus. The brothers who pray. Now, how opposite is that of the counterculture that we experienced here in the U.S. with the hippie generation and the punk rock generation, and I don't even know what they call the next generation, with their pants on the ground and all that stuff, and those big things in their ears. But I mean, they're turning to religion, not to, you know, free sex and all this kind of thing. Is this not mind blowing to you?
You know, everything changes over time. Social conditions, everything fluctuates like markets going up and down. And you know, the nerds had their run. Although I was a nerd in high school, but it wasn't happening at that time for nerds, so I missed the nerd revolution. But yeah, no, it's quite believable. And like I say, there's people pick up on very subtle cues from other people, very subtle cues from society, and they start. That starts a whole new trend in another whole new direction, and so on. And
we think of that headscarf, those women having to cover up. We think of that as being, what's the term? Controlling, or I don't know if that's the right word. But in this, the way this author wrote this, the headscarf is liberating to these girls. This is their way of speaking out against authority or rebelling against the man by choosing to put on this headscarf, to submit themselves to. They know when they go over to ISIS, they know that they're going to be put in this women's hostel. They're going to be used for online propaganda, and ultimately they're going to be married off to someone in the hierarchy or one of the soldiers, and they're into that. They're not into drugs. They're not into, some kind of crazy music. This is, I don't, and now, like I said, this isn't out of the New York Times. It's a 15-page article. I'll email it to you so at your leisure you can read the whole thing. Because if I send you a link, I'll try sending you just the link, but I'm allowed to. I use this thing called Flipboard on my iPad, and I'm allowed 10 free New York Times articles each month. So I might be able to just send the doggone thing to you by email. If I can, I will, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Great.
So, yeah, very disturbed by all that. Sid and Nancy, the final hours. Nancy Spongen's infamous death at New York's Chelsea Hotel left a mystery that will never be solved. Okay, thanks, Keith. Kevin says, those women will be treated like an object. That's why they join Islam. That's from Kevin S. Okay. Yes, Ray, we're going to jump to the markets real quick here. Amon says, I know modern culture. They are modern as us. It's just marketing to get people to believe. Okay. I would love to hear more from you, Amon. I'm assuming by your name that you really do know a lot about that subject. Burwell says, Dwayne, just a note on music in the younger generation. Jazz music rose in popularity because it was a protest vehicle for the younger generation at the time. Well said. So preceding the rock and roll generation was the jazz. And I guess Presley and the Beatles sort of started the rock and roll movement, but prior to that, the protest music of youth was jazz. Interesting. I hadn't put that together. Another thought from Burwell I want to share. Just a couple thoughts. I believe the media at large feels Donald Trump will flame out given time, and thus have not attacked him in a big way as being insensitive, mean-spirited, etc. However, if he continues to gain more voter appeal, I suspect they will attack him in a more concerted manner. One thing is certain. There isn't a Republican candidate that would offer Trump the vice president slot because history suggests it's always the Donald show once Trump begins talking on any subject. Interesting. I'm curious who he would choose for a running mate. Iris says, if we get enough Mexicans here, then we'll just merge with Mexico as years go by. Example is Cuba and how we held out for 60 years, and now we're moving in another direction with them. So it will be with this immigration problem we have now. You know, it dawned on me the other day that I'm very anxious to go to Cuba and see this country that has been separated from America for so many years. But now that the wall has come down, and I understand it's a beautiful land. I know the people there have been oppressed and literally starved to death for many years. But I want to go and I want to see the land. I want to meet the people. I have friends who've gone there on missionary trips that were allowed in. And they say the people are genuinely just so nice. And I want to see all these old cars that they have kept alive all these years in pristine condition. Because of the trade agreements, they couldn't get more cars, so they had to machine parts to keep them running and all that.
74 Ford Pinto, something like that.
No, they got Chevy Cadillacs. They got the good stuff. Iran gets IBC missiles for sure. What does I stand for? Intercontinental. Where that USA? That's right. Arm your enemies. What leader? Okay. All right, I think we better just a couple more. Okay, I've got questions for you, David, on, let's see, the first one that came in is soybeans, and then we've got a question about the euro, and then a question about the Canadian dollar. John says,
I hope I have answers.
John says, we should not reward these damned, I just said it on Christian radio, damned old communists with recognition. I don't know that we're honoring them, John. I mean, the people, the oppressed people there have been, in my opinion, prisoners. So the leadership is to blame. Two brothers, Fidel Castro and his brother Raul. I mean, they are the ones.
It's a tin pot dictatorship. This has been a 60-year tin pot dictatorship with a couple of people ruling over the many, and the many suffered under that, and the many are just ordinary folks that have to toe the line of the dictatorship. It's the same thing in North Korea. Those North Korean people that are being run by Kim Jong-un or whatever his name is, these people are retard nuts, the leaders. They really are, I'm sorry. And there's something wrong with them genetically, but they're in control, and they control vast amounts of people and the information that they get. Those people are just ordinary folks, but they have to do what the dictators say. They're probably very nice. Listen, you may find this surprising, but the Iraqi people under Saddam Hussein, that was another tin pot dictatorship. Some of the nicest people you would ever meet were Iraqi citizens that were just tortured and killed and maimed and all the very things that he would do to people to live under that set of conditions. These were the nicest people you would ever meet, many of them. And so we can't blame, what you just said, Dwayne, is very true. These people are victims of the tin pot dictatorship, and they have to live under that. I mean, amongst those people, are there bad people? Yeah, in any group there are, but many of these societies that are run by dictatorships are frightened of their leaders. They have to toe the line. They have to pretend like they really love them and all that stuff in order to be fed, in order to eat. And but in reality, they're very sympathetic and very kind people that are not the same. You can't put them in the same camp as you do the dictator. So I've known a number of Iraqi people that have that lived in Iraq and that have returned or become citizens of the United States and so on. The nicest people you'd ever want to meet. But when you see the whole picture as I'm describing it, you feel very sympathetic towards these people because they have to live under these extremely cruel living conditions that are very hard on people.
Well, their food they get ration cards. Their food is rationed to them. And my missionary friends who were there said that they always run out of food before the end of the month. They try their best to stretch what they're rationed, but basically the last couple days of the month, everybody's going hungry.
Wow.
In a world where I don't know. Well, and you're a single man, and I know that you eat out for lunch. I don't know about your dinners. Do you eat at home? Do you ever cook food at home, David?
I do eat at home, and I do eat out for lunch.
Okay, so basically just weekends and dinner then.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you a breakfast guy?
I eat at the office.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah.
And so, well, given your situation, you probably don't throw out a lot of food every week.
No, I don't throw out a lot of food every week. The American, our food situation. If I was homeless, if I actually had absolutely nowhere to eat, I would dress up as best as I could as a waiter, and I would go into nice restaurants and pick up the plates and walk out with them and eat that food. That's how I would get by.
Well, there's an idea. I hadn't thought of that. Well, I just know that in our household, my wife is very frugal, and she's a great shopper. She grows a lot of our own food in her backyard, and I'm really proud of her. She does it not because we have to, but because she feels like it's the right thing to do. And yet, still, we find ourselves throwing out food every week because something has gone bad before we had a chance to eat it. Now, we have a refrigerator in our kitchen. We have 2 freezers in our garage, both just packed full. I came home with a bag of ice the other day, and I went to put ice out in the freezer, and there was no room to put the ice. And I said, honey, we got to stop buying food, and we got to eat this stuff in these freezers. Otherwise, it's just going to get freezer burn and go bad, and then it's no bargain. Then it's no deal. I mean, we love going up to Fresh and Easy at about 7 o'clock at night. That's when they mark everything down. If it's got that day's expiration date on it, they mark it down 50, sometimes 75%. And it's so much fun to get that kind of a deal. And you know that there's still a week left on that food from the expiration date. And so, we'll go get $50 worth of groceries for $10, and we just giggle all the way home like a couple kids. It's not that we couldn't afford to pay the $50 for the groceries. It's just the fun in getting it for $10. I mean, it harkens back to the days when we, couldn't afford the $50 in groceries, and we had to figure out ways to, be extremely frugal. So, I guess we're reliving our youth or something. I don't know. Anyway, did you have questions on those? There was a soybean question. Do you want to talk S&P?
Well, on soybeans,
Actually,
I think soybeans.
10 minutes passed for Jim. Hey, Jim, are you in the audience yet? Because what I'd like to do, I don't think you've ever had a chance to say hi to Jim.
No, I'd love to.
Jim, are you there in the audience? Just type into the chat box. Hey, Jim, how about I'm going to go ahead and open your mic right now, and you can get a chance to meet David and say hi. And we'll go over a couple things with David, and then you and I will go over stuff, okay? So let me just get your mic open. And next week, Jim, I'm going to try to remember to send you a panelist link. I'll explain it to you later. But right now, let me just get your mic open. There you are. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Jim, you're open and live. Welcome to the show.
Can you hear me, Dwayne?
I can hear you. You sound good.
How about you, David? You out there?
I can, and good morning, Jim. Nice to meet you. I'm David Williams. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you as well. I've been listening to you for a while, David, and your thoughts on the economy and the presidential race. I support you, and I back you 100%. Everything you say rings true with me.
Should I run for president then? Will you vote for me if I run?
You know what? If you take up the reins and run for president, I'll sign on as your vice president. How about that?
Oh, that's good. We'd be good to get that. Thank you very much. That's very kind. And I've stayed on the show afterwards to listen to your work and what you're doing and so on, and it's been very interesting. To keep my attention is no small thing. So you did good.
Well, I appreciate that.
So then you know a little bit about Jim's history. He's a retired homicide detective and a bounty hunter, and now he's an E-mini trader. So It's a wonderful thing.
Well,
Well, we're gonna Jim and I will be talking about soybeans later. And the first question that was asked of you today, David, was about
Yes.
soybeans. So do you want to start with the S&P, or do you want to go to the beans? What do you want
We'll
to
go
do?
to the beans. Just a general outlook on the beans. I do expect lower prices. I think we mentioned yesterday on the program that the 904 level was important. If they closed below 904, that
Yep.
the soybeans would be a short, and so on. And they are down about 11 cents today, but I am expecting soybeans to move lower still than this. Now, the date for that completion is actually into next week, but in spite of that, I think just as a general outlook, closing below 904 is important to us, and we think that lower prices are coming. So it's not over yet on the downside. We're going to see, $8.85 or lower before this decline is over. And that's not very far down from where we are. That's only 7 or 8 cents. But it is, that's our outlook for soybeans, that we're bearish on soybeans at this point, with daily closes below 904.
So our big bean number target is down at 884. And yesterday, I don't know if it was while you were still on with me, David, or after you left, but I drew this box across here, and I said, guys, if we come down to this area, which was the low of that WASDE report that we got a week ago Monday, I said, I think there will be a bounce. I think some buyers will come in and, try to bargain hunt and run it up. And sure enough, we got down to that low. We spiked just below it. We walked the bottom of that little box I drew. And the bottom of that box, guys, that's not a scientifically drawn number. I just grabbed my tool and just put a little square. The fact that it lines up right on the bottom, I'm going to be honest, that's by accident. But it did give us that. We had the leg and the retrace and the leg. And I talked about this being an attempted leg that got thwarted and slapped down. But sure enough, we did bounce from that area. But the selling pressure, and that's always, and let me see if you've got a take on this, David. Do you see this as selling pressure, or do you see this as a lack of buying pressure? Or do you differentiate the two?
I do make a differentiation. What Dwayne is saying is that a market could have trouble advancing because there's just no buyer pressure there, or they could have trouble advancing because there's actually selling pressure there. Our take on it is that there is selling pressure there, that although buying might not be full of volume and so on, each move in the market has a certain amount of force that is ordained to it, so to speak, and that force is going to play itself out in the move. So for us, and I've thought about this many times about whether or not I could incorporate the idea that there isn't really buyers there, and that's why the market isn't going up. It's maybe just me, but I have the only way I can really explain the movements of the market is by saying, at least under these conditions, is that when a market rallies and cannot quite reach an important level, that there's already existing selling pressure that's coming into the market, and that when the buying pressure stops, then the selling pressure will take over, and you'll see the big sharp move like you do see there in the on your chart there. So
yeah, this
I
big
don't think of it
hour
the other way.
had 33,000 contracts in it right here. At the 10 a.m. hour this morning. That's a lot. That's practically half a day's normal volume. The next hour had 18,000, and then 7,000, and then another 7,000. And I
wonder if how many people do use the volume. Jim, do you use volume in your work at all? Not in your homicide work. Not in your homicide work, in the trading.
No, I know what you meant. No, I don't use that.
Okay, that's what I might have thought.
Yeah, and all of our training, David, that we do, volume, while I'm aware of it and look at it periodically, the only thing I caution our guys about is don't try trading, for instance, the Russell off the London Open, because there just isn't enough volume there. But as far as integrating volume into as a trading technique, what do they call that? Volume spread analysis. I think that's one of the styles of trading that really relies heavily on volume. And there's one type of trading that is purely volume based. I don't know if that's what that's called or not, but yeah, we don't get into that. How much of a role does volume play for you, David?
Well, the volume is the third dimension of the market. So all the dimensions, there's price, which is not a dimension. Price is actually simply an attribute inside of the dimension of space, right? We've talked about this before, that in order for the market to go from 1 to 10, it has to go through some form of mathematical space. It doesn't just get there without moving through space. So price reflects that, but price itself isn't the dimension. Then you have time, which is certainly a dimension, and then you have volume, which is the depth of participation. And so the depth of participation certainly is important to us because we don't forecast on Globex per se, because of the limited nature of the participation of the market. It's not a fully participatory market, although it is a market, and it's been getting better as we've talked about over the years.
It does literally daily. It gets better. I'd see.
It does get better. It does. It's been getting better, and it continues to. But I can work our methodology around to be able to predict volume as opposed to price. So I could say to you in the third hour of Tuesday, instead of saying price is going to go to such and such a number, I would say on the third hour of next Tuesday, volume will reach such and such a number. Volume is just as much predictable as price is. The level of participation is just the same in terms of being able to forecast, and I've done that work before. I mean, I know that that's true, but I don't have a real reason. That's not something that actually benefits me to do it. It just goes to show, though, that all three those dimensions work together like you would expect them to.
Time, price,
David, you use volume as an indicator?
I'm sorry?
Do you use volume as an indicator based on the way you're talking about it?
No, I don't use it as an indicator per se. I'm aware that volume is part of the three-dimensionality of the market, and it's therefore important. It would be like saying, are the three dimensions of space important to you? And you would say, well, yes, because you would otherwise you'd have to move just forward and backwards. You couldn't move sideways or up and down. All of the dimensions are necessary for you to have a normal life. You have to be able to move in all three dimensions and all the various, degrees of that. In the market, I don't use volume as an indicator per se, but volume is part of the three-dimensionality of the market, and there are things you can do to help your trading with volume. I'm sorry about that. There's things that you can do with volume. I just have found that for me, that I just haven't taken that road yet, to be honest with you. I've played with it. I've seen that it's forecastable in the same way that price is, but I have not really delved as deeply into the volume side of it as I perhaps will at some point. Many traders, Jim, and I'm sure you know this, that many traders do rely heavily on volume for a number of different things, like breakouts on high volume or breakouts on low volume. Markets that are reaching resistance levels or support levels, how much volume is there at those points, and so on. And that's it's a very big and important part of the market. It's the depth of participation, as we know. So, but I just have not used it as much as perhaps other people have. So each person has to find their own thing, and the market is as big as life, as we always say. You could spend a whole lifetime discovering, just studying one part of it, and there are people that have done that, and they've done some great things. They've discovered things, and we're all standing on their shoulders and trying to discover our own things that we can do with the market and forecast. I've just personally, for me, I didn't come to the market. Well, I began in the market with the idea of making $1 million, like we all do, but I found out that for me, I may be more, in fact, I certainly am more of a researcher and a thinker about markets than I am a trader, although we do trade. But I found out that my niche was really playing with ideas about how markets might work, and to play with those ideas and come up with ways to to implement those ideas in the markets and so on. And I think most of technical analysis is interesting, because it's coming from the present, from the premise that the market is its own, it has a nature, it has its own nature. And if the market does have a nature, if it really is like a living thing and has a nature, then we should understand that nature, and we could possibly understand that nature. And that's what fascinated me from the very beginning, is that this thing may have a nature. It may not just be a bunch of people screaming and yelling, which is what happens. People are screaming and yelling and buying and selling and clicking their keyboards and so on. But like Joel said on the other day, that even electronic trading is merely a better picture of all the screaming and yelling, happening in a much more efficient way. The personalities of people, the greed and fear, don't change. But I think many technicians, and then I'll shut up, but I just want to say this, many technicians like myself think of the market somewhat removed from its participants. That the participants are there, and we know that the buying and selling is what's moving the market, but we're looking at the market almost as an independent life form, that we know it has something to do with the participants buying and selling, but we believe that that movement up and down itself has a nature, and that we can predict it without having to address each participant in the market and say, what are you going to do today? What are you going to do? And try to figure out, what the market's going to do. And so that's for me, that's what makes the technical analysis interesting. And I'm here to say, at least from our perspective, the market definitely does have a nature. It's not completely random by any stretch. And that's what makes it very interesting for me to continue on. Jim, are you of that same kind of mind, or do you think of it more as, how do you think of it, if I may just ask you that?
As far as volume?
Not volume, but just to you, does the technical analysis interest you because the market might, maybe you've never thought of that question, because the market has a nature? What is interesting about the technical side of the market to you?
Well, I think the market has a personality all of its own. And in any type of personality, in order to understand the personality, you have to do some kind of psychoanalysis. So on a person, psychoanalysis on the market is technical analysis. So I think the technical side of it is important to understand which direction it moves and why it moves there, and when it gets to various levels, why it would turn around and go the other way. So I find it to be very important. And in talking about the volume side of it, I use volume only to know if there's enough being traded to support a 7-contract trade. I mean, if you've only got 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 being traded in the middle of the night, then if I put an order on for 7, it's not really going to work out for me.
I see. Okay.
Now, David, I want you to, I don't know if you know this, but Jim, you've only been, that was a very great answer, by the way, and it came from someone who's only been trading for how long?
Well, I've been trading off and on since 2009. I've been with CFRN for about 1 year and 4 months now, and that's where I've really gotten my greatest education. I don't know if you listened before, David, but I was, just throwing thousands of dollars at different programs, and I wasn't seeing any consistency, and I was getting my accounts wiped out on a regular basis. So I would say successful trading over the last, year and 4 months, but before that, I never saw any success.
Well, that's fantastic. It's very inspiring to know that it can be done, right, for people, and I think it's very important for people to know that it can be done. So anyone that is able to do it, it takes practice, of course, and it takes that emotional discipline and so on. Even really good methods can be destroyed very quickly by someone's bad behavior, in the market. Somebody's breaking the rules or holding on to losing positions and so on. But that's fantastic.
That was one of the biggest hurdles for me to get over when I first got into CFRN, because some of the programs that I had traded before, you played with your stops, and on some trades you didn't have stops, and you just had catastrophic losses. And I know you've pounded in your people's heads, and Dwayne's pounded in our heads, that you put your stop in place, you leave it alone. You don't double up your orders, you don't try to stay close to price. You take the hit and you go on to the next trade.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if a person is not able to do that, it's a flaw that will ultimately wipe them out. You have to be able to do that. It's almost like that's the litmus test for a successful trader. It's the bottom line. You have to be able, it's like men, have to be able to walk up to a woman and ask her out. Ultimately, that has to happen if you're going to date a girl, right? That's the litmus test. You finally have to pass that litmus test at some point. I think for traders, that is at the very least, one of the more important litmus tests is, can you actually just do that? Put your stop on, place the trade, and don't touch it. Let it go, and if they stop you out, go on to the next trade. If you can't do that, it probably is a signature for later problems, that are going to potentially take you out of the game.
Financial failure.
Financial failure. And everybody, even though we'd all hope that no one has to go through financial failure to be successful, and I would not wish that upon anyone because it's very, very painful to go through that. Many of us, including myself, have unfortunately gone through that. We've done to whatever our individual levels are, we've thrown away large sums of money, trading and doing it the wrong way. And funny thing is that of the people that do that have to go through that experience, very few of them, in my experience, ever stop doing it. Even though it's so painful, it's one of the strangest things. It's so painful, but they continue to do the very thing that causes them so much pain. They never really get over that. And we hear about
Is that just the inability to accept a losing trade, or why do you think that is?
I'll tell you why I think it is. At least it was for me. I think it's the inner belief that this time is different, and I really have it right this time. And we're so short-sighted in our mind that we just are willing to believe our own crap. That's what it is. It's like the sign that you are willing to believe just about anything if you don't have to do something painful. As long as you don't have to do something painful, you're willing to believe anything to avoid that, and that's not a good trait. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we know that. And so that's what I think. That's the answer to that question is I think people are willing to believe this time it's different, this time I've got it right, and they're not willing to put a stop in. And those people won't be able to make it in trading. It's not gonna work out for them. And like you said, Jim, the litmus test, in a way, that is what it is you have to be able to place that stop and protect yourself. And if you can do that and get back in on the next trade, then you've passed a very important, like when people are 13 years old, they have their bar mitzvah, or that's a line in the sand to be able to do that and consistently do it. I'm sure you must do it because you're trading with a methodology that demands that.
Mm-hmm. Now, David, Jim did something kind of like you. You know how you took an indicator and you put it to use for a completely different manner than originally was intended, and you did something very successful with that. Jim came in and he was with us for a while, and we only use 2 indicators really in the live trading room every day, just over and over. We don't change anything, but we have a toolbox that's available to all partners, and it has, I think, a total of about, 8, 9, 10 different proprietary indicators that we have put together. And Jim took one of our indicators and he blew the dust off of it, and he started to play around with it, and he saw it through a different lens than Michael and I ever saw it through. I used to use it on the radio. You may remember, David, back when we would open the radio show and my screen would be the hourly S&P like it is now, but it would be red and blue candles. Right. Just trying to show the overall trend of the market. Was it climbing or declining? But Jim has taken it and done something very unique with it, and he has, in the confines of the range chart that we use in the live trading room, he has just really done something spectacular. I mean, he's got like a cult following amongst the CFRN partners now who, are fascinated by what we call the white bar trade. And so you two have, to some degree, similar minds in that you took something that other people had, used many times in a certain way, and you saw it differently and used it differently, and both of you have seen great success from what you've done.
Well, thank you. That's and Jim, that's wonderful that you've been able to do that, and it goes to show that every single person has a unique perception. They often are unaware of the uniqueness of their perception. They assume that others are seeing the very same thing that they're seeing, and we find out time and time again that that isn't the case, and that you can take that, like what Jim has done here, take advantage of your natural, unique perception, and every single person has that. And if you can discover that unique thing, and it may be a very small doorway, but it often leads to very big rooms. You know what I mean? And that little insight could lead to something very powerful. So good for you, Jim, for being able to pull that off and make a successful use of something in a very different fashion.
Sure, and good for you as well, Dwayne, with the reflective wave. I know that seems to be working really well for you. Now let me ask you this though: when you've developed your program and you've got your partners and your clients that support it, do you still find that you have people that will come in and think that they found the holy grail, have a few losing trades, and then start bad mouthing you and saying, "Well, your system doesn't work. I'm going on to the next one."
We have, I don't know about bad-mouthing us, but we do have people that find it more difficult than others to utilize a particular method in a certain way. And that is probably because this particular method, whatever it is, doesn't really match their way of looking at things, their perception. It's kind of counter to their perception. You know what I'm saying? That we're asking them to look at something that isn't really doesn't fit into their perception nicely. Almost like looking at a room, you walk into a new home and you don't like the way a certain wall is there. It kind of bothers you. It just blocks your view or something. Well, sometimes a method is like that, I think. And certain methods just don't really authentically get internalized by people. And if they do get internalized, then you see people perhaps like what you've done is you're clicking that thing off and you're working with it. But if it is never really internalized, then you tend to have problems with it. And it's not really, honestly, it's not the fault of the person himself. He's doing his best to try to internalize it, but sometimes it just goes counter to something else in that person's makeup or whatever, and it just may not work for them. It can't be perfect for everyone. It's just the nature of people that our perceptions are different. But hopefully, and this is why as the methodologies get more complicated, as you try to teach a more complex thing, it grows exponentially harder to teach that person something. I've said several times in our top level of work, which is something called the roadmap principle, it actually would be months of sitting with somebody in front of a screen to be able to really get that. Because of its complexity, it could not be taught in 2 days or something. Right. And I still, you know what I'm saying? Because it takes a long time to get it all put together. So I think there are people who have very complex methods that may work for them, but when people say, well, I can't teach it because it just can't be taught, there's some truth to that. I found out for myself. It would be difficult to teach things. The more complicated they get, the more difficult it gets to actually teach it and have somebody really internalize it. So the methods have to be good, but they also have to be relatively simple in order to be teachable. Otherwise, you'd have to be somebody's mentor or something where they're living with you, basically. They're right next to you every day, and you're working with them every day. And then that person could really internalize a complex method, but it would take quite some time. It would not be it's not a 2-day course.
And when I first started learning to trade E-mini futures, I got away from equities and trading on a whisper, and I just really wanted to learn how to trade, and I believed that technical analysis was the path, not fundamental analysis, because I went into the world of E-mini futures purely electronic, not a lot of fundamental work to do there. It's the way you research stocks. It's just another world. And I looked for someone to let me follow them around. I mean, I put the word out. Not only will I sharpen your pencils, make the coffee, and bake the bread, I will pay you a substantial sum of money to allow me to simply look over your shoulder, watch what you do. You don't have to really try and teach me, just explain what you're doing as you're doing it. And I could not find a taker. I put the word out through a number of different avenues, channels. My own personal stockbroker here in Phoenix, a good friend for many years. We never made any money together, but we're still good friends. I told him, I said, man, put the word out. I just want to learn. And no one would. I mean, yeah, there was all these hokey things on the internet, but I at least, thank God, I knew better than that. I was looking for a real person, a real deal. Let me watch you trade and let me understand how you think so that I can learn to do this. And so that's what Michael and I have tried to do as best we can by letting people watch us trade live, that they can see it being done and hopefully over time understand how it's done. But some people, no matter how many times you show them, it doesn't click, it doesn't resonate. And I don't think it means that they're flawed, like you just said, David. And our method's certainly not flawed because so many do catch on to it, but there's something that just doesn't click. And just like with the weekly trading zones I have up, when people say, well, how can I put that to use? I have a very lengthy, I could spend a week to a month teaching someone 8 hours a day how to use these zones to their best use. But what I've condensed it down to is, because it's just too hard, I just say if we get within 2 points of a zone, take the trade. If prices is falling and we get within 2 points of the zone, just short it down to the zone. Or if we're climbing and we get within 2 points, just go long to the zone. And I've been getting emails from people going, dude, that works. Why didn't you just say that before? Mm-hmm. Well, I kind of did, but I was also throwing in all of this other explanatory stuff that I really thought a person needed, when in fact they really didn't need to know everything I have learned about the zones over 5 years since I first discovered them. They just needed to know how to take a trade off of it.
Yeah, and I don't want to take any more time from Jim because I know your time is limited, Jim, as well. But I do want to throw one other, if I may, a quick little story in. This guitar player friend of mine, Greg Howe, who is a very, very high level jazz fusion rock guitar player, has an extremely high level of skill, and an Indian, I won't name the guy, but an Indian man, very much sort of put out the word, that he wanted to learn everything that Greg Howe knew and be able to play like Greg Howe played. And this guy literally would take the bus when Greg was living in New Jersey over to Greg's house every day, and he did this for years. And unbelievably, he can sound just like Greg Howe. You almost can't tell the two of them apart, and he's playing very difficult things. So it can be done. You really can teach complicated things to people, but it's not something that you can teach in a 2-day course. But even in a 2-day course, a person can learn something, and over time in practicing with it, get little doorways, very much like what Jim did, figure out new little ways to use things, new little insights and things, because we all can't see everything. We're all limited to some extent by perception. So it all is doable. What it really takes in the end, though, is just the strong desire to get this stuff right, the willingness to follow some very, very important basic rules, which is you have to protect your capital, and that's the litmus test, for you to be a good trader. And then the ability to live through the ups and downs until you understand and know something. And then if you do that, you come out on the other side with some level of expertise that you can now start to climb Trader's Mountain with. And, one thing about Trader's Mountain is that none of us know how high it is, but we know that there's plateaus and there's areas where we have to take a rest and so on. And there may be quite some period of time where before you start making real progress again. But as long as you're doing the correct things while you're trading and not getting ahead of yourself and saying, boy, I just know it's going to happen, so we don't need to stop and all that, then you have a real chance of being able to do this for the rest of your life, produce income from it, enjoy that, and really be able to have that sense of freedom. That's what this all boils down to for me, is that if you can do this, you have an incredible sense of inner freedom because you're not tied to, your income issues are somewhat resolved. You can trade in the markets, you can invest, and it gives you a sense of great freedom and independence to be able to do this. And that's ultimately what people want, is they don't want to be living afraid every day of how they're going to get by, how things are going to work out, and the markets
will
are
I get
filled
laid
with risk.
off? Will
I
the
get laid
company
off?
go under? Yeah.
Will the bus schedule change, or whatever? But if you do learn this and learn it well, you can start making at least some income from trading, and you will feel very empowered, by the idea that you went through that stuff, and you'll realize that when you talk to somebody who hasn't gotten to that point yet, you'll secretly know and inwardly know that they have to go through a bit to get to that point. Whatever your point is, they're going to have to go through something to get there. And you can be a great help to those people, especially if it's a one-on-one thing, where you can really help somebody out individually. You could really take somebody to help them get to a higher level.
Well, Jim is working our 2420 blueprint. And that's where you add one contract at a time, and there's a period of time that has to pass before you can add another contract, and he's worked his way up to 7. Now, the 2420 is designed to take you to 20 contracts in 24 months. Since he began this ascent, he's now up to number 7. And
Very
I'm just so proud of you, Jim, because you came on last Wednesday, and the first words out of your mouth, man, I got spanked today. I had a rough day. And I got so many responses from people about how refreshing that was. Because, you know,
They were refreshed to know that I got my butt kicked,
well,
huh?
they were refreshed to know that, you know, you weren't some guy that walks on water, that you're an ordinary human being, that even though you've, you know, graduated up to 7 contracts at this point, you can still have a rough day. But the thing that I wrote about that night on the blog, I think, or the following day, was how the quality and tone of your voice was just the same. I mean, you weren't dancing on your desk or anything, but it was the same as the previous Wednesday when you had just come off a really great day. You've got that. You understand how the emotions have to go, and it is what it is. It's another day. It's another trade. So.
Well, during that big soybean plummet, when I was trapped in the trade and couldn't get out, I was hitting that the flatten button and the cancel button. I was hitting every button I could, trying to get out of it. I guess I was a little more excited when it was taking place than when I was talking about it.
Yeah, David, this is what happened. He had a good day in the Russell, I think, and the crude, right, Jim?
Yes.
And then when this WASD report came out, it jumped his hard stop. You know how we talk about sometimes in a fast market, even a hard stop can get jumped? Well, it did, and how bad did it hurt you?
70. I think it was 73 ticks.
73 ticks. And the fact that your hard stop was jumped did anybody ever make any offer of, you know, well, we'll split the difference with you, or?
Oh, no. When you sign up with your brokers, you sign off on the electronic trading waiver that, you know, it's electronic and it's your fault, not ours. So.
Guys, let that be a lesson to every one of you. Okay, and also it's a reason why I suggest that you never keep more money in your actual trading account. That's the account you go to work with every day. Don't keep more than enough to support the number of contracts that you're currently trading. Of course, you have to have, I call it 1.5, I say 1.5 times. Like if you need, if you're trading the S&P at $500 a contract and you're at the 10 contract level, well, that's $5,000 in margin. But I say keep $7,500 in your account. That's to cover drawdowns, stop outs, etc. Because if in a runaway market or a flash crash, if it were to happen, I mean, your entire trading account can get wiped out. We had a guy not too long, well, no, it's been several years since that last bad flash crash. He sent a letter and he said, please read this on the radio to all of your listeners. I had $75,000 in my account. I started with 5. I worked it up to 75. I had plans in 2 days. I had an account set up that I was going to wire it into where it would be FDIC insured and I would make a little bit of interest. And along comes a flash crash and totally wiped out his entire account. And you know what he said? He said, I'm a little bit heartbroken and I'm sad, but tomorrow I go back to work and I'll do it again. I just want you to send this warning out to everyone who will listen, that everything you've always said about not keeping more money in the account than you need for the purpose of trading at the level you're at right now is so true. And so I hope he was able to do it again. So, well, David, do you have any comments on the S&P before you go? Anything?
Well, we had the Fed interest rate announcement today, I think, and the market has
we
responded
had the meetings.
The meeting, yeah. And we had some response to it here. Very, very big comeback here in the S&P while we've been talking. We'll cover the markets more tomorrow. I feel bad for taking Jim's time. And Jim, it's very nice to meet you. I'm delighted that we could chat.
David.
And we'll continue to stay in contact. And I'll be back tomorrow, Dwayne, with more, and we'll go over charts and everything else.
Okay, sounds good, David. And
Thanks.
I'm glad you guys got a chance to meet.
Thank you. Yes, it was delightful. See you then.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
See you, David.
So, how did today treat you, Jim?
Today was a good day. The market moved well today. There you go. It was an exclusive white bar trading day. I traded from 8:30 to, well, I didn't trade a lot today. From
Can I give you the charts?
What's that?
Can I give you the charts?
You can give me the charts, and I will go through them. I only had, But what I did 7 trades live today.
So you just have to accept. Somebody the other day said, "Hey,
6
is
markets just to see what kind of.
is that long hair or is that a headphone?" And I said it's hair. I was at the foot of Machu Picchu in a little bar restaurant when that photo was snapped with an iPhone. It's amazing the pictures you can get sometimes with a telephone.
Yes, it is. So let's see. Let's start.
All right,
with,
I can see your
start with
screen's beautiful, so go ahead.
All right, this is the ES and this is the Russell. I did not trade the Russell live today. I didn't trade the ES live today. I did trade a couple of ES trades in Sim, and like I say, I traded from 8:30 till about 10 today, but I only traded live from 8:30 to just before 9. In that half-hour window, I had made 35 ticks, and then one more trade presented itself. I jumped in on it and made 12 more, 47 ticks. I thought that's enough. I'm not going to press my luck today. I've been out of town. I didn't trade yesterday or Monday. I just got back today. So I was setting charts up and just kind of taking it easy today, but let's go through and see what we've got.
Okay.
So this chart on the right, this is the Russell. 8:30 the market opens. Started down. Let's see. Double white bar, so we're going to avoid that as we move over. Single white bar, but the next bar that closed was a doji. So according to my rules, I don't trade a doji. I wait for the next white bar. Now, I screwed this chart up because I had gone back and refreshed my data. So if it looks like there's bars where I don't have trades, they weren't there originally when I was trading. So just kind of bear with me on the Russell because I did screw the chart up earlier. So this was my first white bar trade. This was at 8:40. White bar, following bar closed up. I got in better than the close of the bar because the next bar pulled back a tick. So I made 5 ticks on that trade. Bar opened here, closed up, telling me go long. So I went long and made 5 ticks on that trade. Now this is where I screwed things up a little bit. These were not white bars originally, but like we've discussed before, if you refresh your data or if you load more data after your trading session starts, it's going to give you false white bars that aren't supposed to be there. So these 3 bars weren't here. I've got a white bar that closed down. This white bar also closed down, so I didn't dump the trade. Had that white bar closed up, that's an indication to get out of the trade, but it closed down in the direction of the trade, so I got 8 ticks on this one. So that puts us at 13 on the Russell. 1, 2, I've got 2 more Russell trades. Again, these were not white bars originally. This one wasn't. This one was. Closed down, went down, picked up 5 more ticks. These were not white bars before. And then this was my final Russell trade. White bar, next bar closes down. Bought the open of the next bar, and it ran 12 ticks. Now, by following it, when each bar closes beyond the black step line, that's where I put my stop. So I moved it, I moved it, I moved it, I moved it. On this move, I came back and got taken out. It actually ran a lot further. So I left a bunch on the table, but by following my rule of following the black step line, I picked up 12 ticks on that trade. So that's all of the trades I did on the Russell.
Nice trade, 12 ticks. Okay.
Any questions on that?
Let's see here. Let's see. You know, I want to share. I want to share something. Of course, no names. I'm going to vent here, and then I'm going to go on the complaint fast that you so eloquently talked about in the word of the day. White Bar Jim is my trading hero. I appreciate his honesty and his time for sharing his consistency in trading and making money every day like Michael. He's very rare because I think 99% of us that try to trade like Michael cannot even come close to making money every day with the slingshot. I just find it ironic that Jim had to figure it out with the white bar versus trading the slingshot profitably like Michael. Does that mean it's not possible to trade profitably by anyone but Michael? And so this was my response, which I typed in. We have lots of traders who trade nothing but the slingshot, others only the momentum trades, others just the 137 trade. However, not everyone is comfortable coming forward and talking about their personal business. If I can help you in any way in a personal mentoring session, I will try. And this is something that I caution about. Guys, when you watch Michael trade in the morning in the live trading room, I mean, you can see with your own eyes what it is he's doing. But if you try to be Michael, I assure you, you won't have much success. And if you try to be Jim, you won't find much success. What we've done is we've put a methodology in front of you. Knowledge, I call it. We've given you the knowledge and the tools to do the job. Now, what you have to do is you have to find where you fit in. You take the tools, you take the knowledge, you don't try to become Michael and do exactly as Michael does, and you don't try to be Jim and do exactly as Jim does. You find out who you are and what you can do with the knowledge and tools that are available. Because we have, hundreds upon hundreds of partners, and people are all over the mountain, all over Traders Mountain as they are climbing towards success. We have some that are trading above the 20 contract limit, and not one of them wants to come on and talk about their success. I think they have, we have one, but he doesn't talk about how much he's trading. I think they're almost afraid that they might jinx themselves or something by talking about their success. I don't believe in jinxes, just saying, but I think a lot of folks are really steeped in humility. But I'm so thankful when there is a Jim that comes along that says, you know what, God's blessed me, I've been successful, and I feel called to share this so that I can encourage others who may be struggling, because Jim will quickly talk to you if you ask about the struggles that he went through to get to this point. I mean, he was close to throwing in the towel in his own terms at one point. So this didn't come easy. This came after many years, many different methodologies. He finally fell into, his place in time. So I'm sorry, back to you, Jim. I just felt as you're sharing this, I want people to understand that if they try to be you, that's going to be hard. But if they can learn to do what you do or learn how you do it, they can take that and find their own success. So please go ahead.
Well, and to I guess expand on what you talked about a little bit, when I first started watching Michael, I thought, there is no way I can keep up with this guy. This guy is a stud. He's been doing this for decades, and he sees the trades, with his eyes closed, and he jumps in and a trade moves, and he'll call a trade and say, you want to be long on the Russell at 1202.3. By the time I got to my cursor onto the Russell and onto my DOM, I'm at 1202.7, and you try to jump in the trade, and it's already moved 4 ticks, and you're getting stopped out. It's like, well, he made 4 ticks on that, and I lost 8. That's not right. So you do have a level of frustration, and when you learn that you cannot trade like the person that's trading, you have to understand the trade. You have to start to figure the trades out on your own, and then you get into the trades as you see them present themselves, not trying to mirror Michael or even mirror me. And with the white bar trades, I'm trading 3, 4, 5, 6 markets some days. For the most part, I'm focusing on 3 markets. But if you're just learning the white bars, I would suggest you stay with one market until you really perfect getting in and getting out. Because like today, I traded for a half hour today. I had 7 trades on 3 different markets, and I made a lot of money. A lot of money for me. I mean, I guess it's all relative, but
sure,
for me, it's a lot of money.
Right.
And I did that through a progression. I didn't start trading white bars on 3 markets, or I was trading on 1 market. I didn't even start trading white bars until I saw that there was a pattern that was developing. So you can't jump from 0 to 60 in 2.2 seconds. You've got to go 1, 2, 3, and build yourself up to those higher speeds, because the market moves quickly, and if you try to mirror someone else, you're not getting in right, and you're getting stopped out much more often than they are.
And please talk. You say this very well. I forget how you word it, but about there's no magic bullet. How do you say it?
No, there's no holy grail. I mean, you cannot trade on a consistent basis and avoid stop outs. You're going to get stop outs. the best thing to do is take it, be done with it, don't think about it, and go on to the next trade. Because like this trade that I've got on the screen now, this is a 16-tick trade. It takes 2 stop outs to get you back to break even. On the white bar trades, sometimes you get more stop outs, sometimes you get less, but on average you're getting more winning trades than losing trades. So over time, like last Wednesday I talked about my catastrophic loss. I lost $2,600 on one trade last Wednesday. That day I was down a little over $1,200 total. But the next day I made back $1,600, so I'm up $400. You cannot look at one particular time period, one particular trade, or even an extended period of time to define you as a trader. And this is what Michael has talked to me about. Don't let one particular time frame define you as a trader, because the market has a personality. Most of the time it follows the rules that CFRN is teaching. Sometimes it doesn't. And in those doesn't times, or those times it doesn't follow those patterns, you take your hits and you wait for the market to turn and you start making your money back at that time.
Well said. Well said.
Right.
Wrap your head around the losses. I think that's another.
Yes, you have to wrap your head around them because they're going to come. You have to look at those as expenses and not let it get you emotionally upset. Because then when you read that book by Mark Douglas, Trading in the Zone, I know when I'm in the zone. There are days where I feel like I can't do a losing trade. Everything I'm doing, I'm walking on water today. I'm having a great day. But there are other days when it's like you get into a trade and you feel uncomfortable about it, and it stops you out. You get into the next one, it's like, well, maybe I should have waited, and it stops you out. It's like you know when you're in the zone. You can feel it. Just like when you're playing a sporting event and you're catching every ball, you're making every play. You're in the zone. You're not making the errors. But when you make the errors, it's like, you know what, I just don't feel right today. When you sit down at the table or you sit down at your computer or at your desk and you don't feel like you're in the zone, walk away. Those are going to be your worst loss days. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to get angry. You're going to try to chase it. You're going to get revenge on the market, and you're going to have a catastrophic loss that day. When you sit down and you don't feel like you're in the zone, shut the computer off, play with the kids, pet the dog, go out to a lunch with your wife, because those are not days that you want to be in front of the computer.
Did you hear the news I announced yesterday about Mark Douglas?
I did not.
Oh, hang on, brother. He is my
Okay.
new Friday co-host.
Well, that is spectacular.
I'm telling you, I'm excited. I'm kind of like a little kid. This is, but I've got a. He's a guy who, even when I talk to him about having a little intro music to lead up, to his segment, he was like, he just laughed so hard. He goes, no, no, no. He's that kind of a down-to-earth guy. I go, well, but it's radio. It's what people do in radio. He goes, nah, come on. I don't want no fanfare. I don't want no music. If you want me to come on and hang out with you and answer some questions, I'm happy to do that. But he's just a real kind of down-to-earth guy. And I'm going to let slip just a little thing, and hopefully it won't get me in trouble, but he's finishing up his third book. He's been working on that since I first met him and had lunch with him 2 years ago. When I looked at my phone to find his number, I had to go through my old text messages, and it was July of 2013 that he and I had lunch together. He couldn't believe it was 2 years. My wife couldn't when I told her. But when I got him on the phone, he said, the strangest thing, Dwayne, is it has, I guess you're right, it has been 2 years, but just a couple days ago, I started to think about you, and I was trying to find your phone number so that I could get in touch with you. Now, people can say, well, coincidences happen, but I think there's a little more than coincidence, and it just so happens that he is finishing up the third book, and he says it will be the final book, and when I asked him why it would be the final book, he told me 2 years ago, he said, when this book is finished, there won't be any more questions. And I thought, whoa, that's deep. And so these final 3 pages that he's working on right now has to do with intuition, okay? And some might think that, well, intuition, that kind of goes against the grain of what he taught in Trading in the Zone. But he read me a passage that he was currently working on, and I sat there spellbound listening to him read to me, and then he stopped and he says, well, what do you think? And I said, well, what do I think? Keep reading. He goes, well, that's it. I'm kind of stuck right there. I'm like, oh, dude, come on, you can't do that to me. And
Cliffhanger
so,
for you.
yeah, a real cliffhanger, and it was a great story about intuition. It will be in the book. And what you just said about having the intuition to know when today's not your day and to walk away, what are the warning signs to you again?
Well, when you're in the zone and you're trading and you feel good about the trade and the trades are working out, when you sit down in your first trade, you feel uneasy about it, and it stops you out, and then the next one you feel uneasy about, and you get into it, and it either stops you out or doesn't go anywhere. Those are big red flags to me. It's like, you know what, I'm just not feeling it today. And my wife, she likes to sit here and watch me trade on certain days, and she'll sit there and she'll say, you're not in the zone today. And I'm like, you're right. She goes, let's go get lunch. I'm like, well, I'm with you. So it's just that feeling, and you know, like I said, with a sporting event or whatever you do, if you play the PlayStation and you're racking up points on the PlayStation or whatever you do that you're successful at, and you know when you're in tune with whatever you're doing, and if you're not in tune with the market and the market's going against you, and you feel like you're fighting with it, you just have to get away from it for that day.
Yeah. And if it's early in the day and you're not quite ready to walk away, then what you have to do is you have to get a different vantage point. Go look at an hourly chart of the same market, or go look at a different market, or take your chart and really scrunch it up and see if there's an overlying or if there's a greater trend that you're not seeing, that you're not aware of. I mean, if you scrunch it up and price is going from the upper left to the bottom right, that's a downtrend. And if you're getting smacked in the head every time you go long, well, now you know why. And so now you need to just start looking for those trades that will take you short. Remember, we're only going, for those that are working the 24/20 blueprint, most will stop when they hit their daily goal, or they will trail their stop until they're taken out. Now, what Jim does is once he has his goal for the day, that's his stopping point. And now he keeps trading, but if the drawdowns come or the stop outs come, what he won't do is he won't give back that daily goal. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I put my business plan up on the computer here so that you guys can see it. And I haven't updated it in a month or so, because you can see I'm still shows 5 contracts here with my daily loss. I'm actually at 7 with a $3,500 daily loss.
Okay.
But down here, the very last thing I have is I get into the correct mindset each day prior to trading and during my trading session. I spend time with God before I trade. I see what's on the chart, not what I want to see. And what I mean by that is I know what the proper setups are. I don't try to say, well, this one could be a proper setup. I see what's on the chart. I don't try to see something else. I don't attempt to get revenge on the market. If it stops me out on an 8-tick stop, I don't come right back in and go, well, you're going to give me back those 8 ticks.
Oh,
Because then
well, you know what,
start
Jim, right there, on that one point, here's what I used to do. This was a cardinal sin of mine. If I got stopped out, now in the beginning I didn't use hard stops, so that was a real cardinal sin. But once I started to use 2-point stops in the market, if I got stopped out for 2 points, then I demanded that the market give me 4 points on the next trade. And that's ridiculous to demand anything of the market. I wasn't happy to just take another trade and get back to break even, and then take another trade and get my 2 points for the day. No, I just somehow, if the first trade of the day I got stopped out for 2 points, well, then the next trade had to give me 4. And sometimes it would be so crazy, I would get like 3 points, 3.5, 3 3/4. Now it's back down to 3.5, back down to. I would end up getting stopped out again for another 2 points, because I was so stubborn and bullheaded that I was trying to demand the market give me what I want, rather than simply accept graciously and gratefully what it was willing to offer. So,
well, I've got you beat on that one. What I used to do before I really realized the importance of the stops, if I would go in with 1 contract and it would give me an 8-tick stop out, I'd come back with 2 contracts on the next trade. And if that one stopped me out, I'd come back with 4 contracts. And then you get stopped out. Well, then instead of an $80 loss, holy cow, now you're looking at a $320 loss, and those losses really start adding up. And by the time at the end of the day, you're like, oh gosh, I could have lost a couple $100 instead of a couple $1,000, and it's not a good way to trade.
Is that what they call the Monte Carlo method, or some people use that at the roulette table? But that's bad science, right? I mean, that's
a gambling philosophy, and you can't look at this as gambling. You have to look at this as a business.
We are executing a business plan. We are not Joe from Idaho, the degenerate gambler. No offense, Joe, but I don't even know.
Let me get back up here and see if I can kind of explain what Dwayne was talking about. In the first paragraph, I say I'm a day trader, what I'm trading, which markets. I'm a 4-tick range. 8 to 11:30 is usually my work day. Trade 8:30 to 10 or 10:30. Then I review my charts. I go through whatever I've done, making sure my trades are good trades. After reaching greater than 10 ticks, I'll only risk those 10 ticks. So like today, my first trade was 3-tick win. My next trade was an 8-tick win. So I'm up at 11 ticks. So I'm willing to risk at least 1 tick. The next tick or the next win is a 4-tick win. So now I'm at 15 ticks. So I'll go back and I'll risk 5 ticks. Instead of an 8-tick loss, I'll put it at a 5-tick loss, because I'm never going to go back beyond that 10. Once I get to my 10, I lock it in. Just like if I was sitting, and I hate to use this philosophy, but if I was sitting at a blackjack table and I've won $100 and my goal was to win $100, I put that $100 in my pocket, and if I've got extra money there from another win, I'll play with that money. And then when I get to the next level, let's say I win $220, I put another $100 in my pocket and I'll play with that $20. And if that $20 goes away, I'm done. I take whatever I've already pocketed or banked, and I walk away for the day. Today was a good day. I didn't have any stop outs today. I had some break-even trades.
Nice.
Those are just part of doing business. So
that's a rare day when you don't have any stop outs. But here's the thing, guys: those days do happen. Just like the days happen where you get stopped out 3 times in a row. Okay, it's all a part of trading, and the greatest mistake that traders make, whether you're a partner or just out there trading on your own, is that if you get stopped out 3 times in a row, well, I must be doing something wrong. I need to change my setup. I need to change my indicators. I need a new guru, a new crystal ball. Hey, as the book says, there is a random distribution of wins and losses. You can have 3 winning trades in a row, and you can have 3 stop outs in a row. Every trade you enter has a random outcome. You don't know what the outcome is going to be. Now, if you do get stopped out 3 times in a row, I really do suggest you take a walk around the block, and that you do look at a larger time frame and see if maybe you're trying to be a salmon and swim upstream, because that's a hard way to go. If you can just get with the flow. Yeah, now you've been stopped out 3 times, so it may take 3, 4, 5 trades just to get back to break even. But it can be done, and you can still come out with your goal for the day and do it in 10 trades. And if you need more trades, well, you have them available to you in your rollovers. Oh, and by the way, I found this out, Jim. I know that you weren't able to use the app that Dan created in the members area. But the guys in Ninja who use Ninja, they figured out that they could use it, because what that thing does is it has a setting that just says export data to Excel. I haven't played around with it on Ninja or any other platform, but if you check on your platform, you might be able to export that to. I don't know if you want to use it or if you've played with it, but check and see if your platform has a way to export to Excel.
Okay, that's a good idea. I'll look at that. Okay, getting back to the chart.
He's made some videos. I need to tell everybody. I'll put the link up at the end of the show, guys, where you can all go watch videos on Dan's daily performance tracker, and that'll help you decide if it's something you want to use or not. So go ahead.
Okay, back to the Russell chart. Now these that are in yellow, these are sim trades. These are trades that I actually shut off the live trading after I had done well today and just traded sim to stay kind of fresh and stay with the markets. And I traded all 6 markets on the white bars, just to get more of a feel if it's still working well on the gold, soy, and on the ES. But we'll go through this Russell chart first. So this is, what time are we up to? This is 8:57. White bar, next bar closes up. It's also a bounce off the BBC. Green bar, brown bar, both turning up. So this is a really good trade. Get you 16 ticks out of this one. Next one, white bar, next bar closes up. It's a break-even trade.
Now,
And you
let me ask
did
you
set
on
a-
that
higher-
trade where you went long right there, and you ended
This
up
one.
no, the last one you just spoke about.
This one here.
Yeah, the previous swing high. Okay, did it concern you that you were going long when you had that just to the left, that swing high right there?
Not so much because I had a higher swing in place, so I thought that it might keep the trend going in the same direction. Had this come down deeper, I would have been more, I guess, against taking this trade. But because we had a higher low in place, I thought maybe we're going to continue our swing up.
What was your entry price on that?
I got it on the pullback. 1203.9.
Okay, and so 1203.9. I was just looking to see if there was enough room to run up to that previous swing high, and actually there was close to it. You would have needed to go one more tick. Okay. Okay. But so in other words, you don't tell us your thought process again. Now, you took it because you had a higher low?
I've got a higher low. It didn't come back down to this low.
Okay.
So I thought it might continue the trend, the trade up. I entered on a blue MA1 that's blue and rising.
Right, that's good.
I've got these bars are these lines. This one's going up. This one's slightly going up. So it told me that it looks like this is going to continue upward. I had plenty of room, and if you look at the trades that Michael puts together, this is a 137 trade. So it's starting to go up, but unfortunately it didn't go far enough. But I got to break even out of it.
No, it did. Now that you walk me through that, everything based on how you trade the white bar, that looked good. And so here you go, guys. Here's an example of where everything came together, set up, lined up. The trade was, factory authorized by Jim, but the market just had another idea. There were more sellers than buyers at that point in time. And so this is going to happen, and there's no filter, no oscillator, there's nothing out there that can keep you out of every quote-unquote losing trade or the trades where you get stopped out. If you're still on that hunt, if you're still of the belief that that thing exists, gosh, have a mentoring session with me and let me try to explain to you why scientifically, metaphysically, on every possible level, it's impossible for that to exist. Because I can. I can give you the numbers, and I can maybe help you. And once you understand that it's not possible to beat the stop out, that is such a freeing thing. It's like 1,000-pound weight lifted off of you. Okay, so since I can't prevent it from happening, let me embrace it. Let me work within the confines of it. Remember, Douglas says you don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money in the markets. That really helped to set me free tremendously once I understood what he meant by that. And the alerts that I send out every night, which I'll finish up going through at the end of the show today, the Concierge Alerts, the fact that I give you a long and a short entry tells you that I don't know what's going to happen next in the market. I have my bias, I have my opinion. I either think the S&P is going to go higher or lower. I can't help but think that because I'm a trader by nature and I'm an analyst by nature. So of course I have an opinion, but I'm often wrong, and I can admit that. And so on the days that I'm wrong, I don't want you to get hurt or be without a trade. So I give you my best work on both sides of the coin. I put on the hat of a buyer and give you the best possible entry I can on the long side. And even if I don't think there's a chance in heck that the market could sell off, I put on my seller's hat and I go find you the best short entry that I can find. And some days you get to take advantage of both, the long and the short side. So, okay, back to you.
Okay, just kind of moving along here in the Russell. Another white bar, single white bar. It closes up, and it gave you 6 ticks here. It offered a lot more, but by keeping your stop close and following the black step line, I wound up with 6 on that one. This one, I got better on the pullback on this bar. I got short Let me look at my sheet here. 1203.1. 1203.1 short here. So I was able to pick up 4 ticks on this move. And I think there's one more. And you can see by using those trigger settings that we talked about last week, it really limits the number of white bars that you're getting. You're not getting a whole influx of them. Now this one closes down and kind of gave you a little bit of heat here, but then it fell. This white bar also closed down, kind of verifying the trade was going to keep going, but then it hit the zone here, and the zone pushed it back up. So once it hit the zone, I went ahead and dumped the trade with 8 ticks profit on that one. And I think that was... Oh, I got one. I think I got one more Russell. There it is, 10 tick. Okay, and then this is my final Russell trade. Okay, we got the white bar closes up above a blue MA, or blue cycle that's climbing, a blue MA1 that's climbing. Both bars are climbing. This is looking like it's going to be a real good trade. I'm above the black step line and the BBC, so this one runs 10 ticks. Again, I left a little bit on the table, but I'd rather get something out of it instead of getting taken out of the trade. So by putting my stop at the close of this bar, it took me out. But it did climb another 8 ticks. So took 10 out of it, possibly could have gotten 18.
All right, now you took yourself out for what reason?
As each of these bars closes above the black step line, I move my stop to there, and then to there, and then to there.
Oh, okay.
And then when I moved it to here, this one came back and took me out.
Okay. Well, that leads me... Now, here's what I'm going to do. Now, that's the end of your trades on the Russell?
That's it for the Russell, correct.
I've got some questions here, and I'm gonna start at the bottom because that might be right where you're at now. For Jim, the Russell trade at 921 on his chart, would that have stopped out if following the black step line? So 921 on the Russell on your
this
chart.
one here. You got in at this mark here. No, it never went back 8 ticks. So even if you got in on a 2-tick slippage at 1203.6, you only pulled back 6 ticks before it went up.
Okay.
So you would not have gotten a stop out.
Okay, John, does that answer your question, John H?
And John, I don't know if you have the
said
same white bar setups that I have, but once you start getting your white bars and you load your data at the beginning of your trading session, don't play with it. You may have a white bar. This one might be white for you, where this one's white for me. Whatever white bar setup you're getting, just use that, because you'll never be able to match identically to what I have or Michael has or anybody has, because it's amount of data and the where you're getting your feed from.
He's trading, he says he's on Ninja.
Okay.
Okay, John O. asked, do you ever trade on longer time frames?
Yes, and I've been working with Dwayne on that. I trade the soy on an hour chart, and that's where I got smacked around last Wednesday. But I do trade the larger time frame, and I do put greater stops on that and greater profit targets. But for the white bars that I'm trading on the charts, the 4-tick charts, I follow all those rules that are on that sheet, that white bar trading sheet.
John, you asked a question, John O. Where can we find this document? What Jim was sharing with us was his own personal trading plan. Now, if you're a partner, one of the first things that you do is in the members area of the website is you download. Actually, everyone has problems downloading that file, and so I should have emailed it to you. What it does is it gives you all the information that you need to write your own trading plan and your own business plan, just as Jim has done. Now, is that the document you were asking about?
These are the white bar indicator notes. These are the notes for trading the white bars that I've put together. The other one was my business plan, and I mean, I can certainly show that if people want to see it. It's going to be a little different than some of the rules that CFRN trade, so I don't know that I really want to get that out there. I don't want people to kind of stray.
No, what I want people to do is I want them to get the same thing that you started with. It's called Plan the Trade, Trade the Plan, I think is the name of it.
Right, and that's the one that you put together and sent out to all of us.
That everybody uses a template to write your own personal business plan, your own personal trading plan. And there's a recurring theme throughout that book. I think I put it on almost every page. It says you're only as sick as your secrets. Okay? Now that's something I took from an organization that I was a member of for many years. And what that means is, if you want us to help you, Michael and I, Bert, Jim, anyone that can help you, you have to be honest with us. When we ask you, have you written your plan? Yes. Are you following your plan? Yes. But do you really mean kinda, or do you really mean sometimes? Because like this afternoon, I have a mentoring session with someone, and I'm going to walk them through a series of questions. If they don't answer the questions honestly, if they tell me what they think I want to hear rather than the truth, do you see how I become impotent and unable to truly help them? Because I'm speaking to a fantasy. If you are just doing everything wrong, not following the plan, not honoring your stops, you need to tell me so that I can try to get inside your head and write on the tablet of your heart how important it is to do these things that you already know are defeating you, but you just need, just be honest in every instance, not just in trading, but in life, but in particular in trading. When you want help from a teacher or a mentor or a coach, you've got to let them know the secret, the thing that you don't want to tell anybody else, because that's probably the very thing that is dragging you down. And if you'll get it out in the open and talk about it, then there's a way to fix it. There's a way to help you with it. I know how to coach you. I know how to keep you accountable on a daily basis. When I email you each morning, I can say, hey man, don't forget. Or at the end of the day, I can email you and say, hey, did you? And pretty soon, you change how you do business. And when you change how you do business, your business is going to change. And that's what this is. This is a business. If you treat it like a business, it will behave like a business. If you treat it like a weekend jaunt to Vegas, hey, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but most of the time you lose. That's how they build those big towers with all the glittery lights. Okay.
Okay. Now, what I have up here, this is the gold chart. Like I say, I only traded until about 9 o'clock this morning, and I traded the three markets that I like to trade the white bars on. That would be the Russell, crude, and euro. Those seem to work the best with the white bars. Now, I just wanted to show you the gold chart. I pulled the gold chart up at about 9 o'clock, and I thought, well, you know what? Let's just go through it, and I'll show you why I don't do a lot of trades on it. So this mess here, I would have waited for this consolidation to clean itself up. Now this white bar here closes down. That's an 8-tick stop out. Next white bar closes up. It's another 8-tick stop out. So your first two trades on gold would be 8-tick stop outs. The next one was a down close.
But those weren't trades. You didn't take those trades, right?
No, I didn't take those. I didn't trade any of this. Now the yellow ones here where it tells me profit or whatever it might be.
Okay.
These are trades that I took on sim. I did not take live trades on gold at all today.
Okay.
I just want to kind of verify or show or explain why I don't trade the gold market that much. Now this white bar here, this is a down close. I got in better on a pullback. Rocked me a little bit here, but then I was able to get 6 ticks of profit out of this trade. But I'm already down 16 if you take all the trades on gold.
Mm-hmm.
Next one closes up. Go to break even, lock in a few, you get 4 ticks out of this. This one, that's a break even trade. Now this is the first one that would have been a real nice trade on gold with a white bar. Closes up and then runs. You get a big pullback here, so you probably would have 1130.3 from 1128.3. So you pick up 16 ticks here. So that's a nice one. And then you're getting a little late in the day to be trading the gold. But you can see, so minus this one trade, you're down on gold on white bar trades today. So that's why I stay away from the white bars on the gold. They do work out sometimes, but for the most part, they don't work out as well as the other three markets. People are always asking, why don't you trade gold? Well, that's kind of why.
The three that you trade are?
Russell, crude, and euro. Those seem to work the best. Now on the ES, let's see.
When you get a chance, would you bring up a euro chart?
Yeah, let's bring this over here.
Because someone just commented, who was it? Chris said that the euro alert just triggered on the long side and is going strong. The euro alert I'm reading from last night, 6EU5 long above 1.1100.
So just triggered just now. Let's see
That's
if we
what
can
he
get it over there.
said, yeah.
Here's the long. Concierge long at 111. Yeah, that's nice.
Oh, beautiful. That thing
So-
ran right up to. Now, what's that shaded area up there?
That's a weekly trading zone.
Now that's beautiful. Now, guys, that's a beautiful thing. Thank you for pointing that out, Chris.
It's gone into the zone. It's hit the high of the day. That's the dotted green line, and it's also hit resistance. So it's got all kinds of reasons why it had trouble getting through there.
But it sure offered up a nice 30 up
From
to
11
let's
to
see, the zone was at, and I
38.
was aware of that zone when I put that out. 35/40 is the zone.
Yeah, that's 39 ticks possible right there.
Beautiful.
So, and you can see there's a white bar trade in the middle of
I
all of
know.
it.
This has got everything.
Closed
right?
up and then ran. If you'd have just got the white bar trade, you're in at 11.18 up to 38. That's still 20 ticks to pick up right there.
Mm-hmm.
So
And
that's
that's
a nice
at 12.50 a tick on the euro.
Yeah, and the problem with the euro is it's a slow mover. Let's go back here. I do have a couple of euro. I think I have a couple of euro trades. Two euro trades. Now this was a live trade on euro. I think I only had one live euro trade. Yeah, one live. Closed down. Gave me 3 ticks on this one. Not a whole lot to pick up on that. And then this orange line, this just says I went from live to sim. So I can
And
separate
you were
the
just
two.
above the low of the day on that trade too, right?
Right. Yeah, this red line here's the low of the day.
Okay.
Okay. So the next single white bar closes up, rocks you a little bit, but then it goes ahead and climbs. Now this one, again, by following to the black step line, I got out of it with 7 ticks, but it offered up 3, 7, 11, what is that, 14, 16. It offered up 20 more ticks, and I only took 7 of it. So, but again, I'm pretty aggressive with moving my stops. Okay, this one closes down.
And
the
you
next
know,
white
so
bar.
many people, Jim, have a hard time even using a hard stop because they're still caught up in that, if I get stopped out, then that proves I'm wrong. I mean, guys, I struggled with that in the beginning. I hope you've listened to this radio show long enough or been a partner long enough to know that if you want to stay in this business, if you want to survive for the long term, you have to use a hard stop and you have to honor it. I mean, it's not even, and you should have your orders set up so that when you get triggered in, your hard stop is automatically placed. When I started in 2005, the platform I was on, Townsend Analytics, was a pretty advanced platform, but even they didn't offer bracketed orders. You had to enter the trade, and then you had to go put in another trade for your stop, and then you had to go put in yet another trade for your target. Whereas here, I mean, you can do all 3 with 1 click with the modern platforms we have 10 years later. So please take advantage of that, because if you'll get in the habit, even if you want to leave your target open, in the beginning I recommend you have a hard target, but if you want to leave it open, fine. But just having that hard stop there and knowing that you're not going to move it except in the direction of your entry. You can tighten it up all day long, but you're never going to move it the other way, give it room to breathe, because I know it's going to turn back up. So let me just slip this stop a couple, you're going to slip yourself into oblivion. And then you can't come to me and say, I tried to follow the 2420 blueprint and I still blew up my account. No, that's not possible, because if you follow the rules and if you go back to sim every time the blueprint sends you back to sim, boy, it's going to take a long time to blow up your account. I mean, and in fact, ultimately, to blow it up, you're going to have to break some rules. You're going to have to intentionally do some things that you've been told not to do. Now, I don't want to make a statement that it's impossible. I don't want to put up a billboard. It's impossible to blow up an account with CFRN, because that's foolishness. sooner or later somebody's going to prove a way to do it, and then I'm going to look stupid. So I'm not going to say that. But if you do follow the rules, and if you do go back to SIM when you know you've hit a rough patch, and let us mentor with you and teach and coach and guide you through that dark time, you don't have to blow up another account. That's a better way of saying it. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. Go ahead.
Okay, and back to the euro. We have a white bar that closes up. This one runs into profit. White bar that closes down. Now, depending if you'd got in at the right number here, this may or may not have stopped you out. This is a 7-tick drawback, but if you got slipped getting in, you would have gone back 8 ticks, and then it went in the right direction. This one closes up again, depending on where you would have gotten in. Oh no, that's only a 6-tick drawback, so you'd have still been in that trade. That would have made profit for you. And then I don't trade past 10:30. Once it gets to be 10:30 and the European market closes, I just kind of.
Is that Eastern or Chicago time?
Central. That's Central time.
Okay.
Chicago time.
So that would be 11:30 Eastern. Okay.
Correct.
And you never come back for the afternoon session?
No, I don't. When I put together my business plan, my business was to work in the morning and then spend the rest of the day with the family or doing whatever I wanted to do. So
I've got to say, I've had very, very little success with afternoon trades the whole time I've been at it. When I was a hooligan, and then even after I started doing the right thing, I just never seemed to do. Now, Mike Reed, he really enjoys the last 30, 40 minutes of the day. He says he picks up some really good trades there, and I believe him because I know what a stand-up guy he is. For me, I'm with Jim. If I can't get it done in the morning, now what I will do is I will crank back up as we start heading into midnight and into the London Open. If I'm up and awake and I see the market is percolating, I have no problem putting on a trade then. I don't know. Maybe I just never gave the afternoons enough of a chance. But
well, I've traded the afternoons, and there are trades that present themselves, but I don't want to be a slave to the computer and sit here in the morning, come back in the afternoon, look at my charts in the evening. So.
Exactly. And I think, a lot of us forget that when we got into this business of trading, there were 2 reasons. 1, the money, but 2, the freedom. And because we struggle so much in the beginning to get to that consistently profitable area, that we actually forget the other reason that we wanted to be a trader was so that we could make money and have freedom, time to spend with our family. We should be able to go on a vacation, go someplace that has a high-speed internet connection, and still do business every day, 2 or 3 hours a day. You can have a little travel suitcase like Michael does. I think he's got a couple setups. One's a desk. I don't even understand his desktop thing he carries around. But if you just have a nice modern laptop with an i5 chip in it and like a 20-inch screen, and you pack in a second in your luggage a flat panel 19 to 22-inch monitor. They're so lightweight, they hardly weigh anything these days, and you wrap it good. You can use it as your carry-through luggage, or if you pack it properly, you can send it through with your baggage, and it'll come through okay. And when you get to your hotel room, the family, you tell them, okay, listen guys, from 9:30 to 11:30 you need to be down at the beach or up on the slopes because Dad has work to do. Now you have to be that kind of a person who can go from vacation mode to business mode like flipping a switch. In other words, you sit down, you open your charts, and you're 100% focused. And because of the beauty of trading E-mini futures and the other markets, futures markets that we trade, the euro, soybeans, you don't have to stay up all night researching these individual companies, looking at their P&E statement and their earnings, the ratios. I used a program called Vestervest or Vesters something. And I got really quite good at using that thing, and I used to do predictions on stocks based on that in the early days of CFRN. Some of you will remember that we had a thing called MODAR, which stood for Momentum Radar. We looked for stocks that were on the move and that we expected to see a 5 to 10 to 20% gain in over, a 2 to 3 day period of time. My old buddy, who I haven't spoken to in many, many years, I'm sure you guys, all remember him. We used to lovingly call him the Stock Whisperer, because when he came on from his station down in Mexico, something about the connection, his voice was always very, very low until he coughed, and then you could hear him very loud. But he and I spent a number of years joined at the hip, on the phone all the time. But I would use this VectorVest to ferret out these stocks based on a formula that I wrote. And that's what it does. It allows you to write your own formula for picking these stocks. And for those of you who remember MODAR back in the day, it was quite the cat's meow. But I got away from equities because of all the manipulation, the naked short selling, the garbage, the filth. I just felt dirty. I didn't want another whisper tip trade coming across my phone lines. And all of a sudden one day, this guy who I no longer have a relationship with, he emailed me out of the blue and says, I just found you on the internet and I'd like to talk to you. Turned out he was a Christian trader. He was trading this thing called Emini Futures I'd never heard of before. And so I said, would you like to come on the show tomorrow and talk to our audience, and we'll do an interview? And he said, oh yeah, that'd be great. I entered into a relationship with him that ran for more than 2 years, possibly 3. He was teaching me how to trade E-mini futures, but he wouldn't allow me to watch him trade, nor any of the other 100 or 200 people that were following him. We just had to believe that what he said was true. In the live trading room each morning, which lasted an hour, we were never allowed to see his screen, only his narration of the screen. Okay, well, price just ran up 5 points, so I'm sure you guys got some of that. And people would ring, everybody went out and got bells, and they would all ring their bell and say, got him, got him, got him. When I broke off my relationship with this guy because I felt that I could no longer support the fact that he would never allow any, because he promised us for months on end, okay, I'm going to start showing you, I'm going to start showing you, and then he backed away from it, and I was heartbroken because I'd been telling my audience, hey guys, the real deal's coming. At that point, I was still struggling to get consistently profitable, and I just knew this was going to be my answer. And when he finally lowered the boom and said, I've changed my mind, I'm not going to let people watch me trade, I said, you know what, dude, I just don't even think you're for real. And we had a horrendous argument on the phone. We both, I don't know who slammed first, but we've never spoken again. And it's a shame because he and I had this very easy camaraderie where we talked and chatted, and sometimes he'd go off on a tangent that I didn't like so much, and sometimes he would browbeat me just, I think, because he could. I don't know, maybe he had a bad morning and I became his radio punching bag. But we had workshops with him too. I think they were on Thursday nights with him as well. And everybody was afraid to ask a question, because if you ask a question, you got put on the hot seat, and it was like a light was shined in your face. You got slapped around and publicly humiliated until you just kind of admitted you were stupid and didn't know, and then that allowed him to make his point. And as I look back, the fact that people wanted so desperately to become a consistently profitable trader, they were willing to allow themselves to be abused and humiliated in this manner. Now, when I broke ranks, my phone started to ring off the hook. Every time I opened my email, it was ding, 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 ding. all these people pouring their hearts out to me, that they felt the same way. And I realized that I had led a lot of these people astray because they felt that I trusted this guy, they should trust this guy. And I said, but I heard you ringing your bell and saying, got him. Well, I didn't want to feel, I didn't want the teacher to think I didn't get it, because then he would stop trying to help me, or he would think I didn't get it. It was like an ego kind of a thing. And so I found out that, out of 200 people ringing the bell every day saying got him, about 100 contacted me and said they never got him and never got it and never understood it and were afraid to ask questions. And so Michael and I have tried so diligently to create the antithesis of all of that. We openly trade in front of people, we talk about our losses, we show them, and then in the workshop, when somebody asks a question, we treat them with dignity and respect. And I hope those who are a part of our group understand it's so much easier to be that other guy. He's very charismatic. He's the kind of guy that people want to follow. He's tall and got a deep voice, a swagger in his walk. He can even play the guitar and sing. The more I think about it, that really ticks me off. He was too charismatic. He had too much of the good stuff going on. And he led so many people astray. And whether to this day, can he trade and earn money? You know what? I don't know. I really don't know. But I know that I genuinely liked him. And I look forward to our conversation every day, except on those days when, for some reason, I would say something that bugged him and he would turn on me and I would become the whipping boy. So there was a reason that led me into that. I went so deep into it, I apologize. I can't remember what started me on that little tirade. But you know what? You brought your Dom up. There was just a question. Does Jim ever use the trade on the chart factor, or do you use a Dom? And I think you're showing us that you use a Dom.
I do use the Dom, and I was just showing you this crude trade just presented itself. It's a white bar trade. Bar closed down. I went short at 41.13, and it's now realistically during the day. I don't know if I would have taken this trade. I don't have any other indicators saying this is going to be a good trade, but strictly with a white bar trade, it closed down. I got in at 41.13, and we're just waiting to see what it does. You can see I've got an 8-tick stop right there.
Yep.
This is also on my particular type of Dom. I can do a trailing stop, so when it gets 4 ticks of profit, it'll automatically go to break even. It can continue to chase it, or if I grab it manually, I'll take over manual, and that way it'll just do what I want it to do.
Okay, so now you're short this trade, correct?
Correct. I'm short at 41.13.
Okay.
Right on the down close of this bar, following a white bar.
Your hard stop is at 41.21.
41.21.
And
it's already
the swing high went up to 41.18, and you got a red dot there at 41.19. That's got to feel like a little bit of insurance or protection.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So if this bar closes down, this is probably going to be a good trade, because now it's set up at a down close on this bar. This would be a 164 short. So we'll see where it goes. And this kind of gives people an idea of how I get in and get out. And I was going to talk to you and Michael about possibly maybe doing a webinar, but for people just to sit and watch the white bars. But I think we've done enough of those on the radio show that I don't know if it would be beneficial or not.
You know what? I think it would be, and I would love to do that. What day and time would be good for you? We could, because we have 2 trading rooms. We only use one in the morning. But if there's a day that you maybe get your points early, or maybe you want to just me and you sit in the other room, and I could just record everything that you do over the course of that 2-hour period when you're trading.
That would do that.
That would absolutely be a fantastic training tool for the CFRN partners.
Yeah, sure, and I have no problem with that. If they just want to sit one day and watch me do white bar trades as opposed to watching Michael do the slingshot trades, I'd be more than happy to set that up. Now, I don't know that I can be as articulate as Michael is while I'm trading. I may say, okay, we've got a white bar setting up here and get my Dom going, but they would see how I set it up. Like on this, when this white bar closed here up, I would have put an initial buy at 41.18 and a sell at 41.12. and as the bar started painting, I would adjust that, and they would see how I do that. So I mean, I'd certainly be more amenable to
John
doing that.
H says, "I'll buy lunch if you do that."
Okay.
Larry says your SimDom shows a negative 6,500 loss. Is that right?
Yeah, that's from me just playing with the Dom, doing 20 contracts and going back and forth. Let's see if I can bring it up so I can see that. Yeah, I would never have that kind of loss on a real Dom. Well, you saw my trade or my business plan where I had a $3,500 a day loss limit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most I would ever lose in a day. Let's see if I can get this thing to shrink up. Size. You can see my bottom line.
Larry, you ask, what is a concierge trade? I send out to the concierge clients and the partners who qualify, I send out an email every evening that gives a long and a short trade in 8 different markets: the S&P, the Dow, the Russell, crude, the euro, gold, bonds, and soybeans. And by the way, guys, tonight when the alert comes out, we go to October crude, which is ZCLV5, V as in Victor. And thanks to the partner for alerting me to that last night. Unfortunately, the alerts had already gone out. I couldn't get any confirmation from Bert or Michael, and so I let it go. And it turns out you could have traded it on either contract and come out real good. So, okay.
One thing someone had asked me earlier, I don't know if it was you or David, had talked about trading on larger time frames. And if you're going to do that, like I said before, I'm starting to work on the soy chart with Dwayne on the 1 hour chart on longer time frames. I'm also starting to play with the crude. And if you look at crude, let's see if I can pull it up. If you go to a daily chart, crude has been going down since way back in June. Let's see, where's daily? Daily.
There you go.
So let's see if I can shrink this up so you can see it. So in doing that, I'm playing with the numbers just to see what kind of profits are available and where losses need to be and that type of scenario. And if you're interested in that, I think working on the sim is a really good means to try and perfect that. But you can see nothing but red bars, nothing but coming down all the way back into June.
Did you have, by chance, a single white bar that lit into this?
It did, right there.
Oh, my goodness.
White bar, and then this close here. And I figured this out earlier. If I'd have sold this this open here,
Right.
This is 1,884 ticks to where we're currently at. To this point here.
8 times $10 a tick.
$18,000.
180,000. Is it $18,000 or
$18,000.
18,000? Well, wait a minute.
Oh.
No,
Let's see.
$1 is $1,000. Okay.
1884 times 10 equals $18,840.
Gotcha. And that would be over a period of how many days?
I believe the down close was on June, but let's go back and see.
You would have had to have trailed your stop somewhat differently in this scenario if you had actually traded that, right?
Sure, and that's what I'm doing now is on these larger time frames, seeing where stops need to be so you don't get taken out of the trade. So this close 60.19 on June 26th.
June 26th.
And it only came back and hit your entry point one time, and then it's just gone south the entire time.
And to this day, are you still red bar?
Yes.
Amazing.
That's on a daily chart. Now, if you look at it on an hourly chart, I think there's a few white and blue bars interspersed, but for the most part, it's still a downtrend. I'll tell you what, just go slow on it on the radio. I guess it's eating up a lot of memory or something.
Actually, it seems to be responding pretty good from the viewer's side here.
Okay.
You're doing fine.
So we got a single white bar here on the 17th with an up close. You could have picked up 71 to 20, 50 ticks. Double white bar here, so you would avoid that. Then it kind of consolidated a little bit, double white bar, and then we get back into a downswing. I think there's one more white bar here. There it is. This white bar closed down. Next white bar closed up, so you would have dumped that trade. But then this one here, this down close on this bar, you could be short at 42.69, and you'd still be riding it down.
Now, your current trade, you're back to break even, right?
Yes, let's get that back pulled back up so we can see what's going on there. Let me see if I can get the chart to be a little bigger.
Let me get after some of these questions here.
So now it's got 4 ticks of profit. You saw priced my stop just jumped up to break even.
Okay.
So I've got a down close here at 41.09. I can't move it there yet because it's actually pulled back into there. So let's lock in 1 tick to pay for the trade.
Wow. So price is 2 ticks away from your stop right now.
Correct.
Does that make you nervous? Any emotions involved there?
No, because
you're
this,
in
I'm gonna make $5 on this no matter what happens.
Okay. And it's
So you
moving
can
in
see.
your favor?
It is
Okay.
right now.
And that green line moving down should pull it until the green line starts to hook back up.
Right. So I'm going to move it down another tick. I'd like to get to the 09, but it's bouncing around there, so it looks like we're going to get taken out. But let's see what happens. If this bar closes down, I'll move it to 41.09. So let's see where this bar closes.
Now, when your stop is touched, does that automatically take you out, or does it have to trade through it?
No, it takes me out.
Automatically, okay.
So we definitely want to see a down close on this.
Yes, we do.
But that's how I manage the trade. Like I say, as it gets below the black step line. This is on crude. I've smoothed out the black step line. It's just a smooth line. It's not a step line.
Okay.
You can make it as fancy or as plain as you want. It's DT Pro. You can do some nice things with.
Let's see. Another question. I'm on Ninja. I have it now. I don't know that he can answer this, John. Hey, John. Oh, this is the John M. that has put his strategy in the members area. And I did a video with him one morning on heat. Now, John, I'm interested to know, John, are you still on 4 ticks profit? Are you locking in 1 profit? And then I'm going to ask you a question. Hey, you know what, Todd? One of my fellow brethren from that old school I was just talking about, hey, Todd, send me an email and let me see if I can't work with you on that so that you can make it happen sooner than later. Okay.
Now we've got 3 ticks locked in on the trade.
Okay, good.
And you see it's offering 6, but I don't want to get below this 41.09 yet because this bar hasn't decided which way it's going to close.
Now, explain what you mean. It's offering 41.09.
When this bar closes, if it closes down, I'll go to 41.09, which is where the last bar closed.
Okay.
And then I'll wait to see where this bar goes.
Okay.
If it closes down, then I'll move to that point. And as it keeps going down, I will follow it beyond the black step line at the close of each bar. So you can see this has got 3 ticks painted on this bar. A down close will go to 41.06, so my stop will go to 41.09. So let's see what happens.
Also, Todd, I got an email this morning. I got on your mailing list somehow, and I know that you do some blog posts, and I don't know how wide your readership is, but I like what you write. I like the style in which you write it. It's just kind of informative, matter of fact. If you would like to co-publish that on CFRN, I could put together a column for you. Something to think about. I think I mentioned this to you the other day, and I don't know if I ever heard back from you on it. So let me know, and then email me about the other thing. I'd like to, maybe we can work something out and gradually get you in. We'll talk, okay? How about that?
Speaking of co-writing, when you get Mark Douglas on, if you'd like to have a panel, I'd love to speak with Mark Douglas.
You know, my goodness, here's the thing. He's under some stress to get the book finished. It's
Sure.
really important to him. And it was originally 2 years ago that I invited him to come and be a part of the show, And he says, you know what, Dwayne, after the lunch, and we chatted, and he's really a nice guy, and a down-to-earth, straight-shooting guy. There's just not a bit of BS in him at all. And he said, let me finish the book, and I'll do it. And I said, okay. And so I made a commitment to myself that I wasn't going to bug him anymore until I was going to let him contact me and say, the book's done, now we'll do the radio. But the other day, I had a gap on Friday. My one special guest that was going to come on was in the maternity ward somewhere having a grandbaby. And so I thought about Mark, and I shot him a text message, and I said, hey, is there any chance you could help me out for a half hour today on the radio? I've got an open spot. And it wasn't until later in the day that he called me back. He says, hey, I'm sorry I missed your message. My phone was charging in the other room. And we talked for a long time. And I got the impression, I said, you don't get out a lot, do you? And he goes, no, Dwayne, I don't. I said, you're kind of like me. You know, your work is your work, and you kind of stay. I said, I'm blessed in that I have all these people to talk to on the radio every day, but the last time I had an outside interaction was with one of our new partners, Ron, who lives up in Prescott. He was in town, and he invited me to come have a coffee with him, and I did, and I had just a great time. And then we have another couple who are traders, and they live up in Vegas. They were here in Phoenix on business, and they contacted me and said, could we come to church with you on Sunday? And I said, oh, that would be an honor. And we sat on the same row and just praised and worshiped together. And man, what a wonderful, wonderful time that was. I really enjoyed it. So what I said to Mark, I said, I think that this could be a good outlet for you to be, you know, in contact with more people, because you've been behind this book for a couple, you know, the 2 years that I've known him, he's been finishing up the book. I said, but here's the thing. I want Fridays to be something that you look forward to. I want it to be a time where you know you're with your people who respect your work, who actually use your work. When I told him how many partners I had who almost to a man and woman faithfully follow what he presented in the book Trading in the Zone, he was actually blown away by that. He goes, you got to be kidding me, that many people? And I said, yeah. He says, Dwayne, when they get their hands on this book, it's really going to blow their mind, because in Trading in the Zone, I barely scratched the surface. I was like, man, don't even talk to me like that, because, I mean, I don't, you know, I'm like a kid at Christmas now. And so, 3 more pages. I said, how long could that take? He said, you know, I wish I could finish it today, but I'm not even going to pressure myself with a time frame. So I said, all right, if at any time this Friday deal becomes something you dread or causes you pressure, I don't want to be a part of that. I want to see this book get finished. But I think if you'll come on Friday, you'll find out that there's so many people out there who truly respect your work. And you know, so many people have plagiarized his stuff. Even brokerage houses have just out and out stole his material and republished it as their own. And I talked to him about that. And, you know, he says things like that are so difficult to go after. People are offshore and whatnot. He said, but he's got to... I talked to him about some methods for cracking down on that. And I offered my services. And I said, I hope you will allow me to assist you in, you know, putting the fear of God in these bad guys so that they knock this stuff off and don't do this to your new book. And it just dawned on me, Jim, that you are a man who has a background that might be beneficial in helping him put a stop to that. So
possibly,
I mean, you know a lot about, you know, law and order. So tell you what, let me get through. I I don't know. Let me think about it, because might almost be easier if we had two people there, so he feels like he's really having a conversation and neither one of us feels too much on the spot. And since you're the first one to ask, let me think about it, and I'm thinking I'm probably going to say yes.
Okay.
So you'll be prepared Friday at 1:30.
Sounds good.
So when we bring him on, I'll just bring him on and I'll say, hey, because he really wants to be low key. Mark, welcome to the show. My co-host here. Normally he's on with me on Wednesdays, but he's here today to chat with me, with you, because he's a great respecter of your work. And then we just want it to flow. We don't want him to feel pressure. I want to make him feel happy. He needs to feel happy right now.
Mm-hmm.
This book has really, because his work means so much to him. And then I think when I told him, just in our group alone, how many hundreds of people have his book and are, incorporating it in their daily trading, he's like, wow. And I said, and you know what, we're a small fish in a really big pond. So if we're that tied into it, you got to know there's a whole lot of other folks out there too. So
right.
All right.
I don't know if everyone was watching the charts or not.
I'm watching
We got
it.
another white
Yep.
bar. They closed against our trade, so we dumped that trade with 3 ticks of profit.
You dumped it.
The white bar set up the next trade, so we went short at 41.0. I put the sell order at 41.07. I'm short at 41.07, and now we're just waiting to see what's going to happen with this one. This one is a little more appealing than the last one. We're below a red CFMA1 that's falling. Got red in the cycle. Brown line's turning to get down into the green line, so we wait and see what happens with this one.
Now, are you
I pulled
2
up-
ticks underwater right now?
Yeah, I'm 3 ticks away, minus
Okay.
$30, 3 ticks.
Okay.
I pulled up volume just to show you on the volume chart that we still have plenty of volume to trade. So plenty of volume.
Okay. Let me pop through these couple more of these questions real quick. Let's see. John O asked, back when you traded just one market, what did you trade?
The Russell.
The Russell. Okay.
Now before I came to CFRN, I exclusively traded the ES, and I didn't even really, I guess, realize that other markets existed. And then when I got into the CFRN, and Michael had 6 markets going, and the Russell seemed like it moved really well, and it seemed like that, if you had 5 ticks or 5 points going one way, it pulled back 3 points, and 5 points and 3 points. So it was a pretty easy transition from the ES to the Russell. But I stayed with that single market until I was more proficient with my trades off and on.
John, you had asked a question. How do we contact Jim? You contact him, jim@cfrn.net. Now, please keep in mind that he's giving back to the community out of the kindness of his own heart. So please don't bust his gazoolies. Try to be respectful of his time, and keep the questions as short as possible, and just get to the point, and he'll do his best to answer them. Okay. Now, he'll be with us tonight. Will you be with us tonight in the workshop?
Yes, I will.
Okay, so partners, please be in the workshop. Jim will be there to answer questions. And for those of you who are on the trial and got a taste of the white bar trades in that meeting on Tuesday afternoon, if you're ready to get rolling, you need to click the link Michael sent you, and we can still get you your user ID, your password, and we can get you into the partners meeting tonight.
And then, Dwayne, if you want to take some kind of, a poll to see if anyone's interested in doing a white bar live trading room, I'd be more than happy to do one of those. Just people can kind of watch and see how I do the trades. This is an example of what I've done in the last 2 trades. They can see my DOM and where I'm getting in and how I'm getting in, but if they'd like to see more detail, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Guys, if you're a partner, just type a Y in the chat box, and I'll just see how many Ys we get out of the bunch we got here right now. Dan says, on Ninja, my white bars change. They'll be white, then change to another color. Is there a setting to lock that down so that once it starts to print a color, it stays that color?
I am, as I've explained to a lot of people, I'm not familiar with Ninja. I know Michael has talked about that there was a glitch with the Ninja and the white bar trades, and there was he talked about having a black bar prior to the white bar, and then I don't know. So you'd have to address that with Michael.
Okay, so when it starts to print a white bar, it never changes to any other color on your platform.
It can, depending on where the white bar starts. But once it starts white, it may not stay white. But once it paints a full 4-tick white bar, it doesn't change.
Okay, so once it's completely printed, it does not change. Now,
Right.
Dan, is that what you're talking about? On Ninja, my white bars change. They'll be white, then change. Do they change after the fact or during the time that they're being printed? Okay, Jim says, mine prints white, then totally changes when a new open prints. That's going to be a glitch in Ninja. Bring that up tonight, Dan, in the partners meeting, and let's see if one of the other Ninja guys has an answer, or maybe there's a Ninja guy here right now that has an answer for you. George says, yes, on another webinar, not to replace Michael, perhaps another hour slot so as not to conflict with Michael. Well, I think that everybody, if we just gave Michael a day off to spend with, his family or something, I think he'd be perfectly happy with that. So whether we do them simultaneously or Michael takes a day off, I'll talk to Michael, George, and thank you for respecting Michael's feelings on that very much. And whichever one, we can record them both, and so whoever goes to one can watch the recording of the other if you are a partner. And so going up the list here, but I've got a yes, Francis yes, Keith yes, Candy yes, Randy yes, Candy, Carrie. Hey Carrie, how you doing, man? I sure miss you in the morning prayer meetings, and I'm going to do my very best to get my schedule turned around so I can come back in there. I really miss you guys, and I appreciate you guys being faithful and keeping that going in my absence. Randy yes, John yes, that was John G, John N, count me in. Kenneth yes, David yes, John, about 9 yeses, okay, and then a yes and a yes and a yes and a yes. Okay, John, so you subscribe to the Chicago style of politics. Vote early, vote often. Gotcha. How many votes do we each get? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, I think it's pretty much unanimous that...
Okay.
Has Jim ever tried trading the white bar on, say, a 5-minute chart?
No, I've never gone to a minute chart. The 4-tick range chart, the hour chart, and daily chart I've looked at, but I've not looked at any other time frames besides those three. 1 hour daily and 4-tick range.
So Todd T, when you have time, email me. You and I want to chat with you offline, okay? Let's see. Carrie, things pretty well. Good. Everything fine with your health, your wife? Ronaldo says yes. Okay, so where are we at on this trade?
Well, we're in the trade. We're still, well, there we go. Now we're getting into profit. If we can break this support here, this may run to the low of the day and hopefully give us a new low. But right now we are at break even right now.
Now that dynamic support is those dynamic support dots are just above that swing low, which is at 4101.
You got a tail at
really,
01 and
the swing low right to your left, right there, at 4101. I really like the way you have your chart set up so that each little row is exactly 1 tick, correct?
Correct. Yeah, that's where you set up your chart over here on the left. And I think we may have gone through this once before, but let's see if I can get it pulled up here.
Yeah, when you explained how to do that, I know that on my chart I have more of like a grid where there's these little squares, and I don't mean the square principal thing like David does, but mine is set up where I have both horizontal and vertical lines.
And you can turn those off up here where I've got show horizontal is on, show vertical is off.
Mm-hmm.
And then I set the interval of 0.01 because this is a 0.0 on the end. These go by tenths. So that gives each line of these as a tick. That makes it easier for me to count. Like when this bar closed and it started open, I can go 1, 2, 3, 4 lines is here, 4 lines is this way. I just find it to be easier.
No, it is visually very appealing. But what it got me to thinking was, now how would I, what setting would I give that vertical line, which would in fact create a square type of thing, not borrowing on David's square principle because I don't know that principle. But
let's see. Let's see if I can turn this back on here. Interval, and where is it? Let's turn the vertical back on and see what comes up. On. So that's what it would look like with the vertical in place.
Mm-hmm. But now that vertical could be shifted to be 3 bars, 2 bars. Why?
Yeah.
I mean, right now it looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4 bars
5.
wide.
3, 4.
5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually 6. It'll be 6 bars
6.
wide.
Okay.
Well, some of them are getting split though, so it's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 with the split on each end. Let's see. I don't know how I would change that. So there's got to be an interval here somewhere.
And I don't really know that there would be a reason to do that. It just got me. All of a sudden, I got a thing in my mind of, okay, this could create a square, but I don't know that I need a square. And I certainly don't want to try to copy Dave's work. He hasn't taught me that, and so I don't know what it involves.
I don't know how I would do that. So I would have to play with it and figure that out.
Yeah.
I like just the lines, but I mean, if you want a square,
the lines are good. I think they really are. And guys, I think just on your DT Pro platform, you can set that up just fine. You can. So no matter how much you scrunch your chart or expand it, it maintains that 1 tick integrity, right?
Yeah. See. Those bars follow the
Gotcha.
the range bars.
Gotcha. Let's see. John says it's your time interval centered on colon. Not sure what you meant there, John, but it's your time interval.
I do not know.
Oh, I think what he's saying is you could set those vertical bars to be like 5 minutes or, you know. So in other words, on a 4-tick range chart, you could also have some idea of time. I don't know if that would be beneficial in any way or not, but I think that's what you're suggesting now, right, John? Now, when I asked John M. that question before, John M., if he was still locking in 1 tick profit on 4 instead of just going to break even, John said yes. So, guys, I know we use aggressive risk management in that we go to break even at 4 ticks, but we have a partner who, on 4 ticks, locks in 1. And he tried to go back the other way, but he said he just got accustomed to the market paying his commissions, and he tried to go, back, but he's decided this is what's best for him. Now, John, you say you sent an email on that for Ninja. Let me just take a peek and see. John, white bars on Ninja. I'm using Ninja and have made the following adjustments to the CFRN TC settings. These come quite close to White Bar Gem and Michael's charts. In CFRN PB, change the 0.010 numbers to 0.0001, except gold, it's at 0.0025. Up bars to blue and down bars to red, base color to white. In data, I have down bars red and up bars blue. This is where I'm at this point, and these are just a starting point. Maybe some can go from here and discover better settings. And if you should decide to try these settings, be sure to check this out in SIM to see if it works for you. God bless. You know what, John? I really appreciate you sharing that. And what I really, really appreciate is that at the end, you tell people what I always tell people, and that's try this in sim before you start throwing real money at it. Sometimes people have, a lot of walking around money in their pocket. So they go, well, let me just throw a little money here and throw a little money there. And pretty soon it's like, where'd all my money go? Well, you threw it away. So, if you have a lot of money, God bless you. I'm happy for you. Keep it. Let's see if we can't help you get some more. And hopefully your mind is set on doing good works for the kingdom. Because Lord knows, the world doesn't need another broke preacher. Some of us who are blessed financially and we feel the call from God to go out and do something for the kingdom, quitting our job and going out to be a broke itinerant preacher is probably not what he's really calling you to do. But you know what? There's probably 10 pastors in your town or in some third world country that with what you make and what you can afford to give, you could support 10 churches and 10 pastors, especially in a third world country. If you have money to sow, think about that. What it costs to plant one church in America, you could plant 100 in Africa. I mean, it's just huge. Now, one of our partners, John Garfield, wrote a book, Releasing Kings. You can go to his website, releasingkings.com, and even on our website, cfrn.net/releasing-kings, you'll find a series of podcasts that we did together, John and I. He's got a great heart for people, and this Releasing Kings business talks about that, when God puts a call on your life, it's not necessarily to go preach from a pulpit. We need captains in industry. We need Christians with an agenda in corporate boardrooms of Fortune 500 companies. We need Christians. We need believers on Capitol Hill. We need believers in Hollywood making music, making movies, shaping our culture, shaping our laws from Capitol Hill. Think about this. If you're considering quitting the job and going to be a missionary, and who's going to support you? Who's going to finance you? Ministry costs money. Talk to God and see if he would not have you perhaps support some of those who are already out on the mission field and struggling. There's so many worthy projects like the one we're involved in right now, where we're building houses for widows. Not only are these widow women who live in these little thatched huts getting a real house with a real door that locks, windows to look out, they get out of the rain, they get out of the elements. I mean, this is heaven on earth to them. But at the same time, my pastor, previous pastor, and well, he'll always be my pastor at heart and best friend, he and his wife have moved to Kenya, and he's a master builder, and he is teaching the boys in the boys' home, 14, 15, 16 years old. They go out to the job site every day, and he teaches them how to pour concrete floors. He teaches them how to frame that house. They are learning how to build a house from the ground up. He is imparting in them a life skill that will allow them to support and care for their families all the days of their life in a poverty-stricken country where there are no jobs. But there's always construction jobs. One young man has already left his crew and started his own construction company. How incredible that is. Now, if each of these men goes on to teach their sons how to become master builders and carpenters, do you see how you touch one life and they touch another life? And man, when I think about what he's doing, he and I were supposed to be there doing this together. That was our plan for like 10 years. Then all of a sudden I found myself the adoptive father of, well, my son is now 13, my daughter just turned 8, and so it's like, hey man, you go ahead, I'll catch up with you in about 10 years when my daughter graduates high school. And he says, okay. So he's over there living our dream right now. And I just ask all of you to support him in prayer, not asking you for money. His name is Coney, C-O-N-E-Y. His wife is Lani, L-A-N-I. And if you ever want to send email, I'll put in the chat box right now his email address, CONEYOROSCO @gmail.com. He'll send you pictures. He'll tell you about the ministry. Just say you're a friend of Dwayne's from the radio show. And it's right there, ConeyOrozco@gmail.com. His website, they have a little website. It's not anything fancy, but it's called missionsfororphans.com. I don't know how often his daughter gets a chance to update it, but you don't need to send me any money. I mean, you can just hook straight up with Pastor Coney. Oh, and I see that those went way up. They didn't show up in the bottom, so let me just fix that.
While you're doing that, I brought the euro market over onto the screen. There's a white bar forming on the euro, so we'll see what happens with that and see if we can trade that one.
All right. Okay, Coney Orozco @gmail, missionsfororphans.com, or it might be .org, so try either one. Okay, send to all. Okay, now everybody got it. And all you have to say is, friend of Dwayne's, heard about you on the radio, would like to know more about what you're doing. Trust me, he's no professional fundraiser. He's a pastor, he's a builder. I lost my two best friends in the same year. One passed away in an unfortunate accident at the Phoenix Country Club, and the other, it was just the time on our schedule for him to move to Kenya. And so I kind of found myself suddenly alone. I was so blessed because one of them was a captain of industry. He was one of the mythical Phoenix 40. He wielded a tremendous amount of power and influence in the city of Phoenix. And he earned his money by the sweat of his brow. He was a one-man shop at one time. He did, trying to think of the name of his business, Olson Precast. So those of you that know what precast is, he came up with a new method for doing it, and he built it into a huge company that employed hundreds. And he, in the building boom here in Phoenix, when they were building all the houses, he did really good. And he met me, and he went to Africa with me a couple times, and he was just such a wonderful guy. So I had this powerhouse businessman as a mentor and best friend, and I had Coney, who was my pastor, best friend, and spiritual father, spiritual guide, advisor. And we would all three get together for coffee at least once a month, and they would take turns dropping by my office. I would see at least one of them once a week. They would come to my office, and we would just sit and talk about the things of God and all that we were, because long before Coney moved there, he and I together, he helped build the orphanage. And we send teams every year, guys. If any of you want to go to the orphanage in Kampala, or you want to go across the border to Kenya and see the homes being built for the widows, and the boys being taught to be builders, or maybe you can even do both. I mean, you can fly into Entebbe, see the orphanage in Kampala, and then catch a bus or plane that will take you over into Kenya, and then you can visit with, depends on how much time you have. But we send a couple of mission teams a year. A round-trip plane ticket through British Air is $1,500. British Air is going to stop flying into Entebbe. Another airline is going to take it over. But I assume the price will be about the same, $1,500 round trip. You got to get a couple shots. The big one is the yellow fever. Your passport has to be up to snuff. But other than that, you have no problem getting a visa to go. And you will come back an absolute changed person. And you may never be called to go live and work and labor there the way that he is, but you can do so much from a distance these days. And it might help you learn to spot the orphans and widows that live on your street. The little boy down the street who the dad ran off when he was 3 years old, single mom struggling to raise him and his sister, he has no positive male role model in his life. You could go down with your wife and knock on the door and in a kind and gentle way, ask little Johnny, would he like to, maybe someday go to the park, and, God will give you the words to say. But these little guys, they need big brothers. They need a male role model in their life. Otherwise, the male role model influence they're going to get is some thug at school with his pants on the dang on ground, talking to him. My son comes home and tells me the garbage he hears at school, and he says, Dad, what does that mean? And so he's so old now, I can't just say don't worry about it. I actually have to tell him. He understands now that because all the kids talk about pornography on the playground and what sites got the the filthiest garbage, and I've helped him to understand that these women are not there. I go, son, in these movies, because I know you've snuck a peek, does it look like they're enjoying themselves? Yeah. Well, son, let me tell you the true story. They're hooked on drugs. Okay, they're being forced into this. It's, just shy of slavery, if not slavery. If they're not a slave to the producer, they're a slave to the drug. And if you click on that, advertisers, you're a part of the problem. Do you want that to happen to your sister? No, I'd kill a guy that tried to do that. Okay, well then, son, now you understand how big a problem this is and how many lives are ruined. And so the kids at school, they play Grand Theft Auto, where shooting cops, you get points for shooting a cop. Have you ever seen this craziness? Jim?
Yes, I have. In Grand Theft Auto, I mean, it's graphic. When you shoot someone, I mean, there's blood splats, and you can run them down, and you can take your car up on the sidewalk and run people over. It's horrible.
Yeah, you rape women, or you have prostitutes. And parents, my goodness, parents let their kids. I've just about had to take the internet completely away from my kids, except for their music lessons. Because even when they go on YouTube to get guitar lessons, somehow over in the side reel, there's these promotions for things that I don't want them looking at. And my son is a normal, healthy 13-year-old boy. In fact, he's a little tall for his age. His voice is a little deep. He's already starting to get a mustache. I have no doubt the hormones in his body are raging at 900 miles an hour. But he's promised me that he will save himself for marriage. But you know what? There's going to be so many temptations along the way. My daughter, she's stunningly beautiful. My wife allowed her to wear Sunday to church for the first time ever. Not high heels, but just like little wedgies, that make you just a little bit taller. I won't let her wear high heels for a long time, but it made her feel like a big girl. And one of the short guys in church, Sonny, one of my fellow board members, he goes, my God, she's almost as tall as me. I said, Sonny, don't worry, it's just the shoes. But I saw what a beautiful young girl she's going to turn into. Now, these are our adopted children, but we don't think of them as that. We think of them as our children in every way. And I am going to be so overprotective. Between me and her brother, I mean, this is going to be like something out of the Hatfields and McCoys. I mean, Because she's even old enough to understand. She's in the gifted program at school. She could probably teach me things about sex. I don't know. She's just very bright. But they both understand the importance of saving themselves for marriage. But yet, when my son gets near a computer, he knows it's just a couple of keystrokes to seeing all that eye candy, And I've just had to convince him that it's evil, and he doesn't want to be evil. He really does want to serve God. And so, are you a dad, Jim?
I am. I have 4 kids.
What ages?
25, 22, 19, and 17.
Okay, so with the exception of the 17-year-old, most of them have probably... How did you get the last couple through the internet business? Did you trust them, give them free reign, watch over them?
Well, I trusted them, but the computer that they have access to is in a public area in the house, so if they were doing something they shouldn't be doing, somebody would walk by and see what they're doing.
Okay.
There's all kinds of software you can put on computers also. NetNanny is a good one, and it prohibits kids from going to various sites. My kids are pretty good kids, and I didn't really have to really monitor it that closely. There were times I'd go back and look at the history and just make sure they were doing what they said they were doing, and they were. So
that's good.
You give them a
really
faith
good.
background, and you scare the hell out of them, and hopefully it keeps them on the right path. Fear is a very powerful motivator.
All right, what are you showing us on your chart now?
Oh, I was just showing that on the Euro chart there was a white bar that was starting to form. It turned into a doji, so there's no trade there. It was white, but then when it closed up, it went doji, so there's no trade there. And then over here on the crude chart, I was just watching the chart as you were talking. The momentum trade presented itself. If you took the momentum trade, you got 7 ticks of drawback, but then it fell 9 ticks. So you could have picked up 9 ticks on that trade. Our white bar trade wound up getting us 4 ticks on the second one, 3 ticks on the first one. So just in that little short span, you could have picked up 16 ticks right there.
Amazing. Guys, I hope you're all catching this. Now, the Concierge Trade Alert on crude was, but I gave out the wrong numbers, so we can't even talk about it. I did September numbers last night, and I needed to be doing October. I'll straighten that out tonight, guys. Let's see, is there any final questions here that I have missed? Bart asked, with a down close after the white bar, I assume you wouldn't go short with an MA1 going up in blue and the cycle going up in blue. Is that
on
true?
This trade, Bart?
This is what he wrote. With a down close after the white bar, I assume you wouldn't go short with an MA1 going up in blue and the cycle going up in blue.
I did go short because if you look back, you can see I put a couple of lines on here. This market is trending down, and it's been trending down for a while. So I wasn't too afraid to go short on that.
Okay.
Because you can see lower swings, lower highs, and it's been trending down since well before 1:30. Here we are. What time is it my time now? 3:05. So we're in a downtrend. So I had no problem going short there, and that's why I put those lines on there so you could see that the market is trending down. So that short there kept the market in the downward trend, and you can see we set a new low for the day right here. So we're still, and I wrote that they're still trending downward.
Okay. And you're not actively in a trade right now?
No, I have no trades going on right now. Now gold just offered a white bar long that is still running long. Let's see if I can bring the chart over here and show you.
Carson says, this white bar trading in the afternoon is fun. Nice to see a different type of trading than those fast-moving trades at the open. I've told you guys, I'm not a big fan of the 9:30 open. It's a little fast for me. I kind of like 9:45. If I can get a trade in there, but then at the top of the hour, even if there isn't news, sometimes the market can switch its trend. If it's been trending up into 10 o'clock, somewhere around 10:15, that thing can reverse. And if it does reverse, then that reversal is probably good into the lunch hour.
Right. Now here's the gold chart. Here's the white bar with an up close. You go long here, you get a couple ticks of drawdown, but if you'd got long at 1132.3, you've already gone 1134.3. So you've got 20 ticks offered, right? 21 ticks offered right here. So that's a nice trade, nice white bar trade. This
Okay.
white bar closed up, so you'd stay in the trade. And this closed up, so as long as you're following it at each close, you wouldn't have been taken out of this yet.
But now you say that gold is one that you don't particularly like too much, right?
No, I don't. But you know what? I don't trade this time of the day, so a lot of these things that I'm seeing, I don't normally see because I don't trade these at this time of the day.
Okay. All right. Well, guys, if I missed a question, real quick, copy and paste it into the bottom because Jim's been very kind to go way over his time with us today, and you guys have all hung with us. How many we got hanging with us? We still got a nice little crowd. So if there's something you have a question on that we didn't answer, copy and paste it in the bottom real quick. And then, because I know Jim will want to take a rest and a break, as I've got some mentoring sessions this afternoon, but then I got to get ready for the partners meeting tonight. Anyone listening in who wants to be a partner, that offer that Michael made you this week, I think it includes 30 days of the Concierge Trade Alerts. That's a pretty rare offering, so if you're trying to figure out should you, shouldn't you, you're getting something pretty valuable there for a month free. So
look at this one on the ES, Dwayne. Here's a Concierge short, 2080, and it's all the way down to 2071 and a quarter.
Nice. Now that's how many points is that? 2080 to so 9 points.
Yep, right at 9 points.
Yeah. So that's $450 per contract. And how much time did it take for that to happen? About an hour? No, 15 minutes.
257 to 309. So 15 minutes.
Okay.
Not even that. 12 minutes.
Larry, you get the concierge trades for a month as part of the current offering we have for those who become a CFRN partner. So if you're not a partner and you'd like to become a partner, I believe I let Michael handle all that special offer stuff because my plate is so full. But that's how. If you become a partner, you get everything a partner gets, plus you get 30 days of the Concierge Trade Alerts. So, Jim, you've been so kind to stay with us for so long, but unless you have something else specific that you want to cover, it looks like we've answered all the questions. And I'm gonna pencil you in for Friday to sit with me and Mark Douglas. We just gotta behave and not drool or anything, because we're.
Now that's 1:30 Eastern time, so 12:30 my time.
Yeah, same time you come on for your normal. And that day I'll let David know that it's an absolute must that we have to be done right at 1:30. And Mark and I are gonna test out his technology. He's gonna try to come in on an iPad and just his earbuds. We had Ed T, I think it was, come in that way one day, and he sounded like $1 million. So
good deal.
Yeah, and so think about what kind of questions, after reading his book and putting his ideas to work, guys, what questions were left hanging? What would you, after you read that book, if you could have asked him something, well, this Friday will be your time. Now, I told him I'm going to start him out at a half an hour because I said, I know you have a little bit of stress you're dealing with, so I want this to be fun. Now, I'll ring the bell at 30 minutes and let you go, but as time progresses, hopefully you'll want to go the full hour like my other guests. And he says, okay, let's see how it goes. So
that hour flies by too. You look at the clock, it's like, holy cow.
That's the thing. By the time we say, hey, how you doing, ask him a couple questions, it'll be 30 minutes. So.
Right.
Did you send me a picture yet?
I don't know if I did or not. I've been out of town, so if I didn't, I'll get you one today.
Could you? Okay, that'd be great. Because before he comes on Friday, I want to have that CFRN team page, fleshed out with everyone's picture and bio, so that once he sees himself as kind of a committed part of the team, then, because he didn't promise me just this Friday. He said, I'll do the Friday thing. And so, and he knows that's an ongoing thing. So I'm going to probably over the week, in my spare time, I'll probably listen to a couple key chapters on my audio book and see what questions really do stand out for me. One of the things, guys, that you'll want to keep in mind, a lot of what he wrote had to... There you go. Nice work. A lot of the work he did had to do with longer time frame trades than what we do, although we've perfectly adapted his philosophies and concepts to this intraday 4-tick range trading. But one of the things in his book was that he always looked for trades that gave him a 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio. In other words, he was only willing to risk 1 point if he could make 2, or he would only risk 5 points if he thought he could make 10. Whereas we are willing to go 1-to-1. And that's probably something that I'll bring up to him. That might be my question on Friday. Trading intraday, Mark, we don't find that many opportunities where we can go 2 points of risk for 4-point targets. We're going 2-to-2. What are your thoughts on that? And I'll be interested to see what he says. I'll be interested to see how he thinks, because he's had an awful lot of time to think about what he wrote since he wrote it, and some of his thoughts may have changed. And to my knowledge, he has not ever agreed to be a regular part of something like this, an ongoing radio program where he would come and answer questions on a weekly basis. So I want to do my best to make it, fun for him. I don't know how you make it fun, but I just think when he hears how much respect people have for his work and how seriously they take what he writes, that'll make him feel good. And that's what he needs right now. He needs a pumper-upper. So, okay, my friend.
See if you can tell what's going on in this picture here.
Well, you're mighty doggone happy about... Oh, you just got baptized.
I did, 2009.
Now, did you grow up in a religious household at all?
Well, my parents were Catholic,
Okay.
but they were somewhat practicing, but not anything substantial. And then as I got older, I went to a Bible-based Christian church, and that's where I was baptized in 2009. I found Jesus in 2005.
2005, and you got baptized in 2009. And let me ask you, what led you to finding Jesus?
That is a very long story.
Okay.
We can save for another day.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I had lost everything, so I can just leave the cliffhanger there, and we can talk about that maybe next week.
Boy, I'm going to tell you now. Here's the thing. We're such wise creatures, but it's always, when we're in the gutter that we find. It's at the end of ourself that we find Him. It's never when we're on the mountaintop and everything's going well. I grew up, my grandmother, Pentecostal holiness, took me to church Wednesday, Thursday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I mean, if the doors were open, we went. That was the kind of upbringing I had, but I rebelled against it. Instead of sneaking around and looking at Playboy, I would sneak around and read, the teachings of Buddha and Confucius. I was that kind of angry young man. I was looking for answers, and I felt that these pat answers they gave in the Pentecostal holiness church, I wasn't sure it was truth. And so I went on this search, and it was like a spiritual buffet. I tasted every religion in the world, I think, with the exception of Islam. But I went, my wife was raised Catholic, but she's no longer practicing Catholic. We are non-denominational Christians, and we've been in ministry for many years. Sometimes when she goes out of town, there's a little Catholic church up the street. I'll go there and sit in the back, away from everyone, and observe the Mass, because there's something about And it surprised me. She even brought this up the other day because she always laughed at me when I would go to Mass. Dwayne, you're not Catholic. You don't even know what's going on. Why, I said, I don't know. There's just something about it. There's a sense of reverence. Now, I understand idol worship and all that, is, not what we're supposed to be doing. I don't know why I was drawn to it, but she said the other day, she says, because our church has been in a state of flux. Mark Driscoll came and toured my church downtown. He may buy it, I don't know, but he's not going to use it as his church. He's going to use it as an offices, a recording studio, and a wedding and event venue.
Now, he's out of where, Seattle?
Yeah. Well, he was, and he stepped away from the ministry because there was a lot of controversy that he wasn't giving proper respect to the elders, and he took a 30-day sabbatical, and then he came back and said, guys, I'm turning in my resignation. And they said, no, wait a minute, we're not firing you. We just want to do things a little bit. He goes, no, I have brought, I've done wrong, and I feel that the only way I can fully repent is to step down. That I'm afraid maybe I can't change who I am, and I don't want to make the same mistakes again. Now, he took 5 people in a living room and turned that into a mega church with, I think, about 13 campuses.
Holy cow.
And I think each campus ran multiple services. And the satellite campuses would have these huge big screens. So you would go to church just like any other Sunday you go to church. But instead of there being a preacher in the pulpit, the big screens would come on. And Mark he would take turns moving from campus to campus. He would be live here one week and then live here the next week, and all the other campuses would watch on the big screen.
That's how our church is.
Is it really?
Yes.
So, do you mind if I ask the name?
It's the Crossing.
The Crossing.
And our pastor is Greg Holder.
Okay.
We have 3 campuses in the St. Louis area.
Now, is that a name maybe I would be familiar with?
I don't know. He started Advent Conspiracy with 2 other pastors about 8 years ago.
Okay, I'm writing this down. Greg Holder, and the church is called?
The Crossing.
Crossing. Okay. Does he have sermons on iTunes, do you know?
We have podcasts, but I don't know if he's on iTunes or not.
All right, well, I'll check it out, and with his permission, I might add him to our playlist, because CFRN streams 24/7. That's how I found Matt Chandler and Mark Driscoll, 2 of my very favorites, Andy Stanley as well, and then there's a number of others. But Matt Driscoll, 2 years ago, his podcast on iTunes had over 7 million downloads.
Holy cow.
Which means he beat out Eminem and J-Lo, and I mean, it's phenomenal. In fact, that time a couple years ago, and I just heard it on the sermon that was playing when we switched from the live radio feed today over to the live program. He was talking about a few years ago when Britney Spears got snapped by a photographer getting out of the car, and she did not have her underwear on.
Yeah, I remember that.
Gone out commando style. Well, he said in that week, on some major site, they had listed the top 5 blog topics of the week, and he said I came in that top 5 right under Britney Spears with no underwear. He says, you know what? I don't want to be there. But the guy was so outspoken, so controversial. Oh, and the other thing that got him in trouble is him and his wife did a bunch of marriage seminars where they talked openly about sex and what should be okay between a husband and wife. And we're talking more than just the missionary position. And they spoke about it quite graphically, and some of the elders of his church got, needless to say, quite infuriated. So he left Seattle, he resigned, kind of disappeared. Nobody knew what happened. There was rumors He was going to fire up in Utah, and then there was rumors that he was going to fire up in San Diego. And then all of a sudden, I heard from a pastor friend. In fact, a pastor, we're merging 4 churches together right now. And the senior pastor, Pastor Tyrone, he says, "Hey, Dwayne, I know you like Mark Driscoll. Did you know he's moving to town or has already moved to town?" I said, "No." To go put him together with me so I can sell him my historic church. And he said, "Well, let him settle in." But you know me, I I couldn't resist. So I got online and I tracked him down. And I found an old email address and I tweaked it just a little bit. And son of a gun, within 10 minutes, he emailed me back. And he says, "Man, you really got my attention with your description of that building and those pictures. When can I come see it?" And so he came and saw it this past 2 Tuesdays ago. And then he met with my pastor friend Tyrone this past Tuesday. And he says, "I can't use it for a church. It just won't be big enough. But I have all these other uses for it. Let me find a church and then tell Dwayne that I'll, seriously consider buying the building." Now,
I thought that your church was going to become the worldwide headquarters of CFRN.
Well, see, that's the thing. I'm torn because we have it mostly paid off. It's $1 million plus property. I still owe about $250 on it, and my mortgage payments right now, because it's a non-conforming property and it's an empty building, banks don't do loans on empty buildings. So I had to go to a hard money lender, 12%. So I'm paying a huge sum of money every month on an empty building. And so what I need is Michael and I need a partner, an investor that wants to come in. He can be silent or non-silent, and in exchange for an equity position in the company, he will provide us with about $1 million of working capital, which will allow us to retrofit that building to become a live trading floor, a training center. We have the sanctuary is just unbelievable. I've showed you the sanctuary before on pictures. And then we have the huge fellowship hall with the stage. We have the private offices. We have the commercial kitchen, so that whoever's there working or taking classes, you don't have to leave the property for lunch. Lunch will be cooked for you. Luxury hotels are minutes away. Budget hotels are minutes away. The Suns Arena, the Diamondbacks ballpark, all the fine restaurants and culture, ballet, symphony, opera are 5 minutes away from the church. We're 20 minutes from the airport. We're 30 minutes from spring training for baseball fans. In my heart of hearts, I want to move the CFRN studio back in, and I want to go full bore. I want to have, I've mapped it out in my mind so many times, but we need that working capital to bring the infrastructure. The building's in great shape. Even though it was the original sanctuary was in 1908, the modern sanctuary was built in 1938, and I would not want to touch that as far as remodeling. It's got these beautiful mahogany walls and pews and these chandeliers that hang down. And
is there any kind of historical registry that the church is on?
Well, this is why I think God doesn't want me to let go of that building. I'd had it on the market for a while. Of course, when I bought it, I had to get title insurance. When I refinanced it, I had to get title insurance. And I had a buyer who was going to buy it for a fair price, and we were in escrow. And I was kind of letting go of the trading room dream. And I go, okay, God, maybe that really wasn't what you had, because these people came and they offered the money. And we were like, a few days, a week from closing escrow. And all of a sudden, this suspicious handwritten document surfaced It's over 20 years old. It's let's see, it's from the, it was back in the 80s, so I guess it's maybe closer to 30 years old, whatever, that said someone went to the church one day and talked to the pastor at the time. There's only been 3 owners in history since 1908. Evangelical Lutherans from 08 to 96. A black congregation was there from 96 to 2002, and then we've owned it since then. And one of the Lutherans, on a handwritten piece of paper, supposedly said, "We do not oppose you having a historic overlay in this neighborhood." So while I was very careful to never put it on the National Historic Register, because I knew that could potentially mess up my ability to sell it if and when I got ready to sell it, I mean, it qualifies in every way, so I'm not on the register, but the neighborhood I'm in has a historic overlay on the whole neighborhood. It's all these historic homes from back in the 20s. And so I'm getting ready to close escrow, and this mysterious piece of paper surfaces. And basically, I go down and I say, this is ridiculous. After 2 title searches, this mysteriously appears when I have a buyer. Well, we're sorry, but blah, blah, blah. And I said, okay, you know what? I'm just going to apply for a demolition permit. I was trying to call her bluff. They go, okay, here's the paperwork. I filled it out. She stamped denied and pushed it back. And I said, really? You're telling me that a building I own, I can't tear it, even though I don't want to tear it down, I can't tear it down? She
Right,
goes,
she
well,
called your bluff.
she goes, you can fill out this hardship paperwork and claim that it's creating a financial hardship. I said, lady, it costs me $60,000 a year to own this building, and I only owe, what I owe, and I'm in a bad place here. I really need to sell it. And she said, well, you'll get a chance to come before a board and plead your case, and we could rule in your favor, or we could deny you. And I go, well, what does that mean? She goes, if we deny you, you then have 1 year that the city can come in and offer you what you're asking, if it's fair, which it's more than fair. And if we don't do that, then at the end of the year, you're free to go ahead and do with it whatever you want to do. So I'm in a real pickle. And I ask anyone out there who has a heart to pray for CFRN and the future, talk to God and ask Him what His vision is. His vision for me to be released from that place and to set up this world headquarters somewhere else. I know I have to get my office and studio out of my house because it's destroyed my family life. My daughter came in the other night with her piggy bank and said, Dad, how much does it cost to be one of your clients? And I'm like, what are you talking about? You're supposed to be in bed. Go to bed. She put her piggy bank on my desk, but she says, Dad, I just want to spend some time with you. Could you just read me a story? And man, I just started to weep, and I realized how much I've taken from my family because of my passion to give to these clients and partners. Mm-hmm. I was in a meeting the other day, a private one-on-one mentoring session, and the person says, you know what, Dwayne, it's whatever time it is, and he says, you're on the phone with me. I hear your family in the background there. He goes, why do you do this? And I said, well, I'm going to tell you. Number one, it's a living, okay, but we could make a living if just trading. So there's a bit of a story how Michael and I made this commitment to. Anyway, we ended up in this business, but as this business began to become larger than he or I ever imagined that it would be, what we began to see is that everyone who came to us for trading, almost for training, almost to a man or a woman, had a passion, they had a ministry, they had a vision that God had given them, and they were looking for a way to fund and fuel that vision because they understood ministry cost money. And so Michael and I realized that even though we're already doing these things in Kampala, in Kenya, and even to a lesser degree in India. Those are our ministries that we fund and we fuel. But I said each person, Michael and I realize that each person that comes through our door, if we can help them to become consistently profitable, stand on their own 2 feet, now they're going to go out and fulfill their mission because they've found a way to fund their mission without having to beg. Because, we say we're children of the King. We've inherited the kingdom. But yet we got to go out and step and fetch and shuffle our feet with our hat in our hand to non-believers in corporate America and beg for spare change to go and do God's work. You know what? I just don't believe that the God I serve would give me a job to do and then send me out to beg money to pay for the minute. That doesn't work for me. And so we realized that we had tapped into something so huge here that we have missionaries in the field right now that are trading as a way of making a living. It supports whatever donations they may have already coming in from home. But day by day this is growing, and if I can teach one person how to trade, and then they go to a third world country and they either trade from there and preach, build orphanages, or even take kids there and start teaching them how to trade as they graduate high school. We start people out here at $100 a day. That's part of the 24/20 blueprint. And people laugh. I can't live off $100 a day. Well, why don't you hear the whole plan, knucklehead? But over there, my goodness, do you know how much $100 a day is? It's so much that we couldn't give them all the money they earn in a day. We would have to put it in a trust fund for them. Because the average person in Kampala makes somewhere between $1,000 and $1,800 a year.
Holy cow.
And so all of a sudden you're going to take an 18-year-old kid fresh out of high school and you're going to start slapping $100 a day in his hand and teach him to grow from there. Yes, we can change a nation from the inside out. Those people, this isn't no more America and the UK coming to write checks to save these people. These people can save themselves. We have the technology. We have the knowledge. We just have to do it. And so each person that comes in that I have a chance to talk to in a mentoring session, I ask them, what's your vision? What has God put on your heart that He wants you to do? Some, it's to build a new church for where they go to church, or to build a new children's wing on the church, or maybe they're going to feed, or they're going to dig wells in some foreign part of the world, some third world country. But everybody's got something. Every now and then we get an atheist. We get somebody that says, hey, I'm just going to be up front with you. I don't believe in God, period. But does that mean I can't get your training? And I say, no, absolutely not. Our doors are open to everyone. But may I ask a question? Why, as an atheist, would you want to become a part of a community of believers who trade for a living? And their answer is almost always identical, but basically it's, I don't believe what you believe. However, I do believe that you believe what you believe. And if you believe what you believe, then I know I can trust you. Wow, talk about a left-handed compliment, right?
Well, yeah, it was a long way to get there.
But I embrace that and I say, okay, come on in. Basically, he's saying, I don't believe there's a God, but you do, and I know that part of your Christian belief is integrity and honesty and all of that. So, I still feel, and then they go, but since I don't believe the way you believe, then why are you willing to teach me and train me? My answer is, I believe that the best sermon I'll ever preach is the life I live. And so if you come and hang out and watch and observe us on a daily basis, then perhaps one day your heart will be touched, and you'll want to know more about what we do, how we do it, what we believe, and I'll have an opportunity to witness to you, not with you resisting, but with you coming to me and saying, you know what, you guys have something, and I want some of it. That's an open door. And so, it's a wonderful life, Jim. It's a wonderful life. Let me let you go, man. I've said that 10 times. Get out of here.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll see you tonight.
Sounds good. I'll see you this evening.
All right, buddy.
Okay, bye.
All right, guys. I got to pull these charts back over here one last time. I can't believe how far we ran over today. It's amazing. And how many of you that are still here with us at this time? That's even more amazing. Okay, now look at what happened off of the Fed minutes. We didn't really talk about it. We'll get into that tomorrow. But we had originally said consider being short below 2068. Well, the lowest we got in that hour was 68.50, so we never triggered. I said, well, let me put something on the long side if that's what's going to happen. And on the long side, we said to consider being long above 2082. Now look at this candle, okay? That's why I tell you the numbers that I give you, they're not just out of thin air. There's, for lack of a better term, a magnetic quality of attraction to these numbers. Because in this hour, when price was still way down here, I gave you the number 2082. Now, I'm not pointing this out to impress you with my ability. I'm pointing it out so that you'll understand when I give you a number, maybe it's more than just a number, okay? I don't know what more it is, but take it for what it is. Anyway, what price do? It ran up and touched it, and look at how it got rejected. I mean, it touched it and just got slammed back. So we open the next hour, and look what we do. I'm sure this is off the meetings thing, which I would tell you not to trade, right? Isn't that what I always tell you? Don't trade in front of news. So kind of hard to take credit for a trade that ran all the way up to 2093.50, which would be, I don't know, 11.5 points. But that's kind of what happened, okay? And then it came back, and so we hit it. We came back to the zone. Now these are this week's zones, 75, 76. We put in a swing high at 93.50, and we came back to test the zone again, back to the 2082, right? Testing the important price, important area. But instead of going long above it, it only went up to 83.25 this time. So the first time we touched it, second time flew through it, third time just barely got above it, but we got above it. So, and now we're headed back down through this zone at 75, 76. Now you can see the consolidation that's happened through here. And so is this still valid? I mean, did this really happen? Yeah, it really did. And so now we're headed back to 2068, right? Yeah. So is that still a good trade going into the evening and into the concierge alerts tonight? It is. Okay. So keep an eye on that. Now, real quick, bonds, we put in a swing high today at 159.06. Okay, at 159.02. 159.02. That's $1,000 per contract. Now, did it make it on the first move? No, the first move just gave you your points for the day. Second move gave you your points for the day times 2. Third move, hold for me just 1 second, please. Okay, sorry, I'm back. The second move gave you double the daily goal. The third move gave you, goodness, it went up to 158.23. So 23.22. That's a 21 tick rally. And then it came back to do what? Test the important price, important area, and look what it did. Then it ran and did $1,000 per day. 1 point, 158.02 to 159.02. That's $1,000 per contract per day. Okay. If you go watch the video on our Google Plus page, I did the last 5 weeks in bonds. There's been a lot of $1,000 per contract days. Okay. Now, if you're just taking enough to meet your daily goal as you're climbing the ladder of the 24/20 blueprint, there's nothing wrong with that. Don't feel bad about money left on the table. Mature as a trader. Grow your account size. These days will come, okay? Here we got a 24 tick drop. If it had dropped 32 ticks, that would be $1,000 per contract. But the drop was 24. Okay? Crude, I'm uncomfortable talking to you about crude because I sent out the alert on September crude. So what happens if we switch it over to GCLV? Does that still work out? Yes, it does. Okay, but I can't do that. What I do want to see is if those who just traded it because I sent it, was there enough volume that you didn't get hurt? Yeah, okay. All right, the candle that broke had 2,600 contracts. Now, this is in September, even though we're now rolling to October. This candle had almost 10,000 contracts. This candle had 6,000 contracts, 2,000. So I have nothing to be ashamed of, or feel bad about. So if you traded it as October, or if you traded it as November, Michael this morning, or October, if you traded it as September, October, Michael told you guys in the live trading room to just go ahead and trade it as October. And so that was good advice. He told you right on that. So let me just put this little alert here. Alert 4210. Okay. And so what was the drop? All the way to 40, 45. 40. Oh, well, my goodness. At 41.10 right here. That's the security dogs. Hang on. They're just patrolling the perimeter. All right. So right here, this was a $1,000 day. If you traded this on the September contract, the way I sent it out in the alert, this drop right here at this point was good for $1,000 a day. If we were to get all the way down to 40.10, see, 41.10. If we got down to 40.10, which I don't think we will, but we're still dropping, that would be another $1,000. Tonight, when I send you the alerts, in fact, it's getting so late, in a couple hours when I send you the alerts for tonight, I'll highlight it in red, but we go to V, GCLV, okay? Okay, consider being short below 2080. The first move down got us to 74.75. That's $50 a point. You only need 2 points to make your daily goal. Important price, important area tested. And again, we drop. This time we drop all the way down to 2066.50, which I think we figured out is 13.5 points. And then important price, important area, tested again. This time though, it ran this way. Now what was our long side trigger? It's way up here, 2105, so there was no trigger on the long side. And then price came back down to close here. The close was 2077. And so that in itself was a 3-point move. And then price did it again. And this candle closed here. This one opened here. My guess is that it went down first, then it rallied, and then it came back to close at 2076.75. So that would be 3.25 points. And if you tag this one on, it dropped to 2070.75. So that would be 9.25 points. So just a beautiful little field day in the S&P, trading off this number 2080 that price obviously is attracted to. Again, I call it a magnetic quality because I haven't yet been able to, what I've been able to do is I've been able to come up with a term that makes a little bit of sense. Why is it magnetic? I'm able to find them and spot them. I know right where they are. Why are they? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm still working on that part of the equation. Okay. I wish I could say something that sounded, more woo, but I don't have anything more. So I just tell you the truth. Man, the truth sets you free. All right, soybeans, we said to be long above 914 or short below 902. Okay, so we got, let me put in the, there we go, 2100 hours. Okay. And so we said to be short below 902. So that happened pretty quickly last night. That's an alert, 902. All right. The swing low here. Well, first off, let's just take this hour. We dropped to $9. From 902 to $9, if you're trading the 2420 blueprint, you're done. Okay? Then price comes back to test the important price, important area. And then now let's figure out how this happened. Okay? We closed here. We opened here. I'm going to guess we ran up here and triggered. and that we then came back to put in this lower leg, which was 898, and then we closed at 902.50. So either way it swung, I believe you had ample opportunity to get your 2 points without being stopped out, because the high was just 2 ticks above the trigger line. Okay, so then we go all the way up here. Now the long side was 914, so we came nowhere near that, and then we triggered again at that 902. And where do we end up? Our swing low for the day was 890.75. So I'll call it 891. So we'll call that 11 cents. Okay. 891 to 902. Yeah, 11 cents. Times $50 per penny. Okay. So if you caught this 2-hour move, that would be 11 cents. But then you had this, so why don't we call it 10 cents? You know. And again, do I expect you to get it all? No. I'll take your class if you can. 10 cents at $50 per penny. So it was a $500 move. Very nice. Over here you got your points for the day. And then over here there was a little bigger picture kind of a trade. Okay. $500 per contract. Now, what if you've graduated, like Jim, to being a 7 contract trader? Well, how would that have held up on this move? During this move, there was 33,000 contracts. So could you trade 7 in there? Yeah. Could you trade 10? Yeah. So if it's a $500 move on one contract, it's a $5,000 move on 10. On 20 contracts, it's a $10,000 move. Okay. Again, though, doesn't matter how many contracts you have on, 1 or 20. Do I expect you to get out at the exact bottom? No. I expect you to trail a stop. I expect you to either hit a hard target that you've arrived at based on whatever it is, your 2 points, your 2 pennies, or some other method you have for establishing a hard target, or you simply trail your stop, and at some point along the way it comes back and stops you out with some profit. Okay? The key, and Jim made that obvious in his method of trading, is, okay, let's say this thing gives him his 2 pennies. Okay, well, he's going to get his stop at that 2 penny mark, or 2 penny plus a quarter, and then he may trail it, or he just may let it run. But what he's not going to do is he's not going to let it take away those 2 pennies that he already has that tells him he's done for the day. And he actually showed his method of how he moves on each candle. Again, he's on a 4-tick range, and I'm showing you this on the hourly. Okay? Alright, the Dow. Let's see what happened on the Dow. Let's go to 2100 hours. Okay. And the alert said to be short below 17,340. I was being hard on the Dow last night because I had some really conflicting stuff that I was looking at. But now I can see that there were all kinds of numbers up here that had some attraction, but each one had a problem. You know, the one that just kept like glowing in the dark, like one of those little, you know, snap things that you get at rock concerts or whatever, and kids love those. When you swing them around, they glow in the dark. This just glowed. It glowed in the dark at me. This 17,340. And so on the first move down, we get to 17,306. So that would be 34 points. How many points do you need to be done for the day? 20. The Dow pays $5 per point, and so 20 points if you're trading the 2420 blueprint, and you're done for the day. Price then opened, ran up, triggered, reset, and came down to 1721. So that would be 19. No, that's not right. Set low was 17,248. Oh, so from 40 to 48, what's that, 92? Okay. So we'll call that a 92 tick drop. Now, had it dropped 100 ticks, that would be $500 per contract. How many contracts can you trade in the Dow in the daytime? Okay, during Wall Street hours. Let's take a look. It's not really tradable, in my opinion, off the London Open. See, let's go look at 3 a.m. 3 a.m. Well, you know, it's just growing daily. So the opening hour in London was 4,000 contracts. The next hour was 3,600 contracts. The next hour, 1,700, 2,500, 1,600, 3,800. Then Wall Street opens and we jump up to 30,000, 30,000. So on this trigger here, there's 30,000 contracts. And on this trigger, did I really get that right? 17,340 and a swing low of 17,248. So yeah, I really did get that right. At 100, it would have been, at 100 ticks, 8 more ticks, and it would have been a $500 per contract move. Okay, but and it wasn't. It was 92. But could you have traded 10 contracts on this? 20, 30, 50? The volume was there. One thing you'll notice on the Dow is that the first position on the DOM will often be thin. Let's take a look. Right now is probably not the best time of day to look at it. We're 1 minute away from the New York Stock Exchange closing. Got 100 on the bid, 100 on the ask. Okay. You can only imagine what it looked like back here when you did 30,000 contracts in an hour. In this hour that we're in right now, or that we just finished, there were still 6,000 contracts. Okay, but it thinned out because we're at the close of the day. All right. So look at these first positions, 4, 7, 20. So if you came in with an offer to buy 20 contracts, you would get filled on 4 at this price, 6 at this price, and the balance at this price. And of course you would scream slippage, when in fact it wasn't. It's just you bought what was available at that price. Okay. If you put in a limit order at this price, okay, I want to buy I want to buy 20 contracts on a limit at this price. Well, you get filled on 6. Well, they stole the other 14 contracts from me. No, you had a limit order. You said that was the most you would pay, and that was all that was available at that price. Had you been willing to pay more, then more would have been available. You follow me on that? Okay. All right. So then price comes back to test the important price, important area, and it drops. to 314. So that's enough to get your points for the day, and then again it tests the important price, important area, and it drops here to 306. So from 340 to 306, 40 minus 6 would be 34 points, and if you followed it into the next hour, you got all the way down to 271. So that's 70 points at $5 per point. Okay, it's $350 per contract. In this hour, when you put the order on, there was 26,000 contracts traded that hour. And in the hour you completed your trade, there were 6,000. Okay. Now let's see what they've calculated for daily volume so far. This includes Globex. 221,000. You know, the Dow's really, no, see, look at my horizontal line on my cursor. 80 to 100,000 is a pretty normal day in the Dow. But today, perhaps because of the Fed minutes, or the Fed meeting minutes, we had a high volume day of 221,000. Okay. Oh. Let's put it right. There we go. Okay. Alright, we already did bonds. Here's gold. Now gold just rocked. Look at that. Let me drop 2100. Got it. Okay. And so the trade alert, the Concierge Trade Alert on gold, said to be long above 1118 or short below 1112. Okay, did we ever get down to 1112? Not even close. Did we hit 1118? We did. Now, more important to me, I think, than the fact that this thing, and we'll calculate it in just a second, okay, it triggered 1118, right? How do you know it's an important price or an important area? Because I put it out as an alert. I don't know what else to say. Over time, you'll learn. Stick with me, you'll learn. So the first candle ran up to 1121. I better write this down. Alert 1118. Okay. 1118. Now, the first candle gave us 1121.80. So that's 38 ticks. It's $380 per contract. 38 ticks. That's in that first hour that triggered, and that was at 2 a.m. in the morning, leading into 2 a.m. Eastern, leading into the London Open. Okay. If you were trailing a stop, and if you somehow stayed with the trade, the swing high was 1123.70. So that would be 57 ticks, or $570 per contract. Remember, nobody gets out at the exact top or bottom. If you do, it's by luck, or you've figured out something I have not, and I would love to learn from you. I have no problem being the student. Okay, price comes back to test the important price, important area before it makes the big move. Okay. First it runs up to 2430, so that would be 63 ticks. I'll just put a 63 there. Now, this is where it would be difficult to stay in this move. Okay, the market doesn't always make it simple to stay in these big moves. Here you have a move that goes from the trigger up 63 ticks. I mean, most of us would just be tickled to death to just, if we caught 50 of the 63, we'd be dancing like Fred Astaire, right? So it comes back. Remember, the candle opened here. And you know what? It is possible. We'd have to go to a smaller time frame to know for sure. This candle opened here. It's possible that it ran up first and then it came back to touch, and then we know for a fact that it closed here at 11:18. No, it closed at 11:20. So it's possible that really the opportunity here was 20 ticks, not 63. Okay? Again, go to your smaller time frame on your own chart and you can see how that hour played out. But how many ticks do we need to be done for the day in gold? If we're trading the 2420 blueprint, we need 10 ticks. Not 38, not 57, not 20, not 63, and certainly not 11:34:30. Let's see, 34 minus 18. Yeah, I'm using my calculator. I'm tired. That's not right. 34 minus 18 equals, okay, I guess it was right, 160 tick rally. That's bodacious. Now from 11:18 to 11:28, which is right there, right here. Oh, come on. 11:28. If there's 10 ticks per dollar. Now in crude oil there's 100 ticks per dollar. But in gold there's only 10 ticks per dollar. Okay? And so a $1 move in crude is $1,000, but a $1 move in gold is $100. But this represents a $10 move, and so this would be a $1,000 day. If you were in the trade, if you caught the move, if you got in here and rode it up for 2 hours or 1 hour. 1 hour got you to the 1,000. No, 2 hours because the move started here. And if that's the way it flowed, if we close the hour here, no, that's where we close the hour. If we went up first and then came all the way back down to touch 118, like a nervous tick, like it, just needed to come back and touch 118 before it could really take off. You were here, this hour closed, this hour opened, it had a little bit of a drawdown, and then in that 1 hour it covered. In the hour it went from, let's see, the open was 11:18.90, so we'll call that 11:18.90. Is that right? No, the open, I'm sorry, was 11:20. Okay. So it traveled Okay, you had a drawdown of 11 ticks. If you entered right here, you had an 11 tick drawdown. Now on the standard 24/7 blueprint trade, we never risk more than 8 ticks. That's our aggressive risk management. Okay. I know that some of you have chosen to do something different, and some of you have matured beyond that. But that's our standard written rule: 8 ticks risk in every market. Granted, if you're reaching for a $1,000 day, you're probably going to need more than 8 ticks of risk. But the better way to approach this, in my opinion, would be to take this move and enter it based off of a 4-tick range chart. Okay, let's turn this into gold. GGCZ. Okay. All right. Now, the time of day that this happened, the hour was 9 a.m. Eastern. The 9 a.m. hour. Okay, let's go there. Okay, here we are at the 9 a.m. hour. We get a bullish cross. Price pulls away. Price pulls back. Up close by the open of the next candle. Okay? Now, I understand this is contrary to the slingshot. Okay? I'm just showing you what the indicators up top show. Now, tonight in the workshop, I'll go into this in a little more detail. Okay? But just for now, the open of this candle, 11/21/70, and then we stayed on. We didn't close below the BBC until, oh gosh, I guess the first close would have been here at 11/26. Okay, so that's still about a $500 move per contract. So you see how we went sideways, coiled, and then put in higher highs. Got up to that 28. And then finally up to the 31. So see, even in an uptrend, okay, I mean, there's no doubt, we look at gold today in the hourly chart, to the moon, Alice, right? And we're only looking at it from, we're not even looking at this part, we're just looking from 9 o'clock up, okay? Do you see the importance of having an hourly chart on your desktop somewhere on one of your screens? If you're trading in a market, please know what's happening on the hourly. Every one of these was a green candle. Now, there were times in the life of this candle right here where it was red. This 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 was red. But remember how I always say, wait for the hourly candle to close and then make your buy or sell decision based upon the close of the hourly candle. Okay? Every one of these closed green, with the exception of this guy, which was the doji. It opens and runs. Okay? Alright. So if we go back now to the 4-tick range, go back to 9 o'clock. Bullish cross, up close, long, here, more of the same. See, now here's a beautiful short trade. You're even supported by this and this, okay? But you're defying the greater trend. Am I saying that's a counter trend trade? Some people make their living off of counter trend trades. You can take courses that teach you how to trade counter to the trend. I personally just prefer, I used to call it fading the trade. And I only did it because I was too doggone impatient to wait for the pullback. So I would actually trade the pullback. I knew I was in an uptrending market, but as we would hit a area of resistance and I knew we were making a pullback, I would get short and trade the pullback and then get long and trade the continuation of the trend. I'm not quite as antsy anymore. I can be a little more patient. Now, here's a situation, bullish cross, price pulls away, price pulls back, doesn't quite touch the BBC. That's a momentum trade, or at least that's what I call it. Because there was so much momentum in the market, it just wanted to go higher. But see, markets, like people, they need rest. Leg, rest. Leg, rest. And sometimes you need so much rest you can't put in another leg right away. And so there's your close above the trend line on the open of this candle. Okay, you've got your bullish divergence. And so if you waited all this time to take this trade right here, the open was 26.70 and the swing high was 29.30. More than ample to get your points for the day. Now, bearish cross, price pulls away, price pulls back, down close, and you get stomped out. Why? Because you're shorting in an uptrend. Try to stay with the trend as best you can, okay? Don't tug on Superman's cape. Don't spit in the wind. Bullish cross, price pulls away, price pulls back. Up close by the open of the next candle. And that open is 1128. And we put in a high at 1129.10. That's exactly your 10 ticks for the day in that move there. Okay? Was it fully supported down here? No. And we'll talk more about that in the workshop tonight, in the Partners Workshop. Okay? Here were a couple of perfectly good short trades. But you saw what happened to the other one? If you scrunch this up, price is going from, I can't get that part over there in. See if I can. Yeah, okay. Come on. Price is going from the bottom left-hand corner of my screen to the upper right-hand corner of my screen. And so for that reason, even though I know some short opportunities will come along, I just don't have a lot of faith in them, right? I mean, if this deeper retracement turns into a reversal, okay, now you got my attention. This right here told the story, okay? Bearish cross, price pull away, price pull back, so you get a leg and a retrace, a leg and a retrace, a leg. Now what does this leg not do? Look left. It fails to put in a lower low. And so when price goes scampering back up like this, and your step line crosses the BBC before you get the down candle to take a short trade, which obviously at this point you don't want to take a short trade, see? leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg. The market's tired. It double topped here. Bearish cross, we start building legs in the other direction. Leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace, retrace, retrace. Uh-oh. Now, do you see if we had taken out this low right here, this is really important. I hope you guys will grab this. If we had taken out this low, that would have been a sign to me that, okay, now we're building legs, legitimate legs in the other direction. This huge bullish move upwards is over, okay? And we're going to see a healthy retracement. Leg, retrace. We should have seen a leg that took out that low if that was the case, but we didn't. We saw something like this. We saw a bullish cross, and then we saw price take out this high. And so what that says is the bulls still have control. They were just taking a break. They were taking a rest. You know, you get up 6 o'clock, work hard, come noon. What do you want to do? You want to eat lunch? You want to put your feet up for a few minutes? You want to take a nap if you can, a siesta. That's all this was. This was a little siesta. I'm not denying that you could have taken some points shorting the market here. But let's say you just walked in and sat down at 13:57 p.m. Eastern. Opened up your charts, didn't really look at the big picture, just plucked off a couple of points and got up and went about your business. You'd be feeling very clever about yourself. What you wouldn't know or understand is just how close you came to taking a bad haircut, okay? Because this was a deeper retracement in an ongoing uptrend that was not done. And as soon as we took out these highs right here, we knew it, okay? And so this is a huge leg and a retrace, and a leg and a little tiny retrace and a leg, double top. See that double top right there concerns me. Doesn't mean the move's over, but why couldn't this put in a higher top? Now look what happens. Price comes back, okay? We even get a little bearish cross, but it doesn't create a trade opportunity because there's no pull away. Now look what happens. We get a higher high, but it's not much higher, okay? What this tells me is this move may be running out of steam, okay? Double top here. Just a wee bit higher high here. Now this was after this huge long leg. I mean, that was big business. It took it about 30 minutes, give or take. And here we sit, just off the highs of the day. Okay? From here, you might want to remember this up until I get the alerts out for tonight. If we take out this low right here, that's important. Okay? Is it important from a Fibonacci perspective? Well, let me show you. See, from a Fibonacci perspective, that's not even quite a 38% retracement. Here's the 24, here's the 38, the 50, and the 62. So based on Fibonacci math, price could drop and find support here, here, you know, any of these spots along the way. The real acid test for me is what I call hidden divergence. You've probably heard that term used elsewhere, and it means something entirely different there. When there's a bullish cross, that is an important change of events. Okay? Leg, retrace, leg, retrace. So if we started building legs to the downside and we took out that swing low, I would probably not be opposed to taking a short trade between here I don't know. The potential for this to be support is huge. Okay? So if I'm not willing to accept 1127, or am I willing to accept 1127 as a sign that the uptrend is over? Well, let's see how much we can shrink this up. Now this covers all of today, August 19th, since midnight. This would have been basically the low of the session. And we're building legs, building legs, building legs all day. Alright, so let me scrunch this up a little more. So this trend, as we can see, really started before today. If we go back, we could say that it started really here, okay, which would have been 9:50 a.m. yesterday. And so where do we become comfortable taking short trades? I'm going to suggest here. I had originally said up here, but then I threw some fibs up there and realized that, man, the 62 is way down here. Hidden divergence is here. That's like the last spot for support to kick in. But once we cross this little box that I just drew, okay, the sellers or the bears definitely have taken control of the market. Okay, and so price then, like right here, starts to do this. And then do this. Come on. Then it does this. Alright. So 62% retracement. Hidden divergence. Two swing lows that kind of create a double bottom. Okay. So we break through, we pull back, we become convinced that this area is now good resistance. It was support, it gave us our final bullish cross, but now we see it as good resistance. So am I ready to get short yet? Not yet. Let me give it one last test. Okay? On this move down, once we take out that low, now I'm convinced, okay? Now I'm ready to embrace building legs to the downside from, about 11:23 down to about 1120. You go, man, all that work for 3 points? Well, if you're trailing your stop, it may lead to more than that. Okay, but you have to respect that this area is going to provide potentially some good support. Okay, but at least you're on the right side of the trade here. Now, once price hits this area, watch it very carefully. Based on the time, if you're using a time-based chart, you'll see your candles get shorter and shorter and shorter as they move into this area. If you're using a range chart, well, as we know, every candle is the exact same height. Okay? Leg, retrace, leg. So you're building some legs, you get down to this area, tighten up your stops, because if we're going to get a real retracement and it takes out that area, then your next area to be concerned about support is going to be here. Okay? So maybe you've got another 3-point area there. Okay? And then, see how this works? I'm doing this for those of you that were willing to hang out with me this long on this radio show today. Typically, this is things I would just be showing, the partners. Alright? Alright. But now, you got it. And I hope you can use it. Euro 6E. Let's go 2100. 2100 last night. That's when the alerts went out. 6EU5. 6EU5. Consider being long above 1.1100. And this is the one that we were alerted to earlier. Went up to 111.39. So that's a 39 tick move. How many ticks do you need? 10. I'll stick a little 39 there, but 10 is all you need. I'm sorry, 8. The euro pays 12.50 per tick. But if you can trail your stop and get more, awesome. Okay, this is the very last one we're going to look at. This was the Russell. Said to be short below. Oh, that was yesterday. Let's find today. 2100 hours. Okay. So, the alert said on the Russell, consider being short below 1210. Okay. I guess that's where this was. Yep, that's where it was, 1210. So I moved it. Oh, come on. Alright, 1210. So we need 1 point to be done for the day. And so the swing low here is 1208.70. So if you just took this trade in this hour, 2420 blueprint, done for the day. Okay? But it had much more to offer for those that wanted to pursue that. Okay? 1210. We put in a swing low at 1193. So 10 and 9, so that would be 17 points at $100 per point. So this was a $1,700 per contract drop. And you had this email in your inbox last night. Whether you took advantage of it or not, I don't know. Do I expect you to get all of those ticks, all 170 ticks? No. But if you're after the bigger prize, I do expect you to get stopped out somewhere along the way with some profit. I'm just showing you what the actual potential in the trade was. Now, I'm going to say this for the last time today, on probably until the partners meeting tonight, and then I'll end up being forced to say it again. But you're already reading my mind, aren't you? Do you find it just even a little bit interesting? The price goes all the way down here, then it comes all the way back up to our trigger at 1210. It shoots 9 ticks past it, and then immediately reverses and puts in an ultimate swing low at 1196.90. 96.90, just call it 97.10. So this would be a $1,300 per contract drop. So if you only took half of that, that'd be awesome. If you took 25% of that, it would be awesome. If you took your 10 ticks for the day, 1 point, that would be the most awesome of all. Why? Because you have a plan, you've followed your plan, you're growing your account, and you're maturing as a trader. To take your 1 point and stop and then watch all of this, and to have no remorse of the money left on the table, you are developing the discipline of a ninja or a war hero or somebody that I just respect one heck of a lot. Okay? Don't think we don't know that it's tough to stop once you have your 10 ticks for the day or your 8 ticks for the day, and the market is making these types of opportunities available. We know how hard it is to stop. We also know that you'll never be a long-term success in the market if you don't have discipline. Without discipline, you're going to make some money and you're going to give it back. And you're going to make some money and you're going to give it back. And your life's going to be a roller coaster. And it's going to be an emotional nightmare. You will suffer. Your family will suffer. Your friends will suffer. You could become physically ill. Stress is one of the, it leads to all kinds of things. Heart attacks, strokes. But see, discipline and stress are the antithesis of each other. Discipline says, I do what I know that I need to do, and I'm at perfect peace with that, because that's what I've made my commitment to do. Stress comes when you're all freaked out trying to chase this thing. You get stopped out 9 times, It just keeps dropping and you keep selling it, but you keep getting stopped out. That's a grind, huh? What time did this thing start falling? 2300 last night. Let's take a look at this one. What time did it start falling? 1400 hours. You know what? I don't want to show you on that chart. Let me show you here. Okay, look at the hourly candle one more time. RLM 1400, no, I'm sorry, yeah, 1400 hour. See how it ran up a little bit and then the sell-off began. Okay, so let's go back to 4. Now that little bit higher that it went, boy, it sure looks like a lot on here, doesn't it? It looks like, gosh, 1200 all the way to 1210. Maybe I don't have time set. You know what? I don't think I have time set right on this. Let me check it. No, I do. Okay. Well, let me make sure I've got time set properly on this one. Oh, I see where my mistake is. It's not a time issue. It's not a time issue at all. Remember, the hour opened here, 1400. It opened here and ran from 1400. It opened at 1200.8 and then put in a swing high up at 1210.9 and then gave us the sell-off based upon our alert. So I just wasn't compensating for that run up. Okay, so now we'll be able to see where the run up changed course, so that will make for an even better object lesson. Okay, so 1400, we get a leg and a retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg. Now, okay, here you're going to see the same kind of scenario that we just looked at on that other market. Okay, we're doing real good. Leg, retrace, huge leg, retrace, leg, retrace, leg, retrace, and then what? Double top. Okay, and then a deeper retracement. Not quite enough to take out these lows, okay, but a deeper retracement. See, it should have gone leg, retrace, leg, retrace. But do you see how this low did take out this low? Okay, so that's like your first heads up. Is this running out of steam? Well, you get a bullish cross. Price does put in a higher high. It then pulls back to the BBC. Just want you to be able to see these. Okay. It puts in that higher high. Bullish cross. Price pulls away. Price pulls back to physically touch. Now what do we need to take another long trade? We need an up close. On the up close, the BBC has already ran into the step line. So that means that trade is not valid. Okay? Trade has been canceled. So then what happens? Bearish cross, and now on this move down, do we take out those lows? Yes. This tells us something's going on. Okay? This is probably more than a deeper retracement. This is potentially the beginning of a reversal. However, instead of price pulling back to the BBC and giving us a leg, it overshoots it a little bit. Okay? So it overshoots it. Price pulls away, price pulls back. Physical touch. You do get an up close, granted. So if you buy the open of this next candle, you're just going to get stopped out. This thing On the hourly, it sure looks sleek, right? Let me... Looks like it knew what it was doing all along. But here, a little bit of confusion going on. At this point, I really want to see this get taken out. Comes that final drop that takes us from 03 down to 1197. That's a 6-point drop, a $600 per contract. Okay. Now tonight in the partners meeting, we will be going over this. Okay. Be sure and when you're ready. We'll let Michael go first, and then I'll finish up whatever's left. But I want you to look at this, and we're going to go into detail as we have done over a number of workshops. Okay. CFMA1 is the backbone of the indicator set. I've said that since the beginning, and it still is. As you know, our methodology is not about catching tops or bottoms. What it's about is embracing the underlying rhythm of the market, okay? And taking a bite out of the middle of that swing, be it long, be it short. Right here, you see this price that straddles the changing color, red bearish, blue bullish. Okay, I don't want to get short on this candle. I want to get short on this candle, not the straddler. Okay, but the next one. That candle opens at 1198, takes me down to a swing low of 1196.1. That's 19 ticks. We need 10 to be done for the day. Now, at this point, you really don't know the market's going to turn and go higher, right? So you might want to wait for this signal, which is a bullish close above the red CFMA1 falling. Okay. And so this closes at 96.50. So your trade would be from 98 to 96.50. That's a 15-tick trade. Yeah? How many do we need to be done for the day? If we're just trading the blueprint, just looking for our points for the day, 10. Okay? I bought the open here, 97.7. Because I don't have any real movement, I'm just sideways here. I'm not too concerned about this one because I'm still at break even. Okay. Remember, I got in. If I bought the open here, not of this one, but this one, the open 97.70. My first concern would be this close here at 99.70. So that's a 20-tick run. Okay. Come back over here. The open of this candle is 1200.1. And the close here is 1199.50. Is that 10 ticks? Let's see. The open is 99.8. Let me just call it 12. And then the close here is 99.1. It's very close to 10 ticks. Okay, so if you got out here, maybe you choose to get out here, the first bullish close above the red falling CFMA1. Okay, so maybe what if you only took 7 ticks out of the trade? It's no problem, because over here you would get long this candle, okay, which has an open of 99.60. Okay. Now, you might get worried and get out here at 99.80, and so if that's the case, you went from you had a 2 tick gain, but there really hasn't been much movement yet. So if we let it get underway, and keep in mind this is a bullish close, but this may have taken you out. Okay, if it did, then you'd be right back in on this one, which opened at 1200.2, put in a swing high at 1201.60, so that's more than your 10 ticks. This red close might have got you out, all right? But look, just look. Just let your eye follow it, okay? Do you see this? Do you see this underlying rhythm of the market? All the other indicators do are help you better judge where you want to be in these trades. Now, were there short trades in this big up move? Yes. Okay, or in this, well, first we had an up move, then a down move. Remember, our up move started in the 1400 hour. Remember, it ran way up there. Let me show you. Remember, it ran way up, reset, triggered again, and then gave us a $1,300 per contract drop. Okay? So look at this run up. What you don't want to be in is this trade. And you don't want to be in this trade. This trade's okay. No. No. Okay, now see, we just hit 1210, right? 1210 is our Concierge Trade Alert. If we're watching that hourly clock, we see that price has come up and tested the important price and the important area. This is really what I want you to grab a hold of, okay? If you're not a partner, become a partner so I can do personal mentoring with you and really teach you this, okay? It's very important. So, if you sold the open of this candle at 12:10:20, worst case is you got out at 12:06.80. The open of this candle, 12:10:20. Let's call it 12:10. And this is wait a minute. What did I say we were going to call it? 12:09.9. We're going to call it 12:10. Okay. So we call that 12:10. And the close here is 12:06.80. So we'll call that 12:07. Okay. So we've shaved a little conservatively on each side. We've got 30 ticks. That's $300 per contract. Okay. Now that we've turned off of that area, do we want to take this trade? Is this a profitable trade? It is. But we believe that the greater trend is down. Although, as you look across here, there could be some confusion as to who's really in charge, bulls or bears. Okay? I'll talk to you some more tonight about how to discern and how to be in touch, okay, with that. Now this hot knife through butter business today, we had one here in this red candle, and then on the Fed minutes of the meeting, of the Fed meeting, I don't really count that because that's just, you know, knee-jerk reaction. But this is what a true hot knife through butter looks like, okay? We already touched down. We went from basically zone to zone to zone to zone, back to the zone, but this time there's no consolidation in this hourly candle. It just wipes through it, okay? As if it were not there. Here's what we believe. When that happens, okay, even though this made a run at the zone below 2065, we got down to 66.50, so we missed it by 6 ticks. Zones are an area sometimes that will happen. Alright, but price came back. It came back to this area. It didn't consolidate, but when we have the hot knife through butter, price will almost always come back to the area, and when it does, it will consolidate. Okay? This time it didn't because it was part of the knee-jerk reaction of the Fed minutes. Okay? But at least now you have a good idea of what one looks like. The next time we have a good one where it's followed up by proper consolidation, I'll point that out to you. Okay? And so here we sit at 2073.50. So on the long side, we did do the 2082, the 2080, the 2068. See, we already broke 68 here. But remember, I put this arrow here because this was the beginning of the radio trade. And so by the time I send out the alerts tonight, or by the time we get into the workshop, this may have resolved itself. Okay? Alright, you guys have done one heck of a job sticking with me. This may be the longest broadcast ever. I don't know. Let's see, we started it at 9, 10, let's see, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think this is the longest on record. So, let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it is. Hope the server can handle it. Well, anyway, thanks for hanging out with me, guys. If you have any questions, email me, support@cfrn.net. If you want to be a partner and you don't have a link to get into the partners meeting tonight, if you don't have a link to become a partner is what I meant to say, just send an email to support@cfrn.net or call 949-42-EMINI. I'm going to be sending out the invitations to the workshop tonight here probably in about the next hour, because it starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. So that's 3 hours from now? No. 6 hours from now. Because it's... No. That's 3 hours from now. Because the current time on the East Coast is 6 o'clock. I have never ran a show all the way up to 6. Okay. Well, this is the after show. And I haven't given you guys a good after show in a long time. So it was well overdue. And it's what I do. Alright, guys. What were the final parting comments? There's no atheists in foxholes. Amen, Lord. Francis, you said 3. I don't know what that means, brother, but I believe you. 3 hours. Oh, okay. You know what, Francis? I really want to meet you someday. I know you spend part of the year in Florida and part of the year somewhere else. I'd love to meet you all. You know, I wish something would happen so fantastic to one of us that somebody in the community could just say, man, I just inherited $1 billion from an aunt I didn't know I had, and so I'm going to throw a big party and all the partners can come. That'd be awesome. So, if that does, in lieu of that not happening, and we don't hit the lottery and we don't get all struck by lightning, then maybe we can still figure out a way to make it happen. I know that no matter how it unfolded, there'd be somebody that couldn't come because they were sick or their family member was sick or their job, their day job, their business they have to run. But with enough planning, I bet you we could get 60 to 70%. It would require one large convention hall or one beautiful old historic church in downtown Phoenix. Yeah, that might be the deal. So, does Mark Driscoll buy it and turn it into a recording studio, offices, a wedding and event hall? Or does CFRN move back in? That was where we originally broadcast from. That's where we cast our first signal. We've been streaming 24/7 since April of 2005. Used to be, in the early years, just contemporary Christian music, and then I began to integrate some really good preaching and teaching. Everything's hand curated. I've listened to it myself, most times more than once. And I'm going to do some work. You may have heard some things twice, but I think the way I have it set up right now is you could listen nonstop for 58 days and not hear the same thing twice, except for the little commercials and the fillers and the you're listening to CFRN stuff. That's a lot of content, right? So, all right, guys, that's it. Pray for the future of CFRN. I mean, you're a part of it. You're a part of the community, okay? And so our future is your future. Your future is our future. So we want you to succeed in all things. And not only do we want each of you to succeed individually as a trader, but the corporate spirit, our mission, which is to change the world one life at a time, one tick at a time. Friends, we're doing it. It's happening. It's not a plan, it's not a dream, it's not on the drawing board. It's actually happening. And I know you want to be a part of that, because we all want to be a part of something greater than ourselves. So, non-partners, get that link clicked. Get the link clicked so you can be in the Partners Workshop tonight. Partners, do your very best to be there. And if you have questions, email them ahead of time. Your presence is appreciated. The more we have, the more we learn as a group. I'm a big proponent of the group mind, the hive mind. So I really like to see you there if you can. If you can't, I understand. We'll get the video uploaded as quickly as possible so that you can enjoy it and learn from it. And Friday is a really big day. Now tomorrow is Thursday, and so Ed Corey, remember I have 2 every other Thursday friends now. Tomorrow, Ed Corey will be my co-host, and then next Thursday, Burwell Pike will be my co-host. I have to call as soon as I hang up and get off the air here. I've got to call my Monday co-host, Garrettson. You hate it when your mind goes blank? Somebody that's really important in your life. Oh, Jim just sent his headshot. What's that baby look like? Oh, that looks good. He needs something. Now I gotta crop that thing down. Okay. Garrett Jones. God, goodness gracious. Okay. So, I got to call Garrett Jones right after the show. He said, I need to talk to you about the Peter Eliades. I wrote that down so I would remember how to say it. Eliades. Peter Eliades. He wants to talk to me about the Peter Eliades show, but he's also got a couple of other great shows lined up, and he really wants to talk to me about it. So as soon as I get off here, as soon as I hang up, get you back to the 24/7 radio stream, I'm going to call Garrett, and if I'm allowed to, I'll announce tonight in the workshop who it's going to be besides Peter or along with Peter, and start thinking about your questions for Friday for Mark Douglas. If you're a partner and you do not have a copy of Trading in the Zone, email me support@cfrn.net, and I will make sure that you have the audio book in your hands tonight, okay? So that you can listen to a good portion of it, especially Chapter 7, before he shows up on Friday. All right? Thanks, guys. I love you. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Please go subscribe to our YouTube channel. We need to get up to a certain number of subscribers, and then that unlocks some new features for us as producers inside of our own YouTube channel. They put more assets at our disposal and that kind of thing. So if you can help us ramp up those subscriber numbers, we appreciate it very much. Doesn't cost anything at all to subscribe, and every time a new video gets uploaded, whether it's a radio show, seminar, webinar, training class, Q&A, whatever it might be, you'll get an email, just a brief email that says CFRN just uploaded a video about blah blah, and then you click it and watch it. Okay? And let me say this, when you click to watch, if you can't watch it all in one sitting, just hit pause and it'll be there when you come back. You don't have to muddle through, fast forwarding it. It will sit there on pause if you need it to for a couple days. But maybe you don't run your machine 24/7. So, all right, love you. See you tonight. Thanks for tuning in. Whoever you are, wherever you are, may God continue to richly bless you with His mercy and with His grace. And I'll see you at the bell.
Remember this, there is no greater return on investment than to see a human life changed and given hope. As always, pray hard and trade safe. Any financial information discussed on this show is simply the opinion of our host, Dwayne Reeves, his co-hosts, and guests. To learn more about trading E-mini futures or to take a 1-week free trial in our live trading room, call 1-866-928-3310. 866-928-3310. Information discussed on this radio program should not be construed as a recommendation to buy or sell any security. Always do your own due diligence and consult with a licensed securities broker or financial planner before making any investment decision.
Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His righteousness, and all things will be added to you. At ChristianTraders.com, that's exactly what you'll find. Men and women dedicated to building God's kingdom. Are you a fund manager in Frankfurt, a novice in Nebraska, or just starting in Singapore? Our staff and members firmly believe that money is only one part of the true meaning of biblical prosperity. At Christian Traders, it's not about building bigger barns. It's about using years of experience in the financial markets, along with our proprietary software and the inspired Word of God, to not just increase the value of your portfolio, but together develop a deeper personal relationship with God. You're invited to become a member of our rapidly growing international family today. Just visit ChristianTraders.com and click on Forum. Registration is absolutely free, and within minutes, you'll become a part of the most exciting new phenomena on the internet. ChristianTraders.com. Prosperity for God's people.
One failure doesn't make a person a failure. One achievement doesn't make a person a success. With Upwards, I'm Max Lucado, thinking about the words of the sage, the end of the matter is better than its beginning. That's why the Apostle Paul encourages us to be patient in affliction. You may have failed, but one failure doesn't make you a failure. You may have stumbled, but that doesn't mean you'll always lose your balance. Don't jump to conclusions. Reserve judgment for God's ultimate decision. Your life is not defined by one mistake. Your legacy is not framed by one stumble. You trust God, and in the end,